I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications References Committee into the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code and the Under 16 social media ban. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. And for those joining online, I have with me, I've got Senator Walker, Senator Gosh and Senator Cadell. And I'm Senator Sarah Hanson-Young. These public proceedings being video streamed via the Parliament's website and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether we insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of our obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Ms Sunita Bose and Dr Jennifer Duxbury from the Digital Industry Group, DIGI, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Now, we've got one of you via video conference and one in the room. We'll get you both to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and then I'll give you a chance to give an opening statement, and I assume that'll be you, Dr Duxbury.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Hanson-Young. My name is Dr Jennifer Duxbury and I am the Director of Policy, Regulatory Affairs and Research at the Digital Industry Group, Inc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, and thank you, committee. My name is Sunita Bose. I'm the Managing Director of the Digital Industry Group, or DIGI for short.
Thank you. And I've just also let you know that we have Senator Henderson joining us via video conference as well. Senator Henderson, if you do have questions, I'll go to you after I've gone to the people in the room, but otherwise you can text me if you don't have any burning questions. Okay, Dr Duxbury.
Thank you. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. DIGI is proud of our work facilitating the development of the Online Safety Act codes on behalf of the Australian digital industry. These include the Internet Search Engine Services Code, which is of interest to this committee. These codes will enhance community safeguards, particularly for young people under 18, for a range of age-inappropriate content, such as pornography, very violent material and material promoting eating disorders, self-harm and suicide. While our submission provides more details, in short, the Internet Search Engine Services Code requires search engine service providers to implement a range of measures, including age assurance for logged-in users. For logged-in users under 18, pornography and extremely violent videos and images must be filtered from their search results. For users who are not logged in and not age assured, this material must be blurred in search results. We are here today to answer your questions and provide context about the codes, particularly the Phase 2 codes. We've set this out in detail in the submission, but given the complexity of these issues, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the code development process. Firstly, it's important to appreciate these codes have been drafted by industry associations as required by the Online Safety Act, which was passed by the Australian Parliament in 2021. Under the requirements of the Act, the Commissioner has requested industry associations develop codes for 8 sections of the online industry, which cover a very broad range of services across the technology stack, including equipment providers, app stores, websites, apps, gaming platforms, messaging and email services, social media services, hosting services, dating services, search engines, ISPs and more. The process involved extensive consultation with hundreds of stakeholders, including rounds of public consultation and many hundreds of hours of drafting effort. Secondly, each code is underpinned by a common set of important principles that govern all codes. These include the need for measures to be risk-based and proportionate to the relevant safety objectives, the need for measures to be rights-respecting, taking into account the need to protect privacy, freedom of expression and children's digital rights, and I'll be happy to provide more details as we progress today, and finally the need for measures to be technically feasible. Thirdly, industry's development of the codes was oversighted by the E-Safety Commissioner. We followed the Commissioner's guidance, which was set out in a position paper on code development, as well as other guidance which was provided throughout the process. We believe these codes represent a significant and tangible uplift in Australian online safety regulation for all Australians, including young people. No single measure is foolproof, but we have drawn on industry best practice and experience to offer additional layers of protection across the whole industry beyond what exists today. And we look forward to our discussion this morning.
Thank you. I might first go to Senator Gosh. Have you got questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. One of the concerns that's been raised with my office by stakeholders is that these codes and the way they're applied may create the risk that sex education information or harm reduction information related to drug use might be captured, and therefore people under the age of 18 might not have access to information that is health related but falls within these categories in a broad sense. Are you able to address that concern?
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Ghosh. And yes, that is an issue that we have considered, and we've actually had discussions with a number of stakeholders directly who have raised these concerns from us, including sex educators and people that work in health services. So that kind of content is not captured by these codes. It's very clearly not Class 2 material within the definition of the Online Safety Act. Now, there are some services where it is a little bit more difficult to distinguish between health information, for example, information that's designed to assist people who are at risk of suicide or who have drug addictions. And so the material, the way that these codes have been structured is designed to make sure that that material actually is not captured.
Following on from that question, but it's probably a broader question as well, how do we measure the efficacy of these codes? Is there a process by which we will be able to see harm averted? Is there a process by which we'll be able to evaluate whether it's working in the way that it is intended and that the relevant material is being kept away, harmful material is being kept away from younger users, but it's not having a chilling effect on some of the information that would be valuable but may fit under these categories?
Thank you for that question. There are a number of ways which the Online Safety Act will work to ensure that the codes are operating correctly. So obviously the Commissioner has oversight of the codes and has powers of enforcement. Under the Act, the Commissioner also has extensive powers to gather information, including under the basic online safety expectation processes. And those also cover the expectation on services to take action to protect under 18s from being exposed to this sort of material. So those processes are built into the Act. In addition, the codes also provide a range of additional transparency measures. So platforms need to report to the Commissioner about the measures that they're implementing, but they also have to explain whether or why those measures are appropriate in accordance with the terms of the code. And appropriateness in the codes is also judged in relation to a range of human rights. So platforms have to consider human rights, including freedom of speech and privacy and children's digital rights. And so that is an avenue for the Commissioner to get sight of how those judgments are being made.
In relation to protecting young users from AI chatbots or agents, can you explain in a little bit more detail than is in your submission how that works from a practical perspective? Is it a complete preclusion from those younger users accessing it, or is it a kind of safeguards or guardrails or whatever the relevant phrase is? And then the second question, sorry, it's a double-barrel one, is would that sort of regulation be justified for all users of AI agents or AI chatbots, not just young people?
So, thank you for that question. So, just to be clear, the task that we had to discharge under the legislation relates to Class 2 material. And it is not open to us to make a decision as to whether or not that content is lawful or not. That's a decision that's already been made by Parliament. So that's an open question as to whether those AI chatbots, and I think you're talking about companion chatbots in particular, the ones that we're concerned about are the ones that can engage in what I would describe broadly as age-inappropriate discussions with under 18-year-old users, which might, provide instructions in suicide, self-harm, eating disorders, which might engage in highly sexualised chat with children. But yes, so that's an open question as to whether those AI companions should be lawful or not. We were concerned to discharge the task that we had under legislation, which was to look at what we needed to do to protect under 18s from being exposed to that kind of content. Now, the process that is provided for, I think I've mentioned previously, is risk-based. So companies that provide those services have to do a risk assessment. And if the risk of those chatbots engaging in that kind of talk is not immaterial, then they need to either adjust those chatbots in a way so that the risk is immaterial, or they need to age gate them.
Go for it.
I was just going to ask how obviously, it's much easier, even though it's still difficult, we realise this, to age gate, as you describe it, for logged-in accounts. But so many of these AI chatbots are, available and will increasingly become available on just open sites where you're not logged in. So how can that how do you do that? You're saying you need we either need to monitor the content to make sure it's not A2 material that children are accessing, or indeed to age gate it. How would Digi and your members actually go about that?
Senator, I'm not absolutely clear on the question there. I mean, the obligation is on the provider of the chatbot, and chatbots can appear in a variety of different environments. For example, they can be on an app store.
Yeah. Yes. So the provider by the chatbot is on a whatever platform it is, even if it's not a logged-in platform, and you're saying that even through that process, then if you don't know the age because you haven't had to verify it because you haven't had to be logged in, how does the provider do that?
I'm not aware of any chatbot services where you can use them on a completely anonymous basis, but the point is there is a regulation in place here that says that those providers need to make sure that under 18-year-old users are not accessing those services. Now, how they do that will will depend on the different provider and the circumstances on which that content is made available.
Mm-hmm. So can you do age verification effectively or at all if you don't have a logged in account?
I'm not the best person to ask that question. Probably the people who have provided the age assurance technology trial, who are the experts on this, are going to be best placed to answer questions on how specifically the technology operates. But yes, I mean, I would assume that being logged in or having a login process or account holder process is going to be the best way to achieve that objective.
But surely your members are grappling with this because of not just the codes in relation to search engines, but also the social media ban. And if it's not going to be lawful for under 16s, for example, let alone under 18s, to access certain platforms because of the ban, how do your members, who have various different types of platforms, how are they going to engage with young people who are accessing those sites without a user account?
Senator, thank you for that question. It is a slightly different question when we're talking about implementation of the social media minimum age restrictions. So those restrictions are crafted in a way that the requirement is to ensure that younger users do not hold an account on those services. So it is not crafted as a requirement to prevent people under 16 viewing publicly available content online.
So you can access YouTube without a user account and find harmful or age inappropriate content as long as you just don't have a user account.
I think it's fair to say, as I said, that the way that this works is that younger users will be able to look and browse material online without having a user account, public material.
Yeah.
A range of public material, not just on social media services.
Yeah. Sorry, Senator Gosh, I did cut across you.
Oh, no, that really just one follow-up on the answer in relation to the AI companion type bots. The risk reduction measures that your members are implementing, are they applicable to every manifestation of those companion bots, namely the ones used by adults as well as the ones potentially accessed by children, or is it a specific age-related kind of risk reduction framework that's in place?
Thank you for that question. So the way this works is it does cover all AI companion chatbots that can generate this kind of specific material. It's not all AI companion chatbots, but just those that generate the kind of material that we would be concerned that young people could be accessing via that means.
Can I ask, in terms of some of the material that we're talking about being generated would be harmful at least, or could be harmful for adults as well as children. Why wouldn't those risk reduction principles be applied across all companion chatbots rather than just the ones where there's the risk that children have access to them?
Again, I have to go back to the legislation and the legislative framework, Senator. The legislative framework, which is related to the National Classification Scheme, says it's there are two kind of important guiding principles there, and one of them is that adults should be able to choose to engage with material online, provided that it isn't material that is of that would be refused classification under the National Classification Scheme, and this is not that kind of material.
Senator Cadell, you've got a point of clarification.
Yeah, just this is this merging between online safety and AI safety that it gets quite messy. Australia is the only signatory to the Seoul Declaration that hasn't set up an AI Safety Institute, isn't it?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So
I'm very sorry, Senator.
10 countries, the EU, 27 signed the ministerial statement of the Seoul Declaration of Safety on AI, and we are the only one that's not followed through that requires an AI Safety Institute to be set up. is my understanding, and that is a different framework because your members don't include X, they don't include OpenAI, do they?
No, we don't have those companies as members of Digi.
Right. So there's a different group of AI-based... You've got users, Google's and Microsoft have their AI systems, but there's a lot of members that don't have AI as part of you, but an entire different framework of businesses have AI outside of your framework, don't they?
They have AI, but they are not outside of the scope of these codes.
Correct, yeah.
And we engaged very broadly with a wide range of companies, including OpenAI, on the development of these codes.
I think that's an interesting point, though, Senator Cadell, and we can think about who we want to call to the broader hearing to answer some of those questions.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
You guys are done? Okay. I'm going to go to Senator Henderson via video.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you both. Look, just wanting to firstly establish that much of your submission intertwines with the social media minimum age requirements. So we're just talking only about the changes to the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code, just to be clear.
Well, sorry, Senator Henderson, the terms of reference go to both of this inquiry.
I'm asking the question
okay.
to the witness.
Yes, so, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm asking that question of the witness, if you could just respond.
So I believe that a conversation today so far has focused both primarily on the Phase 2 codes. Senator Henderson and I have discussed also some of the implications of the social media minimum age restrictions, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Hanson-Young, you meant rather than Henderson, but
sorry.
Yes.
That's okay. Senator Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask, do your members support the social media ban?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. I think you know that we have discussed this issue before this committee previously, last November, and I think we raised a range of concerns and questions about the operation of those restrictions. Some of those concerns still remain. I think we are now in a position where the legislation has passed and we are working hard to ensure that we implement these requirements within the timescales and within the constraints of the technology. That's sort of the current state of play.
Okay, so what are your members going to do to protect the privacy of Australians when using the search engine? Because there is very significant concern that this is a case of very major overreach, and many Australians are concerned about their privacy, about surveillance. So how are your members going to protect their privacy?
Thank you for that question, Senator Henderson. So I believe that we have gone into the privacy issues associated with implementation in the codes in some detail in the submission. It was a very important consideration in the way that we went about drafting all of these codes, not just the Search Engine Services Code. So the need to protect user privacy and the need to ensure data minimisation is a core principle that underlines these codes, and it's one of the criteria that needs to be considered in assessing whether the measures that have been introduced are appropriate.
So are you suggesting that they're not appropriate? The code is not appropriate?
No, Senator, I am suggesting that the way that these codes are crafted requires privacy protection and privacy minimisation to be taken into account in the way that services go about implementing age assurance under these codes.
So how is this going to...
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead.
So how is this going to work in practice? If I am a young woman wanting to do a Google search, how will I know that my privacy is being protected without having to go through age assurance and prove who I am and provide my ID?
So I think, as I previously explained in my opening statements, the way that the search engine code works, it does not prevent you from doing a search online without being required to be age assured, right? So you can do that. You can it's only if you're in a logged in state, right, when you're using your Google account or your Microsoft account to conduct your search online, that age assurance requirements will kick in. You can be anonymous, you can search in an anonymous and logged out state.
So why would anyone want to log into it?
Sorry, Senator Henderson.
That's okay. I know it's tricky when I'm coming in via video conference. So why would anyone log in to the search engine if their identity was going to be known and that they would have to go through an age assurance process? Wouldn't that be incentive? Wouldn't that be an incentive to basically say we are not going to play ball with these search engines because we want to have our privacy protected?
So the advantage of doing a search when you're in a logged in state, if you're an adult and you're age verified, is that you will immediately be able to access imagery that is only suitable for people over the age of 18. So you're going to have a seamless experience if you're logged in and you're an adult. If you're a parent, you might encourage your child to log in on a child account so that you can ensure that they get an experience so that they're not exposed to that kind of material. But there is a choice. You can also continue to search in a logged out state. Now, the experience that you'll get there is a little bit different because the imagery, this graphic pornography and very violent imagery, will be blurred.
And that will apply to everyone across the board if you are logged out?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask about your consultation with this code? How extensively have you consulted as an industry group? And could you provide a list of the dates and locations where these consultations occurred and with whom you met?
So
I'm happy if you want to take that on notice, by the way.
Thank you for that question, Senator. I think we have provided details of the consultation process in our submission. I can give you a bit of an overview. So the consultation requirements are set out by the Online Safety Act, and they require a minimum consultation period of 30 days to take place. They also have requirements about the scope of the consultation as well. There needs to be a consultation with industry stakeholders, and there needs to be a broader public consultation process as well. We did both. The way that the consultation process was promoted was extensive. We promoted the consultation process in mainstream media, including via radio broadcasts. We also promoted the consultation online and via our newsletters. And just to be clear, it was not just Digi doing this. There are 5 industry associations that represent a very broad range of stakeholders across the online industry, and they all did their part in promoting this consultation process as well. We have 2 kinds of consultation. We give people the opportunity to make submissions to us during that 30-day public consultation period, but we also do other consultation as well. We are always open to have one-to-one conversations, particularly with interested groups like child safety advocates, and we do that, and with the sex industry. We had many conversations with the pornography industry and the dating industry. We also conducted a couple of roundtables. One of them was an industry roundtable and another one was a broader roundtable which included many child safety advocates. All of that information is published online.
All right. Well, look, I might ask you to provide all those details on notice to the extent that they're not in your submission for the committee, please. And just to my final question, can you please, and we did touch on this before, but please can you update the committee on the status of the age assurance technology there's a requirement that this be in place very, very soon. Will that occur, and are your members confident that this age assurance technology will be in place by the effective date of the legislation in relation to the social media ban?
So thank you for that question, Senator. First of all, Digi has a broad range of members, and not all of those are going to be the subject of the minimum age restrictions. So that's the first point I make. In relation to those members who may be in scope, look, we don't have sight of their implementation plans at present. As you would know, the guidance on how companies should go about implementing these restrictions has only just been released. It was literally released last week. We are aware of the fact that our members are having conversations with the eSafety Commissioner, and I imagine that those conversations are going to continue. And we certainly know that they're very conscious of these requirements and of the looming deadline, and they'll be working hard to deliver on their regulatory obligations. Thank
you very much. Thanks, Chair. No further questions.
I know Senator Cadell has a follow-up, but just on that, the issue of the age verification for the under 16 ban, do you know who of your members will be impacted? I can't. I'm sorry, Senator Hanson-Young. I don't know the answer to the question. I don't know which members are in scope or out of scope. Isn't that because the government doesn't know which platforms are going to be in scope or out of scope? Senator, I can't answer the question. All I can say is that they will be looking at the regulations very carefully. The way that they are crafted, as you know, it's quite broad. So any company that has a significant purpose of enabling social interaction is in scope. We've now got the exemptions from the Minister, so which companies are exempted, and we are also we've also got some guidance from the eSafety Commissioner. I know that members have been asked to use a tool that the eSafety Commissioner has provided to help them work out whether they are in or out of scope. At this stage, I don't know the exact answer to your question. There was a report this morning out that there's a whole list of new platforms that are still unsure about whether they fit in or out of the ban, including Reddit, Pinterest, Roblox. I mean, would you assume that Pinterest would be in or out? Thank you for that question. Look, I can't answer that question. You know, I think that question is really best put to Pinterest. Yeah. I guess my concern with all of this is what you said earlier, and it's the same for this search engine code, that if you are logged in, if you have a user account, then hopefully these protections for limiting harmful content and dangerous content can apply. But if you're not logged in, it's a free-for-all. And the suggestion that we think, you know, parents are going to go around and make sure their kids are all logged in to Google or to Microsoft or into YouTube, I just think this is, you know, kids are not going to. It's pretty easy to work out how to log out of an account. Even if the parents are the most engaged parents in the world, there's one button to press, and that's to log out, and then it's a free for all. And how do your members deal with the issue that there is harmful content that is publicly available? Whether you're 16, whether you're 18, whether you're 28 or 88. A number of your platforms, members that Digi represent, make their big bucks off harmful content that is publicly available.
Senator, thank you for the question. But as far as these codes are concerned, I think it's important to appreciate a couple of things. So no single measure is going to be an absolute surefire protection against this kind of content. But what we've done here is provide a layer of different protections across the tech stack, and they work together to increase the friction on this kind of content, to make it more difficult for young people to access. So that's the first point. So when we're talking about the Search Engine Services Code, you're right, yes, children can figure out how to do a search in a logged out state, but they will receive blurred search results. They will not be immediately confronted with a range of pornographic and very violent imagery. Now, that is important because we know from research conducted by eSafety that one of the big concerns here is that children are actually getting exposed to this content unintentionally. So they're not actually really looking for it. So this is one of the ways that we can protect children. It's not a surefire, complete protection against exposure from that sort of material, but that's why we are requiring pornography sites under the designated Internet Services Code to do their part and to ensure that this material is age-gated.
Senator Cadell has a follow-up.
So, in theory, and I like the goals of the government and the framework and to protect people, but the practice is seeming increasingly difficult. You just used the response again for the second time today, blurred in the search response. So if I search something and if I want to, I'm either unlogged in or I'm not verified, can I still click through on it even though the image is blurred on it? So if I search for something heinous and it comes up blurred, can I still click through and go to the actual source site? That doesn't change.
You will be able to click through, but the requirements that we've put in place would require you then to be age assured in order to access content on that site.
On any site?
No, on those particular sites. So pornography sites and sites which are devoted to suicide, promoting suicide and eating disorders.
From Australia?
That is the requirement.
Every device
if you're an Australian user.
Every device I've got has a little button now that I can go to a VPN. How does that affect this?
So, yes, devices do have VPNs, and it is perfectly lawful for you to have a VPN.
So by one click of a button, everything we're doing and trying to do is forgotten?
There's a workaround.
Not a very hard workaround. Okay.
Could I just go back to that response, though, in terms of so if you're in a logged out state, if you don't have, if you're not logged in through your Google account or your Microsoft account, and because you don't, as an adult,
yes,
you search for something, a list of things, the search results will come up. Some will be blurred, possibly if it's deemed to be not age appropriate. As an adult, you can click through on the blurred link, and then you said that you would have to still then verify your age. So every adult will have to do that?
You will need to verify your age to access pornography,
yes,
or suicide and self-harm material on those sites that are really devoted, or their sole purpose is to promote that kind of content.
So if you're trying to access Class 2 material, you will have to provide, you will have to prove who you are.
Not all Class 2 material. It's quite a narrow scope, Senator.
And how do we make sure that Google, for example, is capturing the right things?
I'm not sure.
Well, how do we make sure that
Senator?
all the links that are caught by this code are actually caught by this code and blurred out in that way and require the age verification?
So
is that a fail-safe in its? Is that a fail-safe? Is that, or is that is that loose too?
Senator, I think that the search engines are actually pretty good at targeting the pornography sites. They already have safe search functionality that you can switch on or off. That means that this material is filtered out. So I think that this kind of material is material that they can target quite accurately. The same is true of very violent material. One of the reasons that we haven't extended these requirements to things like suicide-related material is that is a lot more difficult. And I know it has been attempted in some jurisdictions. And then what happens then is that the good stuff, you know, the sort of the help sites and so on, do get filtered out. So that's something that we were thinking about when we were designing this code. We wanted to make sure that we were only going to capture the material that search engines feel that they can accurately filter out of search results, and not over-capture other categories of material where there's a risk that would actually mean that people couldn't access, you know, really important health and support services.
But you feel confident that the technology is available for those search engines to detect that very easily, very quickly?
That is my understanding, but again, that's probably a question that is best put to the search engine services themselves.
Yes, fair enough. Could I just ask, and we're running up against the clock now, what assurances are there that the platforms and your members will not share age verification data with third parties, including for commercial purposes? I mean, this is a big concern that people have, is that so much of these, many of your platforms, and particularly, you know, the big players and the Googles and others, their whole business model is making sure that they can scrape people's data and information to sell it off to advertisers. So what is the assurance that this data that will be collected for age verification by these big search engines and others, that this won't be used for any other purpose?
So thank you for that question. I think, as I've set out in the submission, you know, this speaks to the broader question about privacy and data minimisation, which is a core principle that we've put in place in the head terms that govern all of these codes. So everyone who's subject to these codes needs to have regard to those principles. They need to be taken into consideration when they're designing and implementing measures. So that's the first thing I'd say. The codes also do provide flexibility in the way that platforms go and implement age assurance. So, for example, I think one of the likely methods for platforms that already have quite a lot of data held about their users will be age inference, and they will use that information first, and if it's sufficient, they won't be asking for more information in order to verify a user's age. There is also, of course, a privacy reform process that is ongoing. So, you know, we haven't mandated specific privacy requirements in the code beyond what I've just mentioned, because there is this reform process, and we understand that that will be addressing broader concerns about users, collection of users' data and their control of the data. And we're very supportive of that reform process. There is also a children's privacy code which has been developed at this moment by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. We're also engaging with that process, and we expect that that code will also be addressing some of these issues.
Will the data and the results of age verification become a mechanism for tracking users across different platforms? And can this transfer?
Senator, the way privacy law works is that data has to be used for the primary purpose for which it is collected. There will be, as I expect, additional regulations about how information can be used. I have no reason to believe that that is got anything to do with the age assurance requirements that we've established in these codes.
But for the age verification, the data that's used for Google, for argument's sake, and the result that this it's okay, this person is over 18, tick, 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 can that declaration or that finding of appropriate age, that verification, can that be transferred to another platform? Is there going to be sharing of that across platforms to make it more seamless?
The codes that we've drafted do not provide or mandate the sharing of that information.
So it's silent on that.
What they do enable is, for the purposes of privacy minimisation and implementation of the codes and the safety measures that are in the codes, they do allow where you have a central user account established that links a range of services across an ecosystem, they do allow platforms to share that data for the purpose of age verification on that other service to make the experience more seamless and also to minimise data collection.
Okay. All right. I think we've probably got lots of questions in on notice for you. I do, at least. But thank you for making time today. We appreciate it, and I suspect we will be wanting a number of your members to front up to our next public hearing on the matter, so you might want to take that away. Thank you very much, and that concludes today's short hearing on the inquiry into the Internet Search Engine Services Safety Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, committee.
Everyone, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications References Committee inquiry into algal blooms in South Australia. We are here in Canberra today, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to their elders past and present. On behalf of the committee, I welcome everybody here today. I'm the Chair, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, and I'm joined today by the Deputy Chair, Senator Grogan, Senators Blythe, Cadell, Gosh, McLaughlin, Senator Barbara Pocock and Senator Walker. We've got some of our senators online throughout the day and the others here in the room. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses do have the right to be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether we insist on an answer, having regard for the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. A request, of course, may be made at any other time. I remind senators of our obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat all witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind people in the hearing room to please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent. And for those joining us online, please remain on mute until you are called. I now welcome Dr. Donald Anderson, Senior Scientist with the Woods Hole Oceanic Institute from the United States, where I think it's around 7:30 p.m. So thank you, Dr. Anderson, for joining us today. We really appreciate you making yourself available. I understand you've had a very busy schedule the last few weeks. Information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and then we'll give you an opportunity to give us an opening statement, and then I'm sure many of us have questions for you. So over to you, Dr. Anderson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. To answer your first question, my full name is Donald Anderson. I am a senior scientist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and I'm representing myself. I'm a faculty at that institution, but you're receiving my own personal guidance or views here.
Thank you. And Mr. Anderson, have you prepared an opening statement for us in relation to our inquiry, or are you happy to go to questions?
Let me just start very briefly with some comments. First, I wanted to introduce myself a little bit. I provided a bio, but just so people know, I have been working on harmful algal blooms in the U.S. and throughout the world for over 40 years. I run the U.S. National Office for Harmful Algal Blooms, as well as running an active research program. But last month I was invited to Australia by PIRSA, P-I-R-S-A, I'm not sure how you say it there, to visit and learn about your bloom and to see what South Australia was doing in terms of monitoring and management, and to provide some guidance from the perspective of one who's worked on that organism in some areas and has a broad view of the problem. So hopefully to provide some unbiased, objective, and knowledgeable guidance. And I have a number of observations from that visit. It would take me more than a minute. Maybe I can bring these out during questions, or I could go through them, but that's up to you.
I'm very happy for you to go through them. That would be wonderful.
Great. Well, the first point that I wanted to make to everyone is that the bloom that you have is a significant one, but it's not extraordinary. I know that may seem hard to believe for a lot of the people in South Australia because it is so striking and so damaging. But there are reports from the literature of numerous outbreaks that are similar or comparable to this. The particular group of organisms, it's not just a single one causing your problem, it is a genus of exceptionally successful bloom formers and with capabilities and tolerances that sustain these large and destructive blooms all over the world. And no one can predict when that bloom will end. But there really are many examples where similar outbreaks have ended and not recurred. So there is some possibility for this to disappear and not come back for some time. It is noteworthy, however, that the bloom has extended through your winter-spring transition, where your winds change and your temperatures start going up again, and that, to me, suggests that it may continue for a while. I will say that I did see an impressive array of monitoring and event response programs that were initiated by the South Australia government. I did have a number of suggestions of things that could help to improve that or expand it. One of the big concerns that the public, and I'm sure many of you have, is can that bloom be controlled? It's one thing to monitor it and to tell people where it is. It's another thing entirely to try to suppress it or to actually kill the cells. And I actually have some ongoing research with Karenia species in the state of Florida in the U.S. where we are attempting to do exactly that. My comments about the problem there are that currently the bloom you have is far, far too extensive, too big for to consider controlling using some of the methods that we have been using in the U.S. and in Asia as well. But it is worthwhile to conduct some very small-scale studies over a few thousand square meters, perhaps, to test methodologies and develop capabilities. And in fact, some of that is now being planned by various agencies in South Australia. But a couple final comments are that this is one big event, has everyone's attention, but patterns of the incidence of these kind of blooms globally and the presence of multiple other dangerous species in Australian and South Australian waters suggests that this really should be viewed as a motivation to develop a robust regional CAB capability and a robust national capability. One of the roles I've taken on in the U.S., I've testified before our Congress on multiple occasions, trying to create and in fact succeeding in creating a national program on harmful algal blooms. And that involves research, monitoring, management at the national level that then filters down to many of the regions, in our case, the states throughout the coastal United States. And I think the final point is that no single research team can address all of the problems that will occur both in the U.S. or in Australia. So those are comments that I gave in a number of briefings at the end of my visit, and I'm happy to discuss those with you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to go first to the Deputy Chair, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for taking the time to spend with us. I know a number of us have been very much looking forward to discussing your experience. I might just first kind of pivot off what you've said about a robust national program. You've had 25 years of bloom in Florida, which has reoccurred in the majority of those 25 years, is my understanding. What can we learn from that? Because we're getting a lot of pressure, people saying, fix it now. We have significant requests for various people to do research and all of those things. I'm very alert to us having a very solid but coordinated and connected response. From your experience, can you tell us how you've been able to do that in Florida as a start point?
Well, thank you. First, I want to clarify that the problem with the blooms, or the red tide, as they call it in Florida, go back much way beyond 25 years. They were happening back when the explorers were discovering Florida. But they are definitely recurring virtually every year, not quite every year. Some of them, there was one recently in 2018 or thereabouts that lasted for 17 months. So well more than a year of the outbreak. So yes, it's a huge problem for that particular state. And what they have done is develop a capability at the state level of both scientists and managers to provide just a whole range of guidance, which means when these blooms occur, what kind of health guidance, what kind of health alerts are needed. On the monitoring level, how do they actually determine where these cells are along this long coastline? How do they learn whether it's getting worse or getting better? Can they predict it? Can they predict whether the bloom is going to move offshore, move onshore? Many different activities. And again, one of them, the state did initiate a program just about 6 years ago on control, where they put up 18 million US dollars, so $3 million a year, for people to do research directly on mechanisms to control the blooms. So there were other funds going into monitoring and management and other activities, but this was specifically to motivate engineering companies, scientists, and so forth to try to develop technologies, and a number of very promising ones have been developed. So what I'm trying to say is that the state of Florida has a very robust regional program that serves its citizens and its industries and so forth, and it's very broad, from health to tourism, you name it. But at the same time, that is happening at the national level. Some of that money funnels to Florida, but other money funnels to other states dealing with different bloom problems, different organisms, but to them equally severe.
So one of the things that I think the committee's really captured on is what do we do next? How do we try and mitigate this? We understand people have told us we need research, we need monitoring, and we know that the South Australian government has done a lot to lift that, as you referenced in your opening statement. But in terms of actually controlling these kind of blooms, you've talked a little bit about having had a 6-year program where the US has invested money to motivate people to sort of come up with solutions. That's a lot of years. I think that there are a lot of people who think that we're going to come up with a silver bullet at some point through this process that will fix the situation. We know that there's so many people in South Australia really struggling with the impacts of this bloom. What would you say to us in terms of control? What should we be focusing on in terms of trying to actually control or mitigate the actual bloom here in South Australia?
So the next steps, it's such a perfect question, because what you need to recognize is that not only the bloom you have, but many other types that you may have or that happen around the world, the best we can do these days is to manage them, is to provide information on where they are, how toxic are they, if various resources are safe to eat, what what kind of symptoms might people experience if they did consume something and so forth. And none of that is direct control, but it's critically important. So your next steps are to develop that type of knowledge and an ability to make those kind of measurements. For example, right now, South Australia has to send samples to New Zealand to analyze for the toxins that are present. And that takes weeks. And that's obviously not a desirable thing. So developing the capabilities and then being able to communicate those. So you just have to realize that many of these events are either too big, like the ones you have now, or they just don't lend themselves to control, and it's much more that you manage the issue. But in terms of control, what I would say is that take advantage of the knowledge that has been developed, not only in the US, but in China and Korea and other places where they are trying to actually do something about these events. And then look at the various approaches that people are using and see which ones are relevant for your waters, for your organism, your bloom. And that's the guidance that I was giving. And the one method that is the most widely used method for controlling this type of outbreak is rather simple. It involves the dispersal, the spraying of a solution of clay. We call them modified clays now because we sometimes add constituents that make them more effective. But literally the same kind of clay that washes into your ocean constantly when your rivers flood and that are present in the sediments all around your coast. It's a very natural mineral, but used the right way, it can actually control these types of blooms. And like I said, this bloom is too big right now. The largest area that's been treated anywhere in the world is roughly 100 square kilometers. Your bloom is many, many, many times bigger than that already. So if you tried to do something, you would be doing something no one else in the world has ever done. And on the other hand, there is an opportunity to develop that skill and the capability by some smaller scale tests, and then to be ready at the early stages of these blooms to try to keep them from getting large, or in fact, to protect certain special resources. I know you have a lot of aquaculture over in the Spencer Gulf, and that area might be, who knows what, 10, 20, 50 square kilometers, but within the realm where this technology could do something. So that's where I would go. Small scale tests to show that you can do it and learn from the experts elsewhere, and then try to think about what do you need to do it on a much bigger scale to protect important resources.
But something like the clay solution would only work on a smaller scale as we know it so far. So I suppose if we tried it now, we might just find that because there's so much of the algae around, we might just get it blown straight back to the places we treated.
Exactly. But you can learn something by doing that. Everyone's going to say, "Oh, what's the clay doing to the organisms living on the bottom of the ocean? What's the clay doing to other organisms living in the water? What's it doing to your aquaculture fish or to the cuttlefish?" You can learn that with these types of tests, and then be ready to go into a larger scale at a future time.
Senator Grogan, we're going to have to
one really
rotate.
quick last question. The other thing I'd be keen on your opinion about is the shellfish reefs. We've heard from a lot of people that the shellfish reefs may well improve the quality of the ocean around our coastal waters. Do you have a view on that?
I do believe that is true, that if you can create these environments where shellfish can filter an enormous amount of water and remove many of these types of cells. There are other questions about whether you can eat them because of the potential for toxins, obviously, but just as a big filter, basically, it is something that has been talked about and that people have tried to employ in some parts of the world.
Thank you. We're going to go to Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have some quick questions for you. And this is thank you very much for coming to South Australia. I'm a proud South Australian senator and, you know, we really did need all of the expertise and help we could get. So very grateful for you doing that. Can I just ask you when you were first contacted by PIRSA or our state government to come over to South Australia?
I have to look here at my calendar to answer that one. Hold on one second. Let's see. It was actually within a week or two. I went over on the 15th of August, and I would think that the first contact was a week or 10 days before that.
Okay.
And I had a very small window in my calendar, and we took advantage of it.
We're very grateful for you doing that at such short notice. And I think your expertise has certainly been very helpful. And I guess just listening to some of the comments that you made in terms of robust national capability when it comes to things like algal blooms, just your opinion in terms of, and I think what we've found is that we had very limited monitoring outside of, I guess, sort of seafood quality assurance programs. Would something like legislating monitoring assist in detecting algal blooms in future? Is that something, and I guess this committee is looking for solutions how we can prevent an algal bloom getting to 4,500 square kilometres. We want to be able to act quickly. Is that something that we should be considering?
In the United States, we have legislated, as you said there, monitoring of shellfish, for example, for health purposes. And this is where the Food and Drug Administration and the various states work together and have regulations and thresholds and so forth for that. Many states, in addition to that, do monitoring of what's in the water, the phytoplankton, the algae. But that typically that is not used for regulatory purposes. So if you wanted to augment what you're already doing on the health and the shellfish safety side, then yes, having what we would call a phytoplankton monitoring would be of great value. And many states do it here in the U.S. Sometimes they even use volunteers. They use citizens along the coast who are trained to do this, and they're given small microscopes. And with the internet, you can take pictures and get guidance on that. But yes, I think it would be valuable. One of my observations of what was happening in South Australia is that virtually all of the monitoring was on beaches. And I know you want to know, can people go to beaches? But you also want to know, where is this bloom out in the Gulfs? Where is it most dense? Where is it going? And that involves a very different kind of monitoring with vessels. And what we are proposing is some very special new equipment that can be used on a vessel as it's moving through the water. It can be actually sampling the water and enumerating your toxic algae as that vessel is transiting. And you can, so that type of information, I'm not sure whether you want to legislate it, but I think if there are funding programs that make that possible, it would be hugely valuable to see where these events are starting and what happens year to year, why one year might be different, and so forth. And you have to expand beyond just looking at the beaches.
Yeah. And I guess, and you provided some comments when you were in South Australia along the lines of earlier detection. We may have been able to prevent this bloom becoming as big and unruly as it is. I guess in terms of PIRSA, they're the body responsible in South Australia. What observations would you make of their, I guess, setup, and how could we improve that to mitigate against blooms getting as big as they are and sort of largely out of our control in future? What are the recommendations you would make for us in terms of resourcing?
Well, the first thing to realize is that as much as we seem to know where that bloom originated, near the what's it called, back stairs, or I don't remember the exact name of the pass. Yes. That's also a very dynamic environment, as I understand it, and it might have been extremely difficult to actually control the outbreak as it was originating there. But there are other places, like the one I mentioned over in the Spencer Gulf, where I think things are quieter and aquaculture might be threatened. So I just want to make sure you realize that it's a big challenge to try to stop a bloom before it begins. But if that were your goal, then yes, I think you would need to take the monitoring that PIRSA is doing now and expand it so that it is getting more data on what's in the water and more on the composition of the algae that are in the water. Right now, there are instruments, for example, that can measure chlorophyll. And that's useful. That tells you how many different plants, little microscopic plants, are in the water, but it's not telling you which species are there. And it's the newer instrumentation that can start taking literally hundreds of thousands of images in a day and using artificial intelligence to identify and count the species. That type of technology does exist. And is something that clearly the people I talked to at PIRSA were very interested and are actually trying to order several of those instruments. They're trying to bring some of my colleagues over to help train and even borrow some of the instruments. So I think there is a good effort ongoing to do the kind of things I've suggested. To go out into the water, to take more detailed, high frequency, high resolution measurements, to begin to look at forecasting, to begin to look at control. So I think they're taking the right steps, personally.
Excellent. And just one very last question. Are there any, I guess, other algae that can be used to eat the sort of bad algae as a way to help, I guess, mitigate some of I mean, it's been really devastating here for the marine life, and that's sort of the tragedy. But are there things like that other than clays, or is that still experimental?
Oh, there are definitely other options in terms of other. It wouldn't. There are, well, strictly speaking, no, you wouldn't find algae that would eat that type, the Karenia species, in any sort of effective way towards bloom control. But there are viruses, there are bacteria that can inhibit their growth and actually kill them. The problem becomes, honestly, if I said to you, oh, we have a virus that's going to kill Karenia, can I dump it into the Gulf St. Vincent? I think your population would not take to that very well at all. Even if we isolated the parasite or the virus from there, it still would take many years to convince people that it's safe. I think something like the clay, we're already there. It's been used for 20 years in China and for 30 years or more in Korea around many of their aquaculture sites. So there's a huge amount of data that supports that. So yes, there are methods, many other ones, chemicals, that algicides, some of them extracted from natural products. Things, believe it or not, curcumin, that something you cook with, is quite a good algicide. But it doesn't tend to scale the way that things like the clay do. If you try to look at the cost of maintaining a killing dose of one of these algicides over a certain depth of the water in a certain area, it's fine in a lake inland or a reservoir, but when you start trying to do it in a gulf, it quickly loses any realistic, it just cost-effective dispersion, the logistics of doing it, all of it doesn't work.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I've just got a final set of questions. We've still got a lot of questions. We might put some of these on notice to you if you're keen to continue helping us with our deliberations. But I'm interested in the way. So we obviously, when this first came about, we were told that this particular species was the Mickey Moitoi of the Carina algae. When you were in Adelaide, you stated that the Carina species they're in the kind of top 10 of the most harmful and prolific. They're good at doing the longer lasting blooms. But you used the phrase that these Carina species do chemical warfare, which struck me as a very strong description. What I'm interested to know is it's not just Mickey Moitoi now, is it? It's changing, it's evolving. Could you explain the description of chemical warfare and how you understand this species evolving? And I'm interested in whether that means the toxicity that's being created is changing as well.
Well, to answer that last point very clearly, the toxicity of a given species is not changing. It's not mutating. It's not becoming more toxic. We do have changes in toxicity by a given species depending upon how fast it's growing or what nutrients it might be limited by. But if there's a change, it's more that what you have, and I think this is true. I see Cindy Heil here on this call. She can certainly tell you about the situation in Florida where there's an assemblage of Carina species, Mickey Moitoi and Carina brevis and several others. They can make different types of compounds. Some of them make shellfish poisonous or cause aerosol problems. Others are more cytotoxic or hemolytic. And what happens in a community is that some are dominant and others are in the background, and conditions change and some will emerge that used to be in the background. And I think that's what's going on. But as a community, when you put them together, they just are prolific bloom formers. They can stay around a long time. In terms of the chemical warfare, some of my colleagues have called it the watery arms race. You could say that too. What many of these species do is release compounds into the water that will inhibit co-occurring algae, good algae, from growing, and therefore allow them to dominate. It's called allelopathy, and the Carina species are well known for being able to do that. And that's separate from just producing a toxin like the brevitoxins, which can end up in the shellfish and be poisonous for humans. These are compounds that are not nearly as well characterized, that are targeting other organisms that are co-occurring with the Carina species. So, I mean, it's not just the chemical warfare that makes Carina good. They also are able to live off certain forms of nutrients that can be produced by the decay of the animals they've killed. In other words, if you have all these dead animals in the water, you have a lot of ammonia, which Carina Mickey Moitoi likes a lot, and you can have other organics that that these species live off that other algae can't. So that's why I was saying they're prolific bloom formers and up there in that top 10 of the ones that cause problems globally.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. And as I said, I think we'll have some other questions for you on notice, and appreciate the work that you've put in already for helping us to try and manage this, as you say. We might not be able to totally get rid of it, but we do need to manage it. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And I now welcome representatives from various number of laboratories. So our laboratory panel. We've got, I think, everybody we have online. That's correct? Yes, we've got all of our witnesses online for this. So what I'm going to do is ask each of you to state your full names and the capacities in which you're appearing, the organisation or the laboratory that you represent. And I'll start with Mr. McIntyre. Are you there?
Hello, yes. Stephen McIntyre, I'm the CEO of Agilex Biolabs in Adelaide.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was asked to do a 1-minute introduction about what we're doing in relation to.
I'll come back to you.
No problem.
I'll come back to you if that's okay, Mr. McIntyre. I'll come back to you. Dr. Heal.
My name is Cynthia Heil. I am the director of the Red Tide Institute at Mote Marine Laboratory and Aquarium in Sarasota, Florida. I'm also a senior scientist at Mote Marine Laboratory.
Thank you. And Dr. O'Neill. Just trying to get you off mute. We seem to have Dr. O'Neill stuck on mute. So what we might do is we'll go to Mr. McIntyre, and then and you can do your opening statement, and Dr. Heal can do theirs, and then we'll come back to Dr. O'Neill and see whether we've got you sorted. Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. Agilex Biolabs is part of the Helios Group. There's a NATA-approved global leading provider of bioanalytical support to biotech and pharmaceutical companies. We're primarily focused on preclinical development of new drugs and in-human clinical trials. Our data and reports are relied on for decisions by organisations such as the FDA in the US, the EMA in Europe, and the TGA in Australia. We employ approximately 200 people in Adelaide and 10 in Brisbane. Our employees are primarily scientists. Our customers are global, and over 60% of them are based in the USA. Agilex has been contracted by the Department of Primary Industry and Regions South Australia, PIRSA, in relation to the current algal bloom issue in South Australia in order to provide certain testing services. They were referred to by Dr. Anderson previously as the ones that were done in New Zealand that were taking which had a lead time issue. We've now transferred that methodology from the Crawthorne labs in New Zealand to Agilex. We have transferred the methodology successfully, and we are finalising the validation of this testing for use in South Australia. We expect to commence regular testing for PIRSA in October 25. The method for being established here is to quantify specific brevetoxin levels in representative samples of oysters, mussels and pippies. The method uses chemical extraction of brevetoxins from the provided samples and quantitation of the levels of 8 different brevetoxin compounds using liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. That's a fancy way of saying that we weigh the individual molecules and determine if they're present and at what levels with very high levels of accuracy. We're monitoring for brevetoxin compounds includes the primary toxins produced by the algae, products of environmental oxidation of the toxins, and specific toxin metabolites that may be present in the shellfish samples. We will be conducting these tests and passing the results to PIRSA.
Thank you. Dr. Heal.
Thank you. I have over 35 years of experience with Karenia blooms in a variety of capabilities. I've worked in academia, including at the University of Queensland for several years, with state government in Florida, where I ran the red tide monitoring program for 7 years, and more recently in nonprofit research labs like Moat Marine Lab. In Florida, we do experience Karenia brevis blooms almost annually, 14 of the last 15 years, and annually since the late 40s when the organism was recognized. These blooms do vary greatly from year to year. Some year they're very minimal with minimal impacts. Dawn referred to the 2018 bloom. Current estimates of economic damage from that bloom are at $2.7 billion. This focused a lot of state attention upon the potential for mitigating these blooms, which is an active area of research for us. Karenia mickeymotoi is the second most abundant Karenia species of the 13 that are monitored in the Gulf of Mexico. It is the #1 species globally, however. These blooms are long-lasting. They are very complex. The impacts vary from site to site, Australia versus New Zealand versus Japan versus the U.S. East Coast. They do vary greatly. And there's a lot that we do not know about these blooms. There is no magic bullet for Karenia blooms. The tack that we have taken, the approach in Florida, is essentially threefold. We have, #1, an emphasis on research to better understand the blooms and the physiology of the organism so we can better predict the blooms when they occur each year. #2, by monitoring blooms and not just taking a water sample and counting the cells, but providing the fiscal support and recruiting the expertise so you have them in place to monitor blooms from year to year. We're seeking to provide up-to-date monitoring information to the public and to industry stakeholders so they can make better informed decisions based on accurate information. And #3, and this is more recently in the last 6 or 7 years, we've had a focus on developing a toolbox of potential methods, compounds, and technologies to mitigate Karenia blooms and their impacts so that we can better manage them. Again, there is no magic bullet for Karenia blooms, but a better understanding of these blooms can definitely lead to better management. And I think Florida is a very good example of that.
Great, thank you, Doctor. Now I'll go to Dr. O'Neill.
Yeah, sorry about that. My name is Judith O'Neill. I'm a research professor at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science in Cambridge, Maryland. I'm a biological oceanographer. I have experience with plankton ecology, harmful algal blooms, including work in Moreton Bay up in Brisbane and the Great Barrier Reef, when I previously was a researcher at the University of Queensland. But I've had direct experience working with Karenia brevis blooms in the Gulf of Mexico, and more recently monitoring the expansion of different Karenia species into the mid-Atlantic region of the Atlantic coast, including Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. And while we haven't had huge blooms in this area, as Don Anderson and Dr. Heil can tell you, there have been blooms of Karenia mickeymotoi that have occurred in Maine, which is similar climate to South Australia, that have had big impacts on the clam. So it's generally thought that these blooms are increasing due to both climate change and increased nutrients, specifically nitrogen and phosphorus, stimulating the growth of these blooms. And I guess the main point that other people have made is these are particularly vexing and complicated issues, and there are no silver bullets. There are no panacea. And I think one of the most important things is managing the expectations of the public that even if we do have mitigation strategies to reduce nutrients in running into our waterways, that there's often legacy nutrients in the sediments, et cetera, that can get reintroduced. So this isn't an overnight solution. And I'm basically an academic researcher. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go to our Deputy Chair, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to try and be a bit focused here and put the rest on notice. But I think one of the things that's captured a lot of people is that there's been a significant amount of research and investment in the US over a number of decades, yet there's no answer. As you have sort of referenced, there's no silver bullet. That's what we're getting a very distinct impression about. What have you learnt in those 20 plus years where the US has been investing in research and science? What have you learnt that might help us?
Well, this is Dr. Heil. One of the things we've learned in Florida is, especially with Corynea blooms, it is critical to accurately identify them, and that is difficult to do taxonomically with a microscope. We are starting to use molecular techniques to do that. It requires an expertise, and there is that expertise present. We have it in Florida, but we do work to maintain it and support it at the state level with annual reoccurring funds. And that has proven absolutely critical to maintaining a monitoring program. A lot of HABs are episodic. You cannot predict them when they're going to occur, and that has made research very difficult on some of these blooms. And it's kind of a standing joke in the US. If you get funded for a bloom, that's the surest way to make it go away. So having sustained funding available is absolutely critical, and that has made a difference in Florida in terms of the development of the monitoring program. We had a state agency that is tasked by state law with doing this, and that has made a difference. And they have been able to maintain the expertise to do that, and they have been able to maintain collaborations with academia, with other state agencies, with the federal government to develop different areas of expertise and utilize other people's expertise to better research, to better monitor, and to develop products, too, that do that. In Florida, we have several. The state monitoring puts out weekly maps that are updated daily with the cell concentrations. The federal government uses those maps with wind data to predict where there's going to be respiratory irritation, and you can look at that map online. That same data is used by the physical oceanographers and particle tracing maps, particle trajectory, and they say in 3 to 5 days, this is where the bloom's going to be based on the currents. So a lot of that is the maintenance of the expertise from year to year, just to keep those programs in place. And that's, I think, simply a function of the episodic nature of the events we're looking at. In one sense, that's good, because if your bloom goes away for a long time, excellent. But in our cases, they don't. They come back from year to year.
And so the outcome there is being able to better protect people from a health perspective in terms of having advance notice of what
Yes,
might be
advance
occurring.
notice. The public in Florida knows to go to these maps before they go to a beach. If there's a bloom, to see where the bloom is, they'll go. We tell people, if there's a bloom at the beach, go to Disney World. You can make a decision that way. It helps, fisheries. It helps our local counties that have to clean up the dead fish on the beach. Literally, we can get a ton of dead fish daily deposited on the beach. We are a tourism-based state. We need clean beaches, and we have to clean those fish up. It helps state government that way. It does help fisheries, too, in terms of knowing what fisheries are particularly susceptible, what they should be catching, what they shouldn't be catching, what has been decimated in prior blooms, what year classes of fisheries. There's a variety of people various stakeholders that do benefit from this.
So with the industry aspect and the fisheries, I'm not wildly familiar with what your your fishing industry in Florida looks like, but certainly in South Australia we have a very extensive fishing industry. How has that fared over the last couple of decades?
Well, we have recreational fisheries tied into tourism, but we also have commercial fisheries. And with these severe blooms, there has been a lot of knowledge gained about the effects on fisheries. In some cases, we know that after a severe bloom, it can be anywhere from 3 to 5 years for some fisheries to recover. It depends on the number of year classes that have been eliminated by that bloom, whether the fish can actually migrate to other areas or not. But it is devastating to our local fisheries, these large blooms. In fact, the 2018 bloom, the state government actually was paying some of the out-of-work fishermen to clean up the dead fish as a viable means of supporting that industry, since essentially the bloom stretched from the Florida Keys, the entire west coast of Florida. So there was no place where they really could fish at that point. So we look for alternate ways to support them.
Okay. And just finally, we've heard a bit about the clay flocculation method and the value of that in smaller outbreaks. We've also heard from other witnesses over the past couple of weeks around the value of shellfish reefs. A very, very quick and dirty perspective from yourself on that, but also what else have you trialled?
Well, our initiative program is very briefly a three-tiered program. We put out a request for proposals. Academia, public, industry would come to us with compounds and say, we'd like to test this. Tier one, we'd say, okay, bring it to us in the lab. We'll test it in a beaker. Does it work? Does it not work? Probably 75 to 80% of the compounds we've tested haven't worked. Set it aside. Cost effective, we're not furthering research. Tier two, we scale it up. We look at effects on water quality, effects on marine biota. Then tier three, if it passes, we're testing in situ. And this has taken us 6 years to do. The upcoming year, we're testing 3 compounds and 1 technology in Sarasota Bay. We have plans. We have another 6 compounds in various stages of the permitting process, including curcumin, which Don mentioned, which is one of the ones that I'm interested in. A variety. Some of these are commercial products that we have tested. We make sure they do no. One of the main goals of this program is to make sure they do no further harm than the bloom itself. And that's one of our driving factors and why we do all this testing. So we're at the stages where, as I said, we're testing 4 in the water this year, another 6 coming along. And these are everything from commercial products to curcumin. We found, believe it or not, that cinnamon actually works well too. So some of these are surprising. Our lab smelled really good for a week too. But we're open to a variety of compounds and testing them, and we finally progressed it to the stage where we're actually testing in situ in the water. But as Don mentioned, these blooms are such huge phenomena that practically speaking, there is no way to mitigate the larger stages of these blooms. What we're doing is developing a toolbox of different solutions that one we could apply to a canal, one we can apply to an open estuary, one we can apply to where we know there are shellfish. So essentially targeted mitigation is one of our goals.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've got some questions about the type of testing that is currently underway in South Australia and how that perhaps differs or mirrors what's happened in relation to the Red Tide Institute and the Marine Lab. Could I ask first, Mr. McIntyre, you just clarify for us again, what is Agilex actually testing right now? And I understand that you're still waiting for the official accreditation, but I'm just wanting, are you testing toxins, whether toxins are present in the shellfish, the water samples, the sea foam? I just want a list of what is being tested.
So what we've been contracted to test are for oysters, mussels and pippies, 8 different brevetoxin compounds, which is the existing testing regime that happens in New Zealand. Mm-hmm. We've transferred the method to us, and we will be taking that over from the start of October. The turnaround for results with us doing it here will be 2 to 3 days as opposed to weeks, which will give data in much more real time to the scientists. So that's one of the main drivers for us doing it here. you mentioned sea foam. We have done some trials of that through our validations, but that's not part of our brief at the moment. We certainly could do that. Part of the reason we're doing this is we're a focused in human laboratory, but we are large, global, and we have scale, so we volunteered to help. For example, with the LCMS machines that I referred to before, most labs typically in this space might have 3 or 4 of them. We have 17. Mm-hmm. So we have scaled to help with these things. Mm-hmm. And really, I guess our contribution is saying we're happy to do that with whatever the government wants to test.
But at the moment, the contract is for the oysters, mussels and pippies, not you.
And the 8 different brevetoxins.
And the 8 different brevetoxins. So you're not contracted to test the sea foam or the water itself?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, thank you. Could I just go back to you, Dr. Hill? What does your lab test for? You're saying you're dealing with this annually. It's obviously a lot of monitoring. Are you testing beyond just shellfish for these brevetoxins?
Well, at the state level, the state agencies test shellfish. The shellfish beds are closed, and this is according to the Food and Drug Administration regulations, based on the cell concentration of Karenia brevis in the water. And then those shellfish beds are open based on the concentration of brevetoxins in the tissue below a certain level. And the state agency I work for provided that data to another agency to make the decision to open or close the commercial shellfish beds. And these are only commercial, not recreational beds. When we're studying mitigation, we measure brevetoxins, 4 different brevetoxins in the water. Essentially, we're concerned with when we mitigate cells, it's actually very easy to kill a Karenia brevis cell. We do it with bleach in the lab. But when you do that, the cells break apart and the toxins go into the water. So we measure the toxins in the water. And both particulate toxins in the cells and the toxins in the water can have negative impacts upon the biota. So it really depends what you're doing. If you're looking at mitigation, you want to measure the brevetoxins in the water. But if you're regulating shellfish, you want the shellfish tissue itself.
I guess my question is, in order to give people that information about which beach to go to, is it safe to be swimming, do you need to close your doors and windows if you live along the coastline? If we're only testing, as it seems as though we are in South Australia, shellfish, then we don't actually have that accurate information to give to the public.
Well, some of this may depend on what toxins you're looking at. Think Mickey Motoy has been shown to have brevetoxin. It does possess other toxins, but they're more ephemeral. With Karenia brevis, it does have a suite of brevetoxins, and the concern is those brevetoxins aerosolize in the surf. And that is the question as to what is happening to the Mickey Motoy toxins. Do they aerosolize? With brevetoxin, they can be aerosolized and carried up to 10 kilometers near shore. But that is very evident when it's happening. It's the red tide tickle. People know to stay away from the beaches. So I do have some questions about this bloom, where the brevetoxin is coming from. Because I suspect it's not Karenia Mickey Motoy. You may have another cryptic Karenia species present with brevetoxin, or there's one other type of algae called a rhapidophyte, which is a flagellate, which also has brevetoxin. So that I see as an open question right now with these blooms that does have management implications.
Mr. McIntyre, have we got any clarity over that question? And we have been told that it's not just Karenia Mickey Motoy that is being detected, but are you able to give any clarity on that about where these other brevetoxins are coming from?
there's a lot of discussion about it, but Professor Mike Steer, who I think you're talking to in about an hour's time, he's in the middle of all of that, and he has the best set of data to ask about that. In terms of the testing, there are two methods for that testing. One is you develop your own test, which takes time, resources and time. The other is transfer methods from around the world that are proven, and that's a lot quicker. So to establish those tests, if those tests exist elsewhere, it can be done fairly rapidly by transferring the methodologies.
Okay. And just to be clear, so the shellfish, so mussels, oysters, pippies are tested as they regularly have been for decades. It's just that that's now being done. That is going to be able to be done and accredited in South Australia rather than having it done in New Zealand. But other type of seafood is not actually tested.
Well, certainly we've not been asked to, no.
No, okay. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I guess this is sort of going, so there is uncertainty, and certainly whoever would like to jump in on this, is it fair to assume that we may not actually know the species of algae that are off our coast even for a number of years, because it's very difficult to ascertain exactly what species it is?
Yes, you need somebody that's well-versed in taxonomy of perennia species.
Yep.
The shape of the cell, the swimming, the placement of the nucleus, there's a variety of criteria. There are molecular probes that can be used, but the drawback to molecular probes is they're only targeting established species that they were developed with. Okay. If you have a species that isn't targeted by that probe, it can be there. And the other issue is something scientists call the hidden flora. When you sample, you will see a suite of algae, but there's some algae present at such a low concentration that you would literally have to sample 100 liters to see a cell. Wow. We call that the hidden flora. So it's there, but it's not blooming. But if you give it the right conditions, potentially it could bloom. So it's possible you have had Perennia micumutoi present in your coastal waters for quite a bit longer than you think you have. It was just in such low concentrations it couldn't be detected.
Okay. That's very helpful, thank you. And in terms of the testing program that you were part of, did you ever use community scientists, fishers to go out and do testing for you? Was it something that you sort of, is it something that you've used the community to be a part of?
Oh, yes, most definitely. The state program had a core group of 20 scientists, taxonomists, ecologists, biologists, chemists. They collaborated with other state agencies that regulate shellfish, that monitor the waters. We collected our own samples. These other agencies would collect samples, mail them to us. And about 25 years ago, with a small grant, we established a volunteer monitoring program. And what this did is we recruited retirees, we recruited fishing charter captains, fishermen, anybody with access to the water willing to help us. And in this case, we sent them out with bottles with preservative and a mailing container. So they would sample, fill out the information, send us the samples back. So we were able to cover quite an extensive area and maintain this volunteer network, which let us access areas we could never have accessed before. And more recently, citizen science networks where they actually sample with their own microscopes too. But the volunteer network of samplers in Florida is hugely successful. And these people do have a vested interest in the blooms in their waters and the water quality too. So they perceive themselves as helping us, which they are. And it expands the range that you can actually monitor. But it does require management.
Thank you. And do you test fish flesh? So we've heard that we're testing, your mussels, your pippies, and your oysters. It's something that's existed in Florida, it sounds like, for much longer than 25 years. Is that something you do?
It's not done routinely, it's done for research, and it's done on an event response basis. So if there is a fish kill, we have a fish kill hotline, and anybody can report a fish kill and it gets investigated. And if we suspect there is a bloom, a HAB involved, they will test it for toxins. In some cases, we have marine mammal die-offs, manatees, dolphins, whales in some cases. That becomes federally guided, but we assist the federal scientists by doing some of the toxin analysis of the tissues, which includes the fish, which can vector into the marine mammals. Florida's a little strange. Manatees are under state guidance. Dolphins and whales are under federal guidance. But we do test fish in that case where we know it's a vector, too. But not routinely, but on a research basis, yes.
Okay, and I'm guessing it doesn't pose any health risk for human consumption?
Well, if you eat the white flesh from a fish, no.
Okay.
It doesn't. But that's with brevetoxin. We do advise that if you're out and you catch a fish that is behaving erratically, there's a characteristic death spiral with brevetoxin, not to consume that fish. And we tell people not to consume shellfish that they pick up on the beach, either without checking that there's a red tide around. We do have outbreaks every year of people getting sick, but it's primarily the non-English speaking residents or tourists who come to the beach who's never heard of red tide and have mussels in their front yard and they're going to have a clam fest.
What about things like crabs and prawns? Are they?
They are not routinely tested. They are the subject of research. We know what the impacts are on some of them, but we don't actually regulate consumption of those. Okay. Different shellfish, they do regulate. Oysters, clams, mussels. We do not regulate scallops because they do not bioaccumulate. They close up and die with brevetoxin. Okay. So no, that's an area of active research. So we know that it's probably not good to eat a crab from the middle of a red tide. And we do pass along that knowledge, but it's primarily research-based.
Okay, fantastic. And one final question. You mentioned whales. We are very fortunate in South Australia to have whale migrations every year. Is this something that we should be concerned about? Because we're coming into the warmer months, which is when the whale migration occurs, and they swim into these beautiful bays where the bloom is. Should we be concerned?
With brevetoxin, yes, it can accumulate if they're consuming fish that can vector toxins into marine mammals. We do see a body load of brevetoxins in dolphins that are resident to our area. Manatees, but that is a different vector. The vector is seagrass, absorption of brevetoxin for manatees. There have been some whale mortalities where I think brevetoxin have been implicated but not proven. There have been other toxins present. So we can't definitively say it was brevetoxin. But yes, we do believe that fish can vector brevetoxins up the food web.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr McIntyre, can I just ask a follow-up question in relation to the testing that's being done? At our last, one of our previous hearings when we had representatives from state government, we were told that brevetoxins had been detected in the sea foam on some of Adelaide's beaches. Just checking whether it was your lab that conducted this testing.
No, it wouldn't have been us. The reference that I made, it may have been to some of the informal testing we've been conducting while we've been validating the methodologies. I don't know who may have spoken to who, if you know what I mean, but we're not officially testing the sea foam, but we have unofficially been.
Yes, I understand that it was some informal testing. I'm just wondering, in that,
Yes.
This is actually an important series of kind of events. So just wanting to check whether you are aware whether you found brevetoxins in foam off Adelaide's beaches informally.
Yes, we did. We did do one round of testing to prove that we could detect brevetoxins in sea foam with our methodology, and yes, and we did detect brevetoxin.
Okay, and then you informed SARDI or
yes,
PIRSA? You informed PIRSA?
Yes, we're doing the testing with them.
Yeah, okay. So you informed PIRSA, and then I understand they would have sent that sea foam off to be tested in New Zealand.
I'm not entirely sure what they did with it, Senator.
Do you... could you tell us what level of brevetoxins had been tested in that informal sample?
No, I can't. And again, that was if you like, an informal test to see if it was possible to detect it, which we did do. But the numbers that would have been in there you couldn't rely on them because they weren't conducted under any strict scientific.
Okay. So it's not that you don't have the levels; you just wouldn't want to any assurance. They're not assured enough for you to publish.
They're not. No, they're not done in.
Okay. When you informed PIRSA that you had been able to do this, was an alarm bell rung in terms of the fact that not only could you test the water, but actually you found some brevetoxin in the water?
I'm not entirely sure about what they did, but certainly they were aware of it and we discussed it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And since then, though, there's been no further discussions about your lab doing any further testing of sea foam or water?
No. This was a matter of weeks ago.
Thank you. And just in the question of accreditation, how far are we away from your lab being accredited so that we don't have to do this double testing?
We'll be commencing our results from early October, and NATA will complete its accreditations by the end of October.
Okay. So you would expect, and I'll ask PIRSA this, of course, directly, but you're expecting that you will be the go-to
yes.
for testing from October?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the three of you for oh, sorry, Senator Walker.
Sorry,
yes, very quickly.
Quick question to Mr. McIntyre. Obviously, local testing is going to mean more timely results. I'm wondering if you're able to talk a little bit about what that means for industry, quicker results as an overview, good for industry, but I'm wondering if you can break that down and give us a bit of an insight into what that means practically.
In practical terms, if we're talking about the shellfish example, which is what we're doing, if you're a vendor of shellfish and you're selling fresh shellfish, for example, and you're not getting test results for 3 weeks or whatever the period of time, then that kind of gives you a massive problem economically and employment-wise. So by us being able to provide locally the turnaround time so quickly, they can understand what's happening with their businesses and their stock and so on, and manage their businesses and hopefully protect jobs in South Australia. And that's the reason, to be honest, that's the reason we put our hand up to try and help.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be, or there could possibly be some questions on notice, but we really appreciate your time and helping us with this inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I will now welcome our next panel, who are also all via video conference. We have representatives from the Australian and New Zealand Marine Harmful Algal Bloom Network, representative from the Institute of Marine and Antarctic Studies, Dr. Kirsty Smith from the Crawthorne Institute, New Zealand, and we also have Professor Burford, who's Australia's representative on the UNESCO Intergovernmental Panel on Harmful Algal Blooms. So there's quite a few to my fellow senators. There's quite a few online. So if you, as we ask questions, just be clear as to who the question is to. We'll get each of you to give us your full name and capacity in which you appear, and then we'll go to some questions. Thank you. And we'll start with representatives from Australia and New Zealand Marine Harmful Algal Bloom. Professor Murray, are you there?
Yeah, I'm happy to start.
Yep.
So my name's Professor Shauna Murray from the University of Technology, Sydney. I'm a marine HAB scientist of 25 years standing. I'm on the committee of the International Society for the Study of Harmful Algae. I'm also on the editorial board for the leading journal in the field, which is called Harmful Algae. And I'm also president of the Australasian Society for Phycology and Aquatic Botany.
Thank you. And Associate Professor Bloch?
I think you mean Bolch?
Bolch?
Is it?
Yep.
Christopher Bolch, yep.
He's on mute.
You're on mute, Chris.
Maybe not.
Okay, we'll come back to Professor Bolch. Representatives for the Institute of Marine and Antarctic Studies. Professor, I'm not quite sure how to say this, but Professor Hallegraf? No, we can't hear you either. Okay, we'll come back to you. Dr. Smith?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kirsty Smith and I'm a research scientist at the Cawthron Institute in Nelson, New Zealand. I have 20 years experience researching harmful algal blooms and I currently co-lead several government-funded research programs related to harmful algal blooms, including ecology and physiology of HABs, monitoring approaches and impacts on human and ecosystem health. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Burford?
I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, Professor Michelle Burford. I'm Australia's representative on the UNESCO FAO Intergovernmental Panel on Harmful Algal Blooms, which is endorsed by the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia. And I'm also a professor at Griffith University where I do research on freshwater algal blooms and have done for a very long time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now, have you all prepared an opening statement, or are you happy? Yes? Okay. We'll try and keep that as short as possible because we are running up against the clock and I'm sure our senators have questions. So we'll start with you, Professor Murray. If you can, I'm hoping you can do the opening statement for your organisation.
Yep, I've been leading a group of about 18 Australian and New Zealand scientists investigating this HAB since March this year from 8 different organisations. We've been largely self-funded, apart from a small grant from the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation, which is specifically around the algal culturing aspect. I'd like to make 4 really brief points. One is there's a very specific knowledge and technical skill base that's needed to research marine HABs, and there are probably around less than 10 scientists nationally that are trained in this area. A lot of what has been said about this HAB has appeared to be in an absence of information. In investigating other marine HABs in Australia, we've developed specific molecular techniques that quantify only one particular HAB species, and then we use detailed environmental data collected over long periods of time to make our models. A lot of those data that would be needed to do this kind of work are missing from this particular HAB. Secondly, it's important that we prioritise research responses based on sound science and cost effectiveness rather than just reacting to this HAB. Thirdly, this is an issue of national importance. We need to consider how best to utilise our national expertise and resources, not just South Australian. And fourthly, we need targeted marine HAB research funding in Australia. Our existing national fisheries or marine science funding hasn't led to a solid understanding of marine HABs in Australia, and that's partly why we're in this situation, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. We will go to Dr. Smith.
Hi, I wanted to make note that New Zealand has experienced a similar kind of pinnacle HAB event in New Zealand in the early 1990s, also caused by a brevitoxin-produced microalga, which was not definitively identified at the time. This event closed down our shellfish harvest for both commercial and wild harvest for over 6 months while we implemented a monitoring program that we still have today. Because HABs can have multiple impacts that threaten seafood safety, public health and ecosystem health, they require action from multiple agencies and a coordinated response to minimise the impacts of these events. Here at Cawthron, we're home to both the commercial laboratories which undertake the testing for the monitoring we have in New Zealand, as well as our core national research program that holds capability in humped algal blooms. And this scenario creates benefits to both the commercial testing offerings as well as the research activities. They're able to support each other. Because HAB events are difficult to predict and each causative species or bloom event has unique risks and impacts, the risk profile in a region can change quite rapidly as species and toxicity fluctuate due to environmental conditions. So this unpredictability requires stable, highly specialised national expertise and capability. Routine monitoring provides confidence to predict human health and support economic activities. But underpinning this, you need nimble research capability to ensure that we can adapt to our changing environments and the associated risks.
Thank you. And we're going to go back. Professor Hallegraaff, are you there? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Could you give us your full name and the capacity in which you appear and a short opening statement, please?
So I am an emeritus. Am I echoing?
You are. It might mean that other people need to mute. So if I could, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Professor. We'll see if that's better. Okay, it's obviously not working. We're just going to put a pin in the Institute for Marine and Antarctic Studies. We'll go to Professor Burford.
Thank you very much. And I want to just raise the fact that I'm in this role in IPHAB, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Harmful Algal Blooms, which is a consortium of member countries who facilitate the study of harmful algal blooms around the world. And whilst I'm endorsed by the Australian government, there's no resourcing for this role. Don Anderson is the US representative on this same committee, and you heard from him earlier. So in Australia, blooms are typically managed in a piecemeal way by state governments, councils, water authorities, but not by the federal government. Australia's marine waters historically have relatively small scale blooms, but they're much more common in freshwaters until this South Australian example, which has, of course, been devastating for so many people. It's very difficult to manage bloom crises in a reactionary way, and particularly hard to understand the cause and effect. But I think this is an opportunity to be more proactive and take a more national approach. And I'm not just talking about a researcher network, although it's very useful, the one that's recently been set up. I'm talking about a working group involving the management agencies, councils, states, water authorities, as well as researchers who focus on prioritising areas of risk around Australia using predictive tools, where those times of risk will be, evaluating and planning for the use of mitigation strategies. And I believe that freshwater and marine should be considered together because historically we have had a lot of problems with freshwater blooms as well. Resourcing is essential, but it then also comes back to who has responsibility at a national level. Thank you. Thank you.
I think what we'll do is we're going to start questions because otherwise we're not going to get very far, and we can. I'll check back in with Professor Hallegraf if towards the end. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not entirely sure who I'm directing this to because I think you may all have a view, but I'm interested in understanding the environmental factors contributing to this algal bloom. We've heard varying evidence about the impact of nutrients, the impacts of heat waves, all sorts of different theories. But I'm particularly interested in what your perspective, given the vast experience you've each had in looking at algal blooms, what the sort of critical environmental factors are that we should be paying attention to.
I'm happy to answer for the moment. Yeah. So I start by saying we don't actually know which Carenia species we have in this bloom as of yet. We know that we have around 4 to 5 different Carenia species, and one of them is producing brevetoxins. We know that much. And probably the one that's producing brevetoxins is not Carenia mikimotoi, although we know Carenia mikimotoi is in this bloom. We also know that we do not have Carenia brevis in this bloom currently. So I'm saying all that because every species of harmful algae is totally different in terms of things like its temperature preferences, its nutrient preferences, the types of salinity it grows in, and so on and so forth. So, for example, Carenia brevis that they get in the US grows between about 22 and 28 degrees of water temperature. What we're seeing in South Australia is something growing at about 14 degrees of water temperature. So, and it's typically, those sorts of species are typically cold water species. So I don't believe we're in a position to make inferences about the role of marine heat waves or nutrients since we don't yet know what species we're dealing with.
That's a little depressing, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Okay, so we need to up our game in terms of understanding what we've got. But yes, what we keep hearing is that the different types of algae are extraordinarily difficult to identify. Can I just confirm that that's the situation even though there's been research and development going on across the world in different places for decades?
Yes, so the problem here is that in Australia we have a very kind of poor idea of what Carenia species we have present in the country because we haven't had much funding of the type of basic taxonomy that would be required to go out there and do the day-to-day identification. Also, what I said in my opening statement, there's probably between 5 and 10 marine harmful algal taxonomists with the right skills in Australia, and we're not training very many at the moment. So it's slow going. We do have molecular genetic tools, and we heard about that, but usually they need to be developed specifically to the organisms that you're targeting. And if you don't know exactly what you have, then you're starting from scratch. So it takes time. As I said in my statement, we're working on that. And we're largely self-funded, working on all of that. We have been since March. We're getting somewhere and we expect that we'll have some results within the next month. But it takes time and it's been very difficult, yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I know that Senator Walker's got questions. I don't know if you want to rotate and come back or...
Senator Walker.
Thank you. I know a lot of the witnesses that we've had to this committee have spoken about the importance of monitoring going forward. And this isn't to anyone directly. I'm interested to hear about contributions that anyone has to make. I feel like the word monitoring has been used broadly, but I'm wondering your perspective on what actual monitoring, so locations, frequency indicators, would be most helpful indicating, warning signs early on. And I'm also wondering if there's any international examples that you can draw on where early monitoring has been able to pick this up.
Well, if I speak again, so we have not just international examples, we also have national examples. So we've developed molecular genetic tools to understand Alexandrium blooms in Tasmania. And then we developed a method that could be used on farm to pick up Alexandrium catenella. That method was used by the mussel farmer, and they were able to detect Alexandrium catenella on their mussel farm 2 weeks before they had any paralytic shellfish toxins in their mussels. So, yes, there are absolutely techniques that can be used. When I say monitoring, I'm talking about species-specific monitoring, because I think that's critically important, and I agree that I think the term monitoring has been used in a very broad sense, some of which has not been very helpful, because some of it is talking more about oceanographic condition monitoring, which is not necessarily very indicative because, as I just said, we don't yet know whether or not things like marine heat waves or nutrients have contributed to this particular harmful algal bloom or not.
Sorry, Michelle Burford here, if I could just add to that, as I'm also on the board of the Integrated Marine Observing System, and there's a lot of telemetry, a lot of equipment that's out all around Australia where they measure the ocean conditions. There's an initiative to move that further in towards the coast in a range of places. And I think that element is also important because you need to know where the water is moving. That's also important in terms of prediction. So, and what the climate's doing. And so I think all these bits of the puzzle come together. Absolutely need to understand the organisms, but where are they moving? And what's the climate doing in terms of providing conditions that might be suitable for blooms to start?
If I could add a point, please, Christopher Bolsh.
Yes, you need to just introduce yourself for the sake of Hansard.
I am Christopher Bolsh with both IMAS and UTS as an honorary staff member. I've been investigating harmful algal blooms over about 40 years in coastal and inland waters. So my particular expertise is biology, ecology and culture of these organisms. So if I could go on and just make a point about the need to understand the specific biology and ecology of the organisms.
Go on.
So we can't understand how and why this bloom occurred and the risk it poses unless we understand the primary causative organisms. In these samples, the samples I've examined over the last few months, it is not Corenia mikimoti. It's actually a species we know very little about. We are still trying to determine exactly which species is or whether it is new. So we can't apply previous research with really much confidence to understand the factors that might have initiated and sustained the bloom. In terms of the culture effort, this is not an easy organism to culture, even by Corenia standards. Possibly the most fragile, slow-growing organism I've had to work with over the years. But we're making great progress. We need further time and effort to establish those pure cultures, which are all necessary to determine how it kills marine life, its impact on humans, its preferred environmental conditions, how the blooms start, and how it maintains its dominance to form blooms. That is all essential if we're going to develop accurate detection, bloom modelling, forecasting, and have any hope of predicting bloom risk in the future.
Could I just follow up to that, Professor? I'm interested as to, so you said you have been testing samples. Have you been asked to do that? Is that just something you're doing through the university? Where are you getting those samples from, and what's happening with the results?
So I'm part of the network that Shauna Murray is leading. So I've been at UTS for the last 6 to 8 weeks in a voluntary capacity, assisting with the culturing and isolation of the organism.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite takes a large amount of technical practice and skill to do that successfully, especially with very fragile organisms like this.
Mm-hmm.
And as I say, this is possibly the most difficult organism I've had to work with, but at least we can culture it, which is not always the case.
Mm-hmm. And Professor Murray, are you in communication with the South Australian or the federal government about this work and what your group is finding?
Yes, that's right. So I've been getting samples from PIRSA and SARDI, but we've also been getting samples from citizen scientists in South Australia, and I've sent lots of data over to South Australia at various times, to SARDI and to PIRSA. And there are 3 co-authors on the manuscript that I'm working at the moment who are from SARDI or PIRSA.
So when do you think, or when is your understanding that it was first detected or known that this it wasn't the algae wasn't just Carina Miki-Moitoi? Because that is what was, there's been press conferences and press conferences and press conferences from state government officials about it, and assurances and questions about that. And now we're hearing, well, there's a variety of different algae, and in fact, Miki-Moitoi isn't the one that's causing the damage.
So I presented at the SARDI Forum on the 3rd of June, at the time I was in New Zealand working with Kirsty Smith and other colleagues from the Cawthron Institute. And I presented data that Kirsty and I had analysed at the Cawthron Institute at that time, and we showed that there were multiple Carina species present in the bloom at that time.
Including ones that were creating toxic brevitons.
Well, we don't know that. So, as you just heard, the species that we're investigating at the moment to find out which is the brevitoxin producer is not known. It's not a species that's been recorded to produce brevitoxins elsewhere in the world. We did record that there's a variety of different Carina species present in the bloom, and we also reported that one of them we believe was producing brevitoxins. And we also showed that what methods we're using to detect it using genetic approaches and so on. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Senator Walker, do you have any other questions?
Yes. So let's say we do identify early warning signs of a bloom. What can meaningfully be done from that point, if anything, to limit the impact of the bloom?
Well, there's so if I just answer first, but there's a few different things. So if it's a fisheries and aquaculture type approach, then what you can do is similar to what was done in the Spring Bay Alexandrium situation, where if you know 2 weeks before you're about to get toxin in your oysters, you can then switch your farming to another location. You can have a bit of early warning time to organise your staff and your operations. And if you're talking about a human health impacts or public health rather than that, it just gives you an extra couple of weeks to get prepared, to decide on your messaging and how you're going to communicate with the public, and where your likely problem areas are going to be.
But if I could just add to that, and I think, Dr. Anderson also pointed to some of those mitigation, like the clays, for example, that can be used if the area is not that big. So if you know the bloom's starting, you can actually, if you have everything in place, you can react quickly, and you can also try to mitigate the expansion of that bloom, so it goes to stop it going from a small bloom to a big bloom.
Okay. I think something else that we're also considering is, information sharing and the importance of, agencies working together in these types of situations. And this goes to everyone on the panel if anyone's got a contribution to make. Are there any examples you can point to in terms of frameworks or structures for data being shared in terms of monitoring that you think would be helpful?
Well, I think that was partly why we set up the Australian and New Zealand Marine Harmful Algal Bloom Network, is that we believe that this is a national issue and we need to have a national response because there's a lot of expertise outside South Australia. So our network's set up to set up these kinds of databases that we can then share data. We can find out what HAB species do we know about in other states, what cultures do we have, and how can we share them around better so that we can further the science in a faster way. The other issue there is also funding. As I mentioned, we haven't received funding so far to do this. So obviously when you receive funding, it can speed up things.
Thank you.
I would also like to add something, if possible.
Very quickly, because we've got other questions. Yep.
Okay. I'd point out that we have had similar networks in the past 30, 40 years, but they have usually wound down or failed purely because of the lack of funding for the network in its basic operations. So the funding is critical.
Funding is critical. We are hearing that across the board, so thank you for underlying that. I'm going to try again to see whether we can hear from Professor Hallegraaff. Are you there now? You'll have to take yourself off mute and then... This system just doesn't like you, Professor, and I apologise for that. Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry about the...
We can hear you. Thank you for your patience. Could you please give us your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing, and I'll give you a short moment to tell us a bit about your work and your take on this issue.
So I'm an emeritus professor at the University of Tasmania. I've worked on Australian harmful algal blooms for almost 50 years, and I'm closely working now with Shauna Murray and Chris Bolge. And I've also worked with Kirsty Smith in the past, as well as with my overseas colleague Don Anderson on many harmful algal bloom problems. And indeed, this is certainly one of the most challenging bloom events that I have encountered, definitely in Australia. It's also the complexity of trying to identify the organism. And we're getting very close, and it's based on a combination of culturing that Chris Bolge does, molecular sequencing that Shauna Murray does, and I'm doing a lot of the electron microscopy. This organism is so fragile that the moment you put it under a microscope, it starts to change shape. You preserve it, different preservative gives different morphology. But we're getting very close. We hope to solve this in the next month or two. I don't want to give away too much, but it is almost certainly an organism that never has been cultured anywhere else in the world. It's closely related to organisms known from cold water environments in the rest of the world. It's also usually very slow growing, and it can grow under extremely low nutrient conditions. Very often they build up offshore over many, many months, and then there's some oceanographic events that washes them inshore. They can feed on other algae, and they even, as Don Anderson also pointed out, they can extract nutrients from dead fish. So they're very clever organisms. This is the chemical warfare that Don talked about. So in that context, it is really highly premature to claim a link with climate change or claim a link with nutrient pollution or start to jump to any ideas about using clay. We don't know what clay is going to mean for the fate of the brevetoxins. I think you all just have to wait for the science and be getting there in the next month or two.
That sounds very depressing, actually.
No, that's how it works.
Thank you, Professor. Can I just ask, can you just clarify who's doing this work, and is this something that's being done independently of government?
That's right, and as we are a group of 5 or so scientists that are doing this out of scientific curiosity, completely unfunded, and we're doing our best.
So I'm leading the group, and there are actually 18 of us, Gustav, on the authors. Yep. And if you look at my Senate inquiry submission, you can see the title page, the abstract, and the introduction to the manuscript we're currently writing. So you can see who the authors are. It has the full list and the organisations involved. It does involve PIRSA and SARDI, but they haven't funded it. So they're just involved in the sense that they collected the water samples and they were collaborating with us.
Mm-hmm. And do you, Professor Murray, share the same optimism as your colleague that we will have an answer to this in a month or so?
Yes. I believe we will. We are aiming to have our manuscript ready for submission by mid-October.
Okay. That's very helpful to know. Now, I'm going to go to Senator Blythe because she's been waiting patiently to ask her question.
Thank you, and I will be quick because I know we are running out of time. I just wanted to clarify, just with you, Professor Murray, that you've been working with SARDI and PIRSA, and it was on the 3rd of June that they were first notified that this wasn't, it wasn't Karenia mikimoto that was causing the brevetoxin, but there was brevetoxin present. Is that right?
Well, we couldn't rule out that there might be some strange, highly unusual strain of Karenia mikimoto that produces brevetoxins, but we did notify in that presentation. It's actually documented, so there's on the SARDI website that 3rd of June meeting.
Okay.
And I can also send you a copy of my presentation. But yeah, we talked in that presentation about the presence of 4 to 5 different Karenia species, one of which is producing brevetoxin.
If you're happy to table that presentation, that would be very helpful, I think, for the committee. Yep. So thank you very much for that. And so I guess that from your perspective, with the 18 incredible volunteer scientists that are all coming together, who initiated that? Was that something that the state government or the federal government got in touch with you and said, we need this body of work done, or is that you guys have...
It was just what Gustav said. It was entirely because we're marine HAB scientists and that's what we do. We research every marine HAB in the country, and we have done for the past 20-odd years. So, it was our own initiative.
Fantastic. And thank you very much for showing some initiative and some leadership in this space. I think certainly if you're optimistic about having, some, I guess, science for us to look at within the next month, that's going to be incredibly helpful for all South Australians, and I think, nationally as we move forward. So in terms of you guys, if you wanted to keep something like this going, and I'm conscious that, you're volunteering, spending time on this, what type of funding would be required to keep a network like this together longer term so that it doesn't break up and just go away when the algal bloom, fingers crossed, hopefully does shortly? How do we keep a network like this sustained?
So I think we'd need some sort of secretariat funding. So it'd be something in lines of someone to maintain our websites, our mailing lists, set up training workshops maybe once a year, that kind of funding. And then also some sort of ongoing research funding so that people could apply for not even necessarily big grants, but grants to research the fundamental taxonomy, distribution and abundance of various different marine HAB species in key places around Australia, along the lines of what we just heard Michelle talk about.
Fair. Do you think your network would also have expertise in terms of what recovery? I mean, I'm sort of conscious, and I'm stepping forward a few steps, and I hope that this bloom goes away, and then we will need to move into that phase of recovery. Is that something your network could also be helpful for with your expertise?
Well, I think we could, in the sense of understanding what it is that actually killed the various different or made them move is then helpful in understanding how you best help them recover. So sometimes really the best recovery might be just letting things be and not doing anything for a short time, or sometimes more active intervention might be required. But to understand that, you need to know, did they actually all die? Did they move away? And what was the toxic effect So was it a Karenia Miki-Motoi kind of effect, or was it the actual accumulation of toxin, in which case they might depurate and then they'll be fine again? So really understanding those toxic effects and how they're related to the particular algal species is really, really important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
And if I could just add one more point about that. You know, of course, South Australia is where our focus is right now, and it absolutely should be. But this is also a warning sign, right? We need to think more about, what if this happened in Moreton Bay? What if this happened outside of Sydney? You know, are we positioned to be able to respond? I mean, I think there's a lot of learnings that will also come out of this, and I think we need to sort of take those on board and think about, okay, if this happened in other parts of Australia, what are the conditions under which that might happen? It's all probabilistic, right? But it might happen, and how might we be able to respond? So I think it's a really good opportunity to try and think more broadly about these challenges.
I think that's really fair, and I think it's been very clear that we weren't well placed to respond to this, and it was certainly delayed because it was in South Australia. I think almost all the senators on this panel are South Australian, and I think it's fair to say if it had happened at Bondi Beach, there may have been a faster response to it. So that's certainly something that's front of mind.
I guess to that point, one of the things we're looking at, and happy to take any further evidence as supplementary submission as to what a national coordination of this going forward is, not just the research, the research, the monitoring, the testing, but that sharing of information. It was put to us by Dr. Anderson from the United States at the beginning this morning about the fact that there's no shared phytoplankton data across the country. And is that something that as researchers would be helpful? Is that something that you would support? And we need a national framework of how we monitor and research this, not just the actual response.
And I think in that respect, federal government taking some leadership on this is really important. But Don Anderson, they're already doing this kind of thing in the US. There's some good examples out there to say how do they run these things in other countries, and what can we learn from that, and what might be a good strategy about the kind of people you want involved and the kind of mechanisms you need for the flow of information.
Can I just put a question on notice for anyone who's got an interest in responding? A lot of the witnesses we've heard from talk to us rightly about just their piece of the puzzle, and everyone thinks, obviously, and I totally get this, that their piece of the puzzle is critical, and that's probably right. But the worry, of course, and we've heard some evidence from some other investments in research and monitoring and various things on very, very different situations, that nothing came from it. There was no outcome, there was no greater understanding. The challenge for us going forward, on the point that the Chair has just made, is if we are looking at a system that is a nationwide system, like we need to think that it's not just South Australia. This is, if it's going to happen in South Australia, it's likely to happen somewhere else. How do we respond? How do we put together a system when people are very much thinking in their lanes? What are your views about the broader picture, about how we get the whole picture right here? So anything you want to put to us in writing would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will leave you there. Thank you so much for presenting to us today and your submissions and taking some questions on notice. And I appreciate your patience with the technology. It is just one of those things. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're going to suspend now for 10 minutes as a committee. So if we can close the broadcast, please, Hansard. commence. And I now welcome representatives of the South Australian Government who are all appearing via video conference today. We have Department of Primary Industries and Regions, South Australia, the South Australian Research and Development Institute, the Algal Bloom Response Coordination Unit, which is being done out of the Department of Premier and Cabinet. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department or Commonwealth of a Commonwealth or a state should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy, does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, I'd like you all to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear. And we'll start with Mr. Beattie. We'll have to get Mr. Go ahead, Mr. Beattie.
Chris Beattie. I'm the coordinator for the Algal Bloom Response Coordination Unit within the Department of the Premier and Cabinet.
Thank you. Professor Steer.
Good morning. My name is Mike Steer. I'm the Executive Director for the South Australian Research and Development Institute, which is the research arm for the Department of Primary Industries and Regions.
Wonderful. And Mr. Wilkinson.
Good morning. Clinton Wilkinson, Program Leader of the South Australian Shellfish Quality Assurance Program.
Thank you. Now, I might just ask you, Mr. Beattie, we've obviously had you before us already, but is there any update in the form of an opening statement you would like to give?
Thanks, Senator, and thanks for the opportunity for government representatives to appear before this inquiry again today. The hearings held locally in South Australia, Port Lincoln, Drossen, Victor Harbor and Seacliff, where we appeared before you earlier this month, heard from community leaders, scientists, industry representatives who've clearly been voicing deep concern over the devastating impact of the algal bloom. The testimonies through the Hansard have revealed widespread marine mortality, economic hardship for tourism and our fishing sectors, coastal communities, and a pressing need for coordinated monitoring and long-term environmental management. We also heard from panellists about improvements on how we can manage and coordinate the response to the algal bloom, and we're taking that feedback seriously and using the lessons from this event to strengthen our systems and work better across agencies to make sure that we're ready for future events like this into the future. The state government response to the algal bloom is clearly still ongoing, and it's been a joint and coordinated effort across multiple agencies and intergovernmental agencies as well. We've been working closely with key stakeholders and industry groups as we coordinate our efforts. We have made significant progress since we last appeared, particularly through some of the initiatives that were originally announced as part of the $28 million funding support package, jointly funded by the Commonwealth and the state government. Our beach clean-up program, which was in its infancy when you first had hearings in Seacliff, is now fully operational. The program supports coastal councils across metropolitan and regional coastlines and is working closely with our delivery partners, Disaster Relief Australia, Surf Life Saving South Australia, our local councils, with now 7-day-a-week daily clean-up operations across metropolitan beaches and targeted clean-up operations in regional areas. Last week we released the Coast is Calling tourism voucher campaign, which is aimed at helping our tourism operators impacted by the algal bloom, as well as those coastal businesses that are in those areas where the vouchers are supporting accommodation. A total of 123,000 South Australians participated in the ballot, and over 20,000 vouchers are available to be used with impacted communities from 30 November onwards. We've released $1.4 million in fee relief, which has been granted to impacted businesses through a range of business support programs. The bubble curtain has been installed to help protect the giant cuttlefish in the Upper Spencer Gulf. And to date, we've hosted 14 community forums, with the last held last night across metropolitan regional areas, with nearly 2,000 attendees at those forums. We've installed more than 800 signs across the 24 council areas. And we're looking forward to the accreditation of a new laboratory in South Australia, Agile X, which is targeting the end of October for its national accreditation. As we work towards continuing with our response, the development of the summer plan is in full flight, with an official announcement and further details expected to be released by the government in early October. This plan has been developed in close consultation with key stakeholders, with feedback from the community and understandably across multiple agencies in the South Australian government. And the intention is to provide a very strong foundation for the algal bloom response should it persist through into summer. We're also continuing to work closely with our federal counterparts in supporting communities impacted by the algal bloom and through the delivery of the various programs across state government departments.
Great. Thank you. I'm assuming, Professor Steer and Mr Wilkinson, that you've got nothing particular to add to that.
Nothing more to add, Senator.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will go straight to questions, and I'll start with Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us again. We do really appreciate it. I've no doubt you've been monitoring the evidence that we've been receiving. And what strikes me is everyone has a slightly different view. Everyone believes their view is the most important and most accurate. There's nothing wrong with that. But the challenge that we face is that everybody feels that there should be funding going to them to do their piece of the puzzle. My big concern here is the coordination of research and monitoring, and how we actually ensure that any response that this committee may recommend actually connects all of those pieces together, and particularly the relationship and the interface between the state and the federal departments and government, in terms of ensuring that in putting forward recommendations here and in looking to your summer plan and the other things that you may have going on into the future, that we're thinking about the whole country. We're thinking about how we focus very specifically on South Australia right now, but how we use this to build for the future. Professor, do any of you have a really solid view about that? Because you will have heard the evidence we've heard. Everyone, their bit is going to fix it. They've got the answers, and it's brilliant to hear that. But how do we make the right decisions about the mix, and how do we make sure it all connects together so we don't have disparate work going on across the board?
I can answer from a scientific perspective. Yeah, thank you, Senator. And yeah, it is a challenging situation that we find ourselves in, and there is quite a diverse network of expertise, particularly with algal bloom science. I could say that in the marine science fraternity, we're relatively well connected, and I imagine that you would have heard that through many of the submissions. We've got strong engagement across not only across the government departments within South Australia and the universities, but also in other states and including the Commonwealth. We quite early on, as we were progressing through, I think it might have been in early June, when we realised the magnitude of this algal bloom and the fact that there's quite a lot of knowledge gaps, we pulled together a national, in fact it was international, because we had New Zealand representatives come to a workshop to really try and flesh out where our key areas of research needs are and what gaps do we need to collectively and collaborate in filling, which was good. And those minutes and report are publicly available, and we're happy to share that. Similarly, we've also set up a scientific advisory panel that extends across the nation and also includes New Zealand, and that's chaired by the South Australian Chief Scientist, Professor Craig Simmons. Originally, that group was meeting on a monthly basis, but we realised they need to be a greater tempo and engagement, so we're coordinating that on a fortnightly basis, and they're providing us with considerable information around how to shape the next R&D platforms, particularly as we move from, I guess, a case of responding to this environmental impact, going through measuring the impact and seeing what the consequences are on our marine ecosystems and biodiversity, and then flowing into what that recovery plan looks like. So it is a large group that we are coordinating as best we can, and will continue to embrace and foster those collaborative relationships going forward.
But we're hearing we've heard from a range of people, either in written submissions or through other means. Oh well, no one in the government's rung me, and I'm the most eloquent and experienced scientist on this issue. And then we hear from others that there's only 5 people in Australia who could possibly look at this thing. Like it's vast and quite
but it's
challenging.
In the fact that it's across multiple disciplines, right? It's about understanding the role of the algae in the ecosystem. It's around understanding the roles of a changing climate and seeing if we can provide a level of predictability in the future, which is clearly a challenge. It's about tapping into fisheries experiences, because there's been impacts on commercial, recreational fisheries and aquaculture. It's tapping into ecologists. So it is quite a diversity of skill sets that need to be coordinated appropriately.
And do you feel like you're on the pathway to get that mix right?
I've been really impressed, actually, around the level of coordination that we have, given that we are dealing with this in real time. And we're learning considerable amounts as we go. I understand you've heard from Shauna Murray already to talk about the challenges of understanding this species complex. But I'm really impressed with how the marine community, whether it's state government or whether it's university or whether there's expertise, that are really leaning in to share and provide the expertise. And we get unsolicited requests all the time, and it just highlights how engaged people are about this. And we assess that on a what are the best levels of resources and expertise do we need to contribute to this common purpose of understanding this bloom and working out how we can be better prepared into the future.
Because there's some immediate things, there's the medium-term things and the long-term things. I don't think that we've heard from anyone that hasn't provided us with some really thoughtful contributions, and certainly recognise and appreciate the dedication and the contribution people have made. But as we sort of step forward, the idea of a national system, developing a new kind of national system that would trigger when these things happen, not just in South Australia but across the country. I think the general feeling is that when this particular bloom subsides, we are highly likely to get another one into the future, maybe. So understanding what would that system look like. As you well know, some people have asked us to change some of our current emergency declaration systems. We don't necessarily think that that's the answer, but maybe a different system is. What would you recommend in terms of things that needed to be captured in any such system that tried to develop, any such process that tried to develop a system that would be that would work for slow and more specific issues like this algal bloom?
I can answer from a scientific perspective, but in terms of going into the political sphere, I'll leave that for others. But we're working already at the fastest pace that we can around some of the funding that's been applied already through establishing real-time monitoring systems around the South Australian coastline, and this serves as a really good example around, what can we do in our current situation in New South Australia as a real-time case study that can no doubt be expanded nationally if there is a desire to do that. So the real-time monitoring systems, and we've had one sophisticated buoy that detects certain algal species. We've had one in South Australia since around the aquaculture facilities 2023. So expanding that to give us more real-time understanding of that detection. It links in with satellite technology. It links in with the oceanography. So we've got, strong relationships with CSIRO and developing this capability and also increasing our oceanography in line with the Bureau of Meteorology as well. So that'll give us a quick alert system. Also a need for, and you may have heard this already from Dr. Anderson, who was provided an incredible source of knowledge for us during his visit to expand our water quality monitoring around the presence of Karenia species, and we're indeed doing that actively as we speak. So I guess to answer your question, is we're already investing in setting up the fundamental baseline infrastructure and science to support a rapid response, or at least a almost real-time detection, which no doubt can be expanded into any other jurisdiction if there is a desire.
Senator Grogan, we are going to have to rotate, so
okay. Thank you.
If we've got others, we'll come back. Senator Blythe.
Thank you, Chair. And I will be quick because thank you. We have spoken to these participants in South Australia. I just had a few, points of clarification in terms of where we're up to with the $28 million support package. So where have we got to in terms of what's been spent already and what's been allocated and what's still left to divvy up and decide what to do with?
I take a comprehensive approach to this on notice and happy to provide detailed figures across the different programs on notice. What I would say is that significant progress has been made across a number of our programs. Small business grants, for example, we've had 35 of those approved, 20 under assessment for fee relief for our licence holders, fisheries and aquaculture. There's been 27 impacted licence holders that have had fee relief approved, and a number, 21 odd applications that are still pending. I've already mentioned in the sort of opening statement around the progress we've seen across our beach cleanup program. We've recently extended contracts with respect to the Stay Afloat mental health program. Our rural support, business support programs are assisting 13 businesses with financial counselling. The tourism voucher scheme is in flight with 20,000 vouchers on offer, and it's been well oversubscribed by South Australians. Of course, our media campaigns are in flight with a $750,000 Buy SA Seafood campaign, which is in market. A $750,000 algal bloom public information campaign, which is also in market. And of course, the Coast is Calling tourism campaign, which has kicked off in support of this voucher scheme. So progress is tracking well. Understandably, a number of the measures are longer or medium-term measures, but happy to get the detail on the expenditure to date across those programs to you on notice.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much for that. And particularly interested, we spoke to a lot of councils during the course of this inquiry, and it will just be interesting to see how much is going to them as well to assist with the clean-up, because that is happening at a local level. We've heard, and as Senator Grogan pointed out, we have heard from a lot of different experts with particular niches, and there seems to be, slightly different evidence or points of view that have been coming across. I guess in terms of how the state government is coordinating the response, particularly from a health perspective. So when we were in Seacliff in South Australia, we'd sort of heard that there were no health impacts, and then it was modified because then it was maybe if you had asthma that changes. And now we've recently had the Chief Public Health Officer going out saying shut your doors and windows, but only if you live in the sort of Henley Beach area. What are SA Health, I guess, what information are they getting from Premier and Cabinet to make decisions about what health advice they're providing to visitors to coastal regions, when we've heard today that the aerosol can travel up to 10 kilometres from the coast region?
What I would say is that SA Health is well engaged in the governance and coordination structures at all levels across the response. This includes clearly at the Cabinet level, but also the Algal Bloom Cabinet Task Force, where the Minister for Health is a standing member of that task force. Our senior officials group, the Chief Executive's Response Group, comprises the Chief Executives from relevant state government departments, as well as our Chief Public Health Officer, Professor Nicholas Spurrier. And of course, at a lower level across our work streams, SA Health is strongly engaged across quite a number of our programs, including very close linkages with our science fraternity and the officers working out of PIRSA and SARDI. So at a system level, highly integrated and very connected into the governance structures and the coordination of the state's response to this event.
And is there health advice that they're providing to those that are immunocompromised or, those from vulnerable communities? Particularly, we heard evidence when we were on the Yorke Peninsula from Indigenous elders who were saying, they're living right on the coast and they've received nothing. They don't have doors and windows necessarily to close when they're down on the beach. How is SA Health and the SA government dealing with that nuance? Because it seems at the moment it's only Henley Beach, close your windows and doors, but that's not consistent. So I'm just trying to decipher how SA Health are making those, providing that advice.
I wouldn't want to speak for SA Health, but what I would say is that SA Health are providing their information by a number of trusted sources and platforms. We have a one-stop shop for information that has been delivered through the algalbloom.sa.gov.au website. We have 800 signs that have been installed across our coastal council areas, which includes information to the community. We have weekly media conferences led by the Premier, where SA Health and or other officials has provided updates. And of course, these information streams complement their Health Direct hotline when people can call in for information, as well as the primary health networks and GP networks and so on. SA Health is also prosecuting a number of other strategies around their Stay Afloat mental health program, and is looking towards a more comprehensive public health monitoring strategy as we move into the summer months.
And do those 800 signs include information for people that have asthma? Or were they done before that advice was changed?
My understanding is that that signage was prepared prior to that advice changing. However, the SIGN program is one that is ongoing, and certainly any updated public health advice that needs to be on that signage will be addressed as that program continues to roll through.
Okay, so I'm assuming all those 800 signs will need to be put up again, which is not an easy task, particularly through the regions.
Look, I'm happy to take on notice the specifics of any particular changes with respect to public health advice, but it is fair to say that these signs are in fairly exposed coastal environments. We are planning on requirements to update and amend signage across the summer months as part of our community engagement and public information program.
And I guess where are you up to with that summer plan that we heard briefly about that was underway? When do you expect that to be launched?
There's been quite a bit of work undertaken across government agencies and with stakeholders in response to the feedback we've heard from the community forums. We're working towards having a plan for government's consideration with a view to that being announced in early October.
Okay, and one final question is, you've had a change in Minister responsible for environment and water. Do you see that there will be any, I guess, issues that arise for you in terms of coordinating that response for South Australians, getting a new person up to speed in the middle of a pretty devastating crisis?
I don't have any concerns that are being raised with me in relation to continuity. We have strong governance arrangements where the relevant ministers are involved at the Cabinet and Task Force level, and senior officials support respective ministers with the advice of their agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Mr Wilkinson. So I understand you head up the South Australian Shellfish Assurance Program. Can you outline very quickly what is the role and the responsibility of that, given what has been unfolding?
Thank you, Senator. So the role is to basically monitor shellfish growing areas and harvesting areas around South Australia on a routine basis, to basically have consumer confidence in the shellfish in South Australia.
Yeah. So you've the program that you head up. Please correct me if I'm wrong. This is I want to get this clear. This program has been the ongoing program that for years and years has been doing the routine testing of whether there's brevetoxins in particular detected in any of the shellfish. Is that correct? Oysters, mussels, pippies?
No, we basically were testing for diuretic shellfish toxins, anemic shellfish toxins, paralytic shellfish toxins, because neurotic shellfish toxins had never been found in Australia. Mm-hmm. But over the years, when I've seen an increase in Corynea noto or Corynea papanaceae, I've actually tested for brevetoxins and never found any detections.
So, so the brevetoxins, the detection of brevetoxins are a new thing, but this assurance program has been doing regular testing.
Yes, correct.
Long before this bloom.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And when you've been testing these in this regular fashion, who actually does the testing? Are these the samples that have been routinely sent off to New Zealand?
No, so we were using, we'll take a step back. Our first tier of testing is to look at phytoplankton first, then backed up by regular biotoxin testing. And we originally were sending samples to New Zealand, but a lab started up in Sydney many years ago, and we sent samples there, and now we use Tasmania for our routine samples.
Okay,
but
all right.
Due to the lab not being accredited for brevetoxins, the other samples go to New Zealand.
Understood. So those other tests are able to be done domestically here in Australia, but it's the brevetoxin that would need to be sent to New Zealand. And is it just shellfish that this testing occurs on? So mussels, oysters, pippies?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other similar assurance programs for non-shellfish species?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. I am interested, and because we've been given a number of, we've obviously received a lot of submissions throughout this inquiry, and one in particular from Dr. Alison Turnbull, the Program Manager at Safe Fish, has highlighted to us that there are no national guidelines for dealing with this non-bivalve food safety, so outside of shellfish. Is that your understanding? There's no national kind of oversight of that?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you believe that this is a gap in the national regulations?
When an event always occurs, we always find gaps.
Yeah. Okay. Could I ask you whether? So when the brevetoxin was first detected, was that you, Mr. Wilkinson? How did that come about? The original detection in the mussels and the oysters in May that led to the closure of those farms.
So we saw an increase of carina cells in the area, and we had basically routine testing coming up. So we decided to do some brevetoxin testing because I've done it in the past, and we detected brevetoxin for the first time in South Australia.
Okay, so you thought there was carina cells around, so let's send these samples off to New Zealand, and voila, it came back to be brevetoxin.
No, we actually sent to the unaccredited lab in Tasmania.
Okay.
Detected brevetoxins, and then we basically sent samples to New Zealand to the accredited lab.
Okay, understood. And of course, now we're going to have a testing lab in South Australia that will be accredited soon, so you'll be able to deal directly with them. Yes?
Yes, that'd be great. Yeah.
Can I ask about the access, what happens when you're doing this regular phytoplankton testing as a matter of course? Like, how often does that traditionally occur, outside of this bloom?
So traditionally, monthly during the winter months and fortnightly during the summer months.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're weekly.
And now you're weekly, okay.
Yeah, for the whole state.
Where does that data go? Who holds that data?
We hold it. The state government holds it. So,
yeah.
So SESCO has a database.
And it might be that Mr. Steer needs to clarify this. When it's state government, it's SARDI or PISA?
That'll be within PIRSA. So SASQAP sits within the Biosecurity Division of the Department of Primary Industries and Regions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is there? It's been raised with us by a number of submitters that this data is kept highly restricted and confidential within PIRSA. Is that correct?
Who are you putting the question to?
Well, I might put it to you, Mr. Wilkinson.
We basically, no one's really actually asked for the data.
Uh-huh. Is it publicly available?
I can't answer that question.
Mr. Steer, Professor Steer, is this phytoplankton data that has been routinely collected publicly available?
I'll have to take that one on notice, Senator, but I do know that because it relates to industry as a partner in funding this process, then there could be confidentiality constraints around industry. So we'll take that one on notice, please.
Yes, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but I want to be clear that I'd like the answer rather than I don't want a paragraph coming back saying you can't tell us. You either the information is shared publicly or it's not. You can give us the reason why it's not, if that's what you're alluding to in terms of commercial in confidence.
Understood, Senator. Take that one on notice.
Thank you. And I'm interested as to whether the access to this data has changed since the bloom has been on set. You know, we're all talking about this now. There's public money going into how we deal with this. I'm interested into what was the previous public access to that data and what is the public access to that data now?
Happy to include that in the question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. You said that it's a joint program with industry. Can we just unpack that a bit? So you're saying the shellfish assurance program is jointly funded between state government and then various companies who access that for the sake of being able to know that their shellfish is safe for sale. Is that the type of arrangement? Is it jointly funded?
Basically 90% funded by industry, and we do, because we're a NASA accredited lab, we do fee-for-service work for testing other seafoods around the state, which makes up the other 10%.
Okay. Could you please, Mr Wilkinson, could I have a list of who those industry partners and funders are?
Basically the shellfish industry.
Yeah, so if you could take on notice the list of companies that pay for that testing. You can take that on notice.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. All right. Could I just go back to now where we are, the capacity to now test for some of this ourselves in South Australia, which I do think is a very, very important development. So I just want to congratulate those who have really tried to push that, because it's quite obvious that that needs to happen. I'm interested in what is being tested at the moment. We heard from the South Australian-based lab that once they get accreditation, they're contracted to be testing for toxins in oysters, mussels and pippies, but nothing else. Is there any other routine testing for toxins in foam or water sampling that's being done by anybody else? And sorry, Professor Steer, that's to you.
No, there isn't routine testing for foam and water.
Okay. Can we... could you explain to us how it came about that we discovered brevetoxins in the foam off Adelaide's beaches?
Yes, certainly. Sea foam was observed along parts of the Adelaide Metropolitan Coast following storms in late August. But it's not unusual to see it. You know, this is a naturally occurring under certain weather conditions, and it's typically generated when you get, strong onshore winds and wave activity that churns up the organic matter and debris into the shallow coastal waters, also trapping air in the process. And this is natural turbulence, produces bubbles that sort of wash ashore, particularly during high tides. We had teams from SARDI collect samples of both seawater and foam to look for whether there was any evidence of Karenia, the algal species in it. And we expected to see it, right, because we were getting them in the water samples around that area. And they were confirmed to be present in all samples. And there was at the time, there was an opportunity to undertake some R&D, particularly around the development of the analytical process for brevetoxins, and there was a sample that was analysed through Agilex, and I understand you heard that earlier when you spoke to their CE. bearing in mind that there's no standard for undertaking water testing or foam testing. In fact, Florida has dealt with similar sort of situations for 25 years, and they don't undertake a standardised water testing or foam monitoring system. Nevertheless, we got that information, and then we provided it up, which you understand adjusted or refined the health advice. And the information that we have now is that because there is a clear correlation between the presence of brevetoxin-like substances, because they're not all brevetoxin, they could be brevetoxin-like, as I guess you understand through your conversations with Shauna Murray and others, that they're correlated with cell density. So it means that we can use cell density as a proxy. So that's why there's no need to continue to undertake routine sampling, but we are clearly working closely with SA Health around future protocols.
So you don't, can I take from that not only is there not regular testing underway, you don't think there'll need to be testing going forward?
Yeah, that's the advice that we're getting also internationally. And I also mentioned too that as soon as we received that information, we shared it at the press conference straight after the task force meeting. I can come back to the date for that if you'd like.
Yeah. Yes, I think that particular press conference has become a topic of interest. Is there any view that this new testing facility by Agriflex is it only going to be testing for toxins, either brevetoxin or breva-like toxins, in shellfish going forward?
That's my understanding, because that's where there's clear protocols for that testing. There don't exist protocols for water and foam testing.
Mr Beattie, is the government considering new protocols for testing either sea foam water or other type of seafood?
No, Senator.
How does the local community take confidence in the information that's being given if regular testing isn't even happening?
Regular testing is happening, Senator, for cell density counts, which provides us with the information that we need. That happens weekly.
Okay, so that's happening weekly, including along the waters along South Australia's coastline, the metro beaches, down through Victor Harbour, up each of the gulfs.
There's about 89 stations at this moment, and if people would like to jump on algalbloom.sa.gov.au, they'll be able to see those sampling areas, which are routinely sampled, the majority of which on a weekly basis.
Okay, and so just to be clear, you're saying, so we're testing for this, for the concentration of the algal cell counts, and the higher that concentration leads to then the belief that there could be breva-type toxins in that area.
That's correct. There's a relationship there, and our understanding through SA Health is that that's sufficient.
Okay. And is that testing publicly available, those results publicly available from those 89 sites?
All of the data are uploaded on the algalbloom.sa.gov.au dashboard, which can be interrogated by anyone.
Yeah. And do we have a level of concentration that is understood that leads people to understand whether that area is, somewhere to avoid or is safe?
I'd defer that to SA Health to answer, but my understanding is that the level of concentration is irrelevant in terms of changing the health advice, but I would leave it to SA Health to confirm.
Yeah, I guess I'm not asking about the health advice changing. I'm asking about South Australians being able to make an informed decision about whether a beach is safe to go to or swim in, based on whether those results from those 89 sites. How does a member of the community make a determination as to whether their activities are safe activities in that location?
The public messaging, Senator, has been around the level of discoloration of the water and the presence of foam associated with the bloom.
So it's got nothing to do with the testing then, it's just what it looks like?
Correct.
So what is the point of putting the data up on the website and telling people to go and read it when they don't know what that data is then equating to in terms of the advice?
No, you asked me if that data was available, and it is.
Yeah.
But there's also public advice around people doing a self-assessment on the basis of the conditions of the day at whatever beach they're at, which can change as a matter of hours.
Okay. So the level of toxins that perhaps are in the water, the foam, in the air, because we know that it is airborne in that sense of kind of spray, and we did hear evidence today that it could travel up to 10 kilometres. You're saying that the toxins that are detected or could be detected is irrelevant to the numbers that are being tested and then reported in terms of the concentration of the cell count.
So I guess I can just clarify that it depends on the weather conditions too, right? If there's choppy sea conditions and a strong onshore wind that's aerosolising areas, then that's presenting, I guess, a level of risk, similar to if you're walking through, I guess, the Botanic Gardens during spring and there's a lot of wind and activating pollen, right? But conversely, if it's clear, calm conditions, then there's no aerosolised Corynea or brevetoxin that will create an issue. So it's a really dynamic approach, and I think the advice was clear on the website that indicates that it's an aerosolised component where there's a proportion of the population that may have a level of susceptibility that you would say in high pollen days or in smoky days.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. My final question, I guess, and maybe you need to take this on notice, but what I'm trying to understand is the South Australian government has taken a position that there will be no more testing of the toxins in the water or the foam because the testing that is being done is based around the concentration of the cell count of the algae itself, whatever variety it is, and we've heard in routine testing. But surely what happens when it gets to a particular point of concentration? What are you testing the concentration for if that doesn't lead to something?
Sorry, Senator, I don't quite understand the question. Can you please ask?
You're saying you're not testing for the toxins because you assume the toxins are there.
Correct.
Right. So what happens? Are there key points? Are there triggers of numbers of concentration of this algae in your cell counts? Does that lead to other decisions? Telling fishermen something, telling the Environment Department other things? I'm trying to understand what the routine testing is doing.
Okay, I think it'd be best if we pull together a considered response that answers the complexities of that question on notice.
Yeah, Thank you. I'm happy to do that. If we're testing, I want to know what's happening with the testing. Okay.
Understood.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one quick question. So last week in our Drossen, we heard a little bit about the fish stock review. There was a desire from some of the panellists for this to be done quicker. Just wondering if you can tell us about that process and the timeline and what we're sort of looking at the moment.
Yeah, I can answer that. That's in terms of what's been referred to the rapid stock assessment. We have multiple teams, not only based within PERSA, but also in close collaboration with industry, are undertaking those assessments now. I can take on notice the details of that level of activity, but I can assure you, Senator, that that is an active area of prioritised work that we're doing at the minute.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No. Just want to be clear, Mr Steer, we've had a number of submitters and a number of the witnesses today who keep pressing the point that we don't know exactly which species are in this bloom, and that it's kind of creating almost a feedback loop for itself. Is it the state government's view that we still don't know the species that are creating the brevetoxins or the brevetoxin-like toxins?
Yeah, that's correct. And we're working really closely with Shauna Murray's team, who I understand is providing you with a bit of information around the challenges. We do. It's complex because even though Karenia mikimotoi was considered the primary species at the beginning, even the science doesn't quite understand in what environments or conditions does that particular species respond in terms of producing any biotoxin-like substances. We are in close collaboration with the University of Technology Sydney, University of Tasmania and others to try and isolate these cultures and get molecular validation, which is something that you may have already heard that the New Zealanders have struggled with in the past in their event, and Don Anderson no doubt had mentioned the challenges around isolating those species. But I guess the take-home message is that within that species complex there is an understanding that there is a culprit there in terms of producing brevetoxin-like substances, and we've got a sophisticated South Australian shellfish quality assurance program that's dealing with our shellfish industries, and we've got a good understanding of the relationship between the cell densities and levels of brevetoxin through that ad hoc sampling that we did. So I guess that what it means is that at the end of this we just identify a species. It's just a name that we'll be ascribing, but we do understand what the system is in terms of the relationship between cell density, brevetoxin and our shellfish industry. So I naturally understand that people will want to ascribe a culprit, but I think the answer is there's somewhere within the Karenia complex that is producing these brevetoxin-like substances.
Great. Okay. Thank you for taking those questions on notice, and if we've got any others, we'll send them to you in writing. Thank you all for appearing today.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for accommodating it virtually.
Thank you. Okay, we will now invite our representatives from the Australian Government forward to the table, please. Reps from Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water, and Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I remind senators in the room that and online, the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth should not be asked questions to give should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to the superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy, does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. And we've got a copy of that order if you need it. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today? And we'll go first with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water.
Thank you, Senator. Katrina Maguire. I head up a division called the International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. And I was hoping to give an opening statement.
Yep, let's just get the other officers' names on the record and then we can do that. Maybe from this end of the table and down, if that's easier.
Hilary Johnson, branch head in the Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division.
Thank you.
Simon Banks. I appear in two capacities, so as the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, but also as a division head for the Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division.
Thank you.
And branch head, Belinda Jago, branch head for the Ocean and Wildlife branch within the International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division.
Thank you.
And Senator, we have Daff next to us here, but also online from DQ is Jason Mundy.
Hello, Senator Jason Mundy, Division Head for Climate Change Policy, Adaptation and Risk.
Great.
And we also have Dr. Fiona Fraser, the Threatened Species Commissioner.
Okay, that's fine. We can invite her up if we need. Yep.
Hello, Sarah Jane McCormack. I'm the First Assistant Secretary responsible for AgVet Chemicals, Fisheries, Forestry and Strategy at the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you.
Hi, Mel Brown. So I'm the head of the Farm Resilience Division, the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Hi, I'm Laura Smith. So I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Financial Policy and Business Support branch in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Hi, Joffred Mackett. I'm the head of the the Residue and Food branch in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you. Ms Maguire.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in the inquiry and be here today. I do want to start by acknowledging the significant impacts the harmful algal bloom is having on South Australian people, First Nations culture, communities, businesses, marine users and industries, and the environment. The Australian Government's response efforts have focused on engaging with the South Australian Government to understand the impacts of and support the immediate needs resulting from the harmful algal bloom. This has included delivery of joint funding packages with the South Australian Government, investment in tools to improve our ability to forecast and monitor ocean conditions, and actions to protect marine species. The investment by the Australian Government in responding to the harmful algal bloom since July is now $20.5 million. We continue to work with the South Australian Government and scientists on the next steps and priorities. We're involved in the science response through our participation in South Australia's Harmful Algal Bloom Science Advisory Panel, workshops led by the South Australian Department of Environment and Water and PIRSA, and by working with our National Environmental Science Program, Marine and Coastal Hub to support research projects aimed at better understanding harmful algal blooms. We are harnessing the expertise of our Office of the Threatened Species Commissioner, who's worked closely with the South Australian Government officials and independent scientists to consider potential risks of the algal bloom to the Upper Spencer Gulf giant Australian cuttlefish population, which has led to the installation of the bubble curtain. We're supporting the Threatened Species Scientific Committee in their consideration of any species or ecological communities that may need to be assessed as a priority for possible inclusion on the National Threatened Species list under the EPBC Act, in line with Minister Watt's request. We're also maintaining ongoing partnerships with the South Australian Government across Australia's marine parks, with the South Australian Fisheries Department on the fisheries assessments under the EPBC Act that relate to international trade, and across the Coorong with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder delivering environmental flows in the Murray-Darling Basin to support the health of rivers, wetlands and floodplains.
Thank you. Does the Department of Agriculture have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm happy to make some brief remarks. Firstly, just to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide information to this inquiry today. The algal bloom identified off South Australia continues to have a serious impact, as already been outlined, on commercial fishers and shellfish aquaculture operators in areas managed by the South Australian Government. The South Australian Government has primary responsibility for managing coastal waters affected by the algal bloom, including the commercial fishing and aquaculture industries operating in those areas. The Commonwealth Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry's role in this matter is primarily focused on working with the South Australian Government and industry to manage export requirements for shellfish, engaging with the South Australian Government to understand broad impacts of the bloom on fishers and aquaculture operators. The Australian Government has announced a new Regional Investment Corporation, or RIC, program stream to provide assistance to those affected by slow onset significant ecological events. Details on the design and eligibility of this new program stream are currently under development and subject to further consideration by Government. Thanks again for the opportunity to participate today.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thanks all for coming along and for the work that you are putting into this situation with the South Australian Government. I'm very interested in the coastal monitoring systems from a federal perspective in terms of what the federal government does or oversees, and particularly the role of the Integrated Marine Observing System, and what changes you see or have had to implement based on the situation we're seeing in South Australia.
Thank you, Senator. I think you do have some experts from IMOS here presenting a bit later this afternoon, so they'll probably be able to provide more detail. But certainly the Integrated Marine Observing System, which has been in Australia for at least a decade, is world leading in the provision of infrastructure to monitor oceanic conditions, and for the data and information that's generated there to go into a database that is shared publicly and underpins a whole lot of research and work on various aspects of the marine environment and weather and climate forecasting. As I said, IMOS can give you some more detail this afternoon, but there is a proposal in the works to bring more dedicated effort into the coastal zone nationally, building off the back of the current program, which is slightly more offshore.
So do you see this as a situation? Obviously, we've heard a lot from a lot of people that, you know, it's here now. We're likely to see further outbreaks. We're likely to see further issues, not just in South Australia, but in other parts of the country. Do you see an expansion of that kind of monitoring as being valuable?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the experience having had that information, that infrastructure offshore and seeing the impact it has offshore, and clearly with the changing climate and more frequency and intensity of marine heat waves, the coastal zone is also quite exposed, and so having that foundational information collected through that infrastructure and shared through the systems, the open systems, is incredibly important.
And I know both of my colleagues here have additional questions, so I'll just be as brief as I possibly can. The other two things I'm really interested in is the coordination and the integration of systems and data and information between the state and the federal governments, and also what other, what other data do you collect at various levels, or from any other independent source or other sources that help monitor the marine environment? And I say that because I'm not quite sure of who does all the different bits and how they interface. We have heard that some bits of information are not shared and some bits of information are shared, some are public, depending on where they come from and what the assessment of their any privacy concerns might be.
Again, I think some of the witnesses that in the next session might be able to give you some more information, but and I'll pass to my colleague Ms Jago in a minute. many different aspects of ocean environment where data is collected. The Integrated Marine Observing System and the Australian Data Network, Ocean Data Network, is an incredibly important and useful database that, as I said, many researchers rely on in order to do their work. So might hand to Ms Jago to talk through that system.
So I think what I would add to Ms Maguire's commentary is that the AODN, the Australian Ocean Data Network, provides an opportunity for states and Commonwealth and other universities and research institutions to bring together oceanic information. That provides such a valuable place where it is findable, accessible, public, etc. So I think that that's the hub that can be and is used for a range of the different data collected. There's a range of oceanographic data that's shared. There's a range of marine monitoring through, for example, collaboration between our Australian marine parks, so through the Director of National Parks and with the South Australian Department of Environment and Water. So on different topics you will find data being shared on those sort of adjacent or species that are ranging.
And that's absolutely what we're hearing, but my concern is where the coordination and the pulling together. Throughout this inquiry we've heard from an amazing range of excellent people doing excellent work, but my concern is how does it all come together to actually help us as a society, as a community, to actually address situations like this, not to kind of undermine, whoever's doing what bit of research anywhere, but how do we pull it all together? Do we currently have it all sufficiently pulled together, not just from the state government, from the federal government, but from all the other people who are doing work? What we're hearing in some of our conversations, offline, we're hearing this sort of plethora of stuff that's going on, and not all of it, not everyone agrees with each other, which is totally fine. That's, it's science, it develops, it's important to have all that work. But if we're going to look at what the answer might be here going forward, we've been told very clearly there is no silver bullet. But what is the coordination piece? How do we make sure we've got all of the right data being put together in all of the right places for people to be able, for us to be able to make the right calls moving forward on this sort of quite challenging issue that we've got in South Australia?
I think as we have been developing the Sustainable Ocean Plan, it's certainly an issue we've been hearing very widely, the need for, despite there being some areas where there is very good integration and accessibility, the range of information and data in the marine environment is vast, and so people have been saying there is a need for a better data exchange system that enables people to know where they can go and access what information more easily.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I don't know if you want to rotate over that way or back here, but both of my colleagues have a couple of quick questions.
I'm happy to go to you guys and then we'll go to you guys. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. My questions follow on from Senator Grogan's questions. Page 3 of the DQ submission, there was an observation that the department's understanding of the drivers that led to this algal bloom were based on information received from the state government. In terms of information about this algal bloom in South Australia, to what extent, and I'm happy at a high-level characterisation, or what's the proportion of information that's coming from the state government, and what proportion of information are you relying on from within the department and the department's agencies?
I would say the vast majority of the information is coming from the South Australian government, but other Commonwealth agencies such as CSIRO, Integrated Marine Observing System, also have information that is relevant and available. But in terms of the causative factors, we're very much relying on the South Australian government.
And what about the impacts?
I think the impacts are a combination of information held by the South Australian Government and by a range of different research organisations and research individuals, which gets to the point that there is a vast set of information available and being undertaken by different researchers in different disciplines, and so that information is being held by multiple people. I think the fisheries information, the Fisheries Research Development Corporation would have access to a whole lot of information as well, and working in collaboration with the South Australian Government, and I understand they're appearing this afternoon.
And noting your observations about the Sustainable Oceans Plan and the direction we're heading in, would you describe the information sharing during this episode as effective between the Federal Government and the South Australian Government?
I'd certainly say it's effective. It doesn't mean to say that we won't learn some lessons from the experience, and that there is a good opportunity for a national conversation and sharing of knowledge and information across all jurisdictions. And that is something we have also been hearing through the development of the Sustainable Ocean Plan, that there are probably some better opportunities for national conversations and lesson learning and sharing.
Are you able to quickly summarise what those better opportunities are?
I think, so one experience, South Australia organised a number of jurisdictions had reached out to the South Australian Government to offer assistance when it became obvious that the bloom was having such a significant impact, and it was clear then that there were different jurisdictions who have had similar experiences with algal blooms, not to the same extent, and that there was a good set of knowledge and experience in managing responses to marine heatwave events as well as to algal blooms. And so I think to make those more regular conversations and be able to mobilise quickly to share those lessons would be useful.
The funding package is $34 million as both a state and federal funding package. What mechanisms have been put into place to ensure that there's coordination between the Commonwealth and South Australian elements of delivering this support? And are you able to give us a comment on the efficacy of those mechanisms to date?
Essentially the majority of the Australian Government contribution has been provided to South Australian Government, and so those programs have been designed with having that joint funding in mind, and the South Australian Government being best equipped to understand their community needs, and so delivery through the South Australian Government. And a couple of the programs where we've provided funding through the department, our department, is through existing programs like the National Environmental Science Program, where there is a very well-established network and process for considering research projects. We're also participating in, as I said, South Australia's research panel, and so that's a great opportunity to hear all the issues and discuss the priorities together. So I'd say those mechanisms have been effective between the Commonwealth and the South Australian governments.
Thank you. May I turn now to the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Are you able to provide a little bit more detail, or perhaps elaborate on something you said earlier in relation to your role in dealing with the algal bloom, and in particular how you've been working with South Australian government agencies in relation to responding to this crisis?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide some comment there. So I think, as I mentioned at the outset, in relation to the impacts that we're seeing in fisheries and aquaculture operators in South Australia, these are managed by South Australian Government. So I think to some of the points that have been before in terms of information on impacts, that is squarely kind of held by our South Australian Government colleagues. I think certainly we've been engaging with them on a pretty regular basis just to get a sense of what those impacts are. Even though we don't necessarily manage those fisheries, we obviously just have a general interest in sort of what those impacts are, and we are also having conversations with industry as well, although I would say primarily our engagement has been with the South Australian Government. We've also been involved in some more formal working groups as well. I might pass to my colleague, Mr. Mackett, to provide some context there too.
Yep, so essentially there's been some ongoing working groups between South Australian authorities, my branch and industry, which is looking primarily at the brevetoxin levels and the food safety aspects and our involvement there in ensuring that we can continue to meet our certification requirements for exports. So we've also had some sort of technical specialists from the export side of things get involved with the South Australian experts to make sure that we're moving in the right direction in terms of the regulatory limits.
We had some evidence in South Australia from representatives from the fishing industry the week before last around the need to balance that concern around the safety of export products or the meeting of the relevant thresholds and the risk of reputational damage in particularly overseas markets to the South Australian fishing industry. Are you able to give us the department's perspective on that and where that balance is to be struck?
So in terms of the exports, there's regulatory limits for using shellfish as an example. It's 0.8. One of the challenges, and it was touched on earlier on or in the previous with the South Australian guys, is the fact that at the moment the accredited test that we need to rely on is in New Zealand, and so there's a 9-day turnaround approximately between collecting the samples, sending it over to New Zealand and getting the results. And so there's our approach effectively is if that result is above the regulatory limit, then any product that's been collected after the date of that sample was collected, so 9 days previous, is ineligible. But we've also then got to look at when was the previous test taken, because at some point between when that test was taken and when the most recent one was taken, the shellfish have gone over that regulatory limit. So we then take a fairly pragmatic and practical approach on a case-by-case basis to try and, what is the risk, what's the food safety risk, and what is that reputational risk. So, it's a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. You would have heard some of the discussion about data and monitoring earlier. From your department's perspective, are you able to let us know or tell us where you think the gaps are in terms of the information we're collecting or information we should be collecting, and also perhaps comment on the efficacy of how the data has been shared across jurisdictions from the federal and state government?
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'd probably echo some of the comments that I've already heard from our colleagues. I think certainly from our perspective, we have been able to get that data has been shared pretty well between our colleagues in South Australian Government and ourselves, and we've, as I mentioned, had some regular points of engagement with them as well to build our understanding of the impacts and have that data shared. And I would say that generally speaking, that's been done pretty smoothly in terms of that. One of the other.
Can I just ask a follow up to that? Is that in response to this crisis, as opposed to a regular sharing and kind of data sharing regime? I guess that's we're trying to look at how do we put things in place, or where are the gaps so that we can make sure going forward that we're not having to play catch up every time. So just in terms of that question, both in the midst of the crisis, but also in terms of a regular data sharing regime.
Yeah, so probably the comment I'll make is that we participate in a forum that's the Australian Fisheries Managers Forum, which is essentially all of the states and territory fisheries managers, including South Australia and other states and territories who manage fisheries as well. And we're part of that from a Commonwealth perspective. And that's a regular forum where we do share a lot of information around sort of what particular issues or challenges, or also data as that's appropriate as well. So there is, I would say, some mechanisms in place for that flow of information. But in terms of kind of, specifics of data collection, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to kind of, add there. But certainly there are, forums to facilitate some of that sharing and engagement outside of an event such as this.
Are you guys happy to rotate? Senator Walker, quickly, please.
In regards to the development of the Sustainable Oceans Plan, can you sort of just update us on where that's at, and sort of further to that, what sort of role do you see the plan having in, work to build resilience as our marine environment recovers from this algal bloom?
Thank you, Senator. The draft plan, there was extensive engagement done over at least a couple of years with multiple stakeholders. I think the nature of the ocean is that it's cross-jurisdictional, multi-sector, many different users, and so the intent of the plan is to bring those players together and have a shared vision and set of priorities. In the draft plan, there's no doubt that climate change was one of the high priorities, and that understanding and knowledge and data and information is a key enabler to be able to deal with the changing climate and the contribution the ocean plays to the changing climate, but also the impacts on the ocean and how we can best adapt our decisions. I think there's an opportunity, we've heard from people under the auspice of a Sustainable Ocean Plan, to bring together some more formal governance to enable those national conversations about how we can better prepare for and respond to the changing climate and impacts on the ocean, including most acute at the moment, obviously, is around marine heat waves.
And then sort of separate to that, in terms of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, would you mind sort of outlining what engagement the department has had with the committee following the algal bloom, and what steps are being taken to assess whether marine species impacted by the algal bloom should be added to the National Threatened Species list?
So the department, so the Minister wrote to the Threatened Species Scientific Committee in order to initiate this particular request. Immediately following receipt of that request, the department met with the chair of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee in order to sort of scope the initial pieces, and we then held a full TSSE meeting regarding that particular request and worked out a bit of a plan forward, and very much looking to engage with the South Australian Department of Environment and Water to make sure that the processes that they were undertaking on looking at prioritisation of species and ecosystems, to understand how things are moving, so whether things are sort of heading in a threatened way, to make sure that that was well aligned. So the Threatened Species Scientific Committee have met as part of their meeting, their formal meeting on the 1st to the 4th of September. We met with them twice before that. And then they've now been involved in the South Australia's process as well. So it is an ongoing body of work. It won't be a short period, sort of body of work. We expect it to be undertaken over the next number of months.
Thank you.
Senator Black or Senator Cadell?
Thank you, Chair. Mainly with that, very similar question, slight nuance between both, but I'll start with that. When we're trying to get a timeline of when this became BAU to ODM, and the response to it. When were you, as a departmental level, not as a personal level, become aware of the algal bloom and the effect on fisheries?
So from a DAF perspective on fisheries, so we certainly became aware, I think around the time that I think most became aware, sort of back in March, and we had a couple of engagements then post that, specifically myself and my team at a couple of points to kind of check in specifically with our counterpart to get a sense of what they were in South Australia in terms of what we were seeing about the impacts there.
I am moderately concerned. Under FOI, the incoming government brief has been given. I understand that it's the redacted parts, but in May, given that was 2 months after that, it didn't form part of the incoming government brief. Was it not high enough on the scale of concern at that level in May, or was it not? Was it included in a redacted area? Was it in here?
I might have to take that one on notice in terms of actually what was in the incoming government brief. But certainly, I would say we were aware at that time. But I'd have to take it on notice in terms of what we might have actually what advice we provided at that time.
I'm not saying it isn't in there because there are some redacted. Doesn't seem anything contextually mentions it or goes to it and then is blanked out. Has your department prepared a question time brief or anything for the Minister on the impact on fisheries?
Yeah, we certainly have provided with the information that we have gathered from our South Australian colleagues and a sense of what the impacts are on those South Australian managed fisheries. And yes, we have provided some advice.
Was that requested by the Minister or done as a departmental level in preparation?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't.
Could you also take notice on what dates it was done?
Yeah.
Under the question time brief, QB, I'll give you a number, 25 000192 on the SA algal bloom in docks released under the FOI. It's a separate question time brief. Was this the one you've done? Have you got that question? Don't have that document? I think we wrote asking and have that. Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Is that the only brief you've done, or was there potentially other ones?
In terms of question time briefs, I think that will be the one. I'm not aware of another one that we have.
So there is one. There's been one brief. What you're going to take away to work out is when it was created and who requested it. Yep. Was it departmental initiative or the Minister?
Yep.
Okay, thanks very much. A long link, because we're looking at causations and we'll get to climate change. On biosecurity, when will the department finalise a risk assessment for ballast water, given the reports of some nuisance algal blooms being included in that? And have you put in place any changes to ballast water being released off ports of South Australia?
We don't unfortunately have someone from our biosecurity part here, so happy to take that notice. But certainly we have been working with the South Australian government that I'm aware of on ballast water matters from a biosecurity perspective. But happy to take on notice specifics around that. We don't have someone from
there's been no change in rules that you're aware of discharging greater out and reballasting on the.
Again, not that I'm aware of, but we don't have someone from our biosecurity team joining.
Not a problem. We'll move on that. Probably Ms Smith. I think financial, I'm generalising here. On the RIC stuff, and I noticed, and Ms McCormack, you said, and I will use your words, under development, the guidelines there. I'm somewhat concerned we're more than a month after the announcement of the $1 billion in the RIC loans, and it was interesting, my initial reaction, some of these fisher people said, beauty, we've been after access to RIC for a while, this is great. They thought this is their lifeboat, but the boat's still not built. We're under development. Where does this go? How long do we think we'll be under development? Do we have an estimated timeline?
So I can answer that for you, Senator. So we are under development at the moment, and we're working very closely with our Minister's office in having that considered within the next quarter of this year. We're hoping that will be considered. And we're working closely with the Regional Investment Corporation because they'll be the body that actually has to implement this.
Right. So next quarter is October, November, December? Okay.
And just to add to my colleague's answer, there's a number of important steps, I suppose, in putting in place a new loan to be delivered by the RIC, and that includes providing the legislative basis for the loan as well. So there's a few steps to go before a loan can be available.
Okay. How much loan funding is available in RIC today?
So we've just had an additional $1 billion announced under the RIC, but let me just double check the current. So as at the 31st of July, in terms of how much has been approved, the RIC has approved 3,477 applications, totalling approximately 3.69 billion. Sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
How much is available still today?
Available for available for the 24-25 financial year is 350 million. For 2025-26, 349.7.
Does that include the $1 billion extra net?
Not at this stage.
Has that been allocated to you? Is that?
So the kind of details of how that will be allocated is yet to sort of go through government.
And can I just clarify? The 350 million that's available, is that mean uncommitted?
For 25-26, that's my understanding, but I might just double check that one for you.
And 25-26, yes, okay.
Would fishers have access to that available funding now, or will that only come from the extra billion that's been allocated?
So currently the RIC only applies for farmers in hardship and aquaculture. So wild catch fishers aren't actually eligible for the RIC.
Hang on, can you rephrase?
So aquaculture and farmers are eligible to access Regional Investment Corporation loans, but wild catch are not. So when the RIC was initially set up and put in place, a decision was made that wild catch fishers, because they aren't farming and they don't have the infrastructure, that they are not eligible to access the Regional Investment Corporation loans. They are eligible, however, for RFCS and Farm Management Deposit Scheme.
So what is the government doing to change that? Because they are the fishermen who have been mostly impacted. Through
the announcement that the PM made, the Prime Minister made, that we're working through at the moment of who will be captured within that and look at the impacts and those that are impacted through the significant event. And as I mentioned, we're working through that at the moment as with government. And I did say within the quarter, but it could take longer, as Ms Smith noted. We do have to go through a number of legislative changes as the RIC, how it was originally set up.
So we're going to have to, the Parliament will have to pass legislation to ensure that the majority of fishermen and fisher families in South Australia actually get money.
So dependent on how it will actually operate, whether it will go through in the legislation or in through the operating mandate that sits outside of the legislation, that's one of the considerations that we have in place at the moment in developing this new program.
Sorry. Have you been given any instructions to draft legislation in the event that that's the option government decides to do?
We are working very closely with our legal counterparts within the department and discussions with the Minister's office on what options would be available and what those frameworks would look like. So yes, we are having those discussions within the department and across government of how the new structure of that product would be implemented.
We only have 3 sitting weeks of the Senate left before the year's out. So if there's going to be legislation, it needs to be on the table in the next sitting week, surely.
I guess one of the important considerations is it might not be a change to the Act, the RIC Act itself, but might be a legislative instrument. So then that can be put through as, tabled.
Have you guys got a deadline for what the Minister has asked you to work to? I mean, I'm really worried that this has been 6 months already of hardship and pain, and they're staring down the barrel of a horrible summer. We don't have time to wait around.
No. And yes, the Minister has told us that we need to work quickly, and we are working quickly through our processes and wants this in place as soon as possible.
Senator Cadell.
On this point of working quickly, I mean, the Prime Minister attends Kangaroo Island, announces $1 billion. What was Kangaroo Island? I think it was.
Yeah, Kangaroo Island.
Announces $1 billion for this raft. People think it's their lifeboat. There is no boat. We're talking about how to build a boat, or whether there'll be a boat. When did the Prime Minister's office or the Minister consult with you on this for more than a week before the announcement?
Yes, we did have conversations around what availability was there through our current hardship programs and what aquaculture and wild catch fishers could actually access. So yes, we did have conversations with our Minister's office
More than a week before?
More than a week prior,
okay.
yes.
Obviously, there's a whole lot of other businesses that sit outside the fishing industry but are deeply connected. And, you know, in these small communities, this ripple effect has just, it is just whipped through. So what do we say, what are we meant to be saying to, you know, those other small businesses and families who are struggling because, well, they clearly don't have access to the RIC funding. Their fishermen don't currently have access to it. You know, what happens for them? You know, the caravan park, the tackle shop, the local chemist, and this is diabolical.
So I just mentioned that we're looking at a number of options under that product, and we are looking at as a whole as well, like looking at all of the considerations and the impacts that have occurred through the algal bloom process and those that are actually being impacted. So we aren't ruling out just aquaculture and wild catch, and we're not ruling out that it would just be tourism and small business. We're looking at all within the options and considerations that we're developing.
And that would all...
Amendment time. It's amendment time.
It's amendment time. So, and you're saying that that's what that extra $1 billion would go towards, or at least some of it?
The additional $1 billion will be for the new and existing loan products under the RIC.
Last question. You said it was a week before. Can you take on notice when you were first asked about ways to know that? Very quickly, and I know I've got to be a bit DQ, we haven't got the benefit of your incoming government brief because even though it's subject to a production of documents order, it hasn't been delivered by government. We've got volume 1, we don't have volume 2. Did this algal bloom would form part of your incoming government brief?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
When was the Minister first briefed on the algal bloom?
11 July, we provided an information briefing to the office.
Could you table the incoming government briefing, section 2?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Section 1, sorry, okay.
Was that before or after the Minister went to the Oceans Conference?
After.
So the Minister went to the World Oceans Conference when there was a huge toxic bloom in our backyard and he hadn't been briefed about it? He didn't know about it?
Senator, we really became aware of the impact first towards the end of May, and really that escalated. Our understanding of the situation really escalated in July.
Sorry.
We've just heard it was March under DAF. DAF didn't...
My apologies. I think I misspoke. I think it was May that I should have said in terms of my apologies. I did misspeak there.
But can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
If we go back, we had evidence, and I'll quote off the Hansard here from Mr. Beattie, who's the coordinator. In terms of engagement with federal government, it's a question asked by our chair. Our departments have been very cooperative and working closely with relevant portfolios. We've got DAF, DQ and our science divisions working with the Bureau. And so the chair said this is back in March, April. It'd have to be on notice. He said to get back to us individual portfolios, but yes. That's not May. They're March or April, the two options put forward.
May was when we first had more detailed conversations with the South Australian Government, and that was initially through the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder.
Dr. Banks, were you awake when everyone else was asleep?
No, Senator, so in May we became aware, particularly because our focus is on the Coorong, so we became aware that through an intense storm event that Carinia Mikimoitoa had been detected in the Coorong, and at that stage there was some fish and macroinvertebrate deaths in the North Coorong, and that's when we became sort of exercised, I suppose, about the issue down there.
Because it was your patch.
It was in our patch in terms of what we could do with Commonwealth Environmental Water, working with the South Australian Department of Environment and Water to see what we could do with available Commonwealth water.
Thank you. I mean, I'm glad you noticed and I'm glad you got onto it, but it took quite a few months for it to get to the Coorong. So, not your fault. When it got to your patch, you raised it.
The timing is amazing, isn't it?
Well, what I want to know is why wasn't this information flowing faster, or why weren't there alarm bells that were ringing earlier? And our job is to not just look at, how we got here. Our job is to try and make sure we do this better. And all of our witnesses from across the board have all argued that, hindsight's a wonderful thing. Things haven't been done perfectly, but how do we fix it? I'd really like to understand where the gap was. I mean, there was some questions being asked by Senator Gosh before about data sharing and information. Clearly, if it took until the end of May for the alarm bells to be ringing at the federal level, there's a problem.
Mr Eates gave evidence on the 18th of April he caught no squid at all from that day. And we're saying we didn't take this seriously from our perspective. It seems like as soon as it hit Adelaide, we were concerned, but not while it was regional.
Senator, I can't answer why we were not aware before then. All I can say is that at the end of May, we became aware that the issue was escalating and significant, and that continued through until July, when it became evident just how significant it was.
How did you become aware that it was escalating?
It was a combination of conversations with the South Australian government, and the media was clearly...
because it hit the media?
No, I said the combination of those things, Senator.
Can I ask when the South Australian government first got in touch with you? Because they've said very different things.
Senator, that was the late May
So late May is when the South Australian government first got in touch. So SARDI, no other departments had been in touch to say we've got fish kills.
The first formal contact we're aware of with the South Australian government was towards the end of May.
And what was that?
As I mentioned.
What was that advising you of?
That was in relation to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holding.
So that was to do with the Coorong.
So, Senator,
you asked them, Dr. Banks.
So very late, in very late May, there was a fish kill, like as I said before, in the North Coorong.
Yeah.
And that's when we had discussions with the South Australian Department of Environment and Water, who sort of indicated the likely presence of Crinia as being the cause of that, and then subsequently in early June there was some water testing that did confirm the presence of Crinia in the Coorong.
And Mr Banks, did you initiate those discussions, or were they initiated by the South Australian government to you?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, because we're talking regularly with the South Australian government officials around how we're managing environmental water to try and achieve good outcomes for the Coorong, and that's primarily focused on salinity. But in circumstances like this, it's also, is there an opportunity for us? So officers in my team would be regularly talking with South Australian government
I'd like
officials.
you to take that on notice as to whether it was you or your team who approached the South Australian government, or they decided to raise it with you.
Yep, sure.
Senator Cadell.
No, I'm fine, thank you, Chair.
I think taking those on notice, I think it would be helpful, and I guess in terms of for us, as the Chair has alluded to, part of this is for us to look at, if these blooms are going to be something we can see anywhere, around our coast in the future, what are we going to do differently to make sure, and I'm very concerned at the gap between, it was early March in South Australia that people, this hit the mainstream media, It was global news, I would argue, before even our federal departments knew about it. That's deeply concerning. What are the gaps that we need to close? And I guess if there isn't that regular communication and there's not media monitoring happening within the departments, what would you do differently to make sure that we don't have this, enormous bloom happening with no visibility by federal agencies at all? That's
Senator, can I just jump in on the marine heat waves have been, and particularly the 22-23 marine heat wave was occurring nationally and playing out in very different ways in different parts of the country. So that we've been very conscious of the existence of the marine heat wave, and the investment we've talked about in better forecasting for marine heat waves will be for the public, will be a really important tool for the public to be able to use. I do also want to say that I hear what you're saying about the when we first became aware, but I must say in July, when we became aware of the scale of the issue, just how quickly the government responded with the funding package.
I'm not questioning that. I'm saying that this was enormous in March. So we've had evidence from SARDI, the South Australian body, saying that the bloom back in March was big enough to see via satellite. So this was big then. Why didn't the state authorities notify the federal authorities immediately? And if that didn't happen and we don't have framework that requires that to happen, and there's a good, 2 month, even more, nearly 3 month delay, that is hugely problematic and a huge gap in communication, where we've talked about this data sharing and there's this, response that we have. The delayed response has certainly led to poorer outcomes for all of the businesses that the Chair has been talking about, and aquaculture and reputational risk. So I'm not questioning what you're doing in terms of heat, but if there is a gap, what policies and framework do we need to put in place to make sure that, people don't forget to let the federal government know, which seems to be what the South Australian government might have done here?
So, I think in that, what we would be, and your submission goes toward states that the bloom has demonstrated the need for improved coordination of monitoring and preparedness and response. What perhaps would be good is for you to take that back and come back to us with some itemised areas where there's clearly a gap. There's clearly a gap, and I don't think it should have been up to the Commonwealth water holder to have highlighted just how severe it was in one particular area. The Coorong is absolutely special, and it's a unique case, but this was happening across, 2 gulfs by then.
And my perspective of that same thing, I accept your point that this is primarily responsible for South Australia, right? And somewhere along this linear it became not BAU, it became a problem. My concern is when in March there are media reports about it, in April aren't people quick fish. I believe South Australia was too long in reaching out for this. I think you've been quick and responsive in the support, but when we're waiting for this last quarter to get the legislation for the RIC stuff, everything could have been 3 months quicker from a federal perspective had they reached out. So that's why this timeline is important to me. I accept what you've done. I don't have an issue with what you've done, but I think South Australian fishers and residents have been left because there was too much BAU, it'll go away. I think even the Minister reported at one stage saying the storm will clear it up. There was too much apathy in reacting quickly, and I don't think that is on you. Let me be clear about that.
Could I just ask, because we're going to need to move quickly to our next witnesses, there has been some questions over what the testing regime is for various toxins to be detected in seafood and in relation to consumers. We know there is requirements in terms of shellfish. There's no requirements in terms of non-bivalve species, so other types of fish. A number of our submitters are saying we need a regime for that. Is the government considering this? Do you believe we need to look at this, given that there is evidence that non-bivalve species can actually accumulate brevetoxins and breva-like toxins.
Yep. So there's a couple of existing biotoxin management plans, I think in Tasmania and in New South Wales, in non-bivalve molluscs. So in abalone, I think there's some in lobster. So it's acknowledged with that. So they're with other biotoxins. We've been talking closely with Dr. Turnbull, who you mentioned earlier on.
And we will have Dr. Turnbull in front of us this afternoon. Yes.
So we've been talking to her. We've been talking to our South Australian colleagues about, well, what do we need to do for the non-bivalve molluscs, whether that's farmed or wild caught. Wild caught's a little bit more complicated because they move around. And then through one of our other forums in the department, where we get together with all the food safety regulators, state and territory, we've commenced those discussions there as well. So there
is work being done on this.
Well, we're starting it off, yeah. So there's some existing templates that we can look at. There's what do we do with the South Australian algal bloom, and then there's more generally how do we come up with, ideally, a framework that we can just put somewhere.
Yes, I mean, I guess my concern about this is the need to give consumers confidence.
Yep.
I'm worried that without having some type of testing regime, people can say something's safe and people can say it's not safe, and there's no actual public confidence of who to believe.
Yep. So just quickly, so the Food Standards Code has some regulatory limits in there for bivalve molluscs. In speaking to our FSANZ colleagues, there is a basic principle that food must be safe, and from our export perspective, that's the basic principle for exports.
Yes.
There are some international limits for bivalve molluscs, and there's also one for abalone. So there is internationally a regulatory limit for abalone. It's by default they point to the bivalve mollusk one. The New Zealand accredited test, or New Zealand has accreditation for bivalve molluscs and abalone, so they can actually test abalone and get sort of definitive results. To start testing these other species, we'll need to work with the laboratory to develop a matrix to enable that to happen. It's all doable.
It's doable, but it will require resources and a commitment to do it.
A bit of time, yeah.
In terms of those types of plankton tests and data, I was asking the South Australian government about what happens with that data. Now, it's been reported to us that that data is kept by the Department of Agriculture and Primary Industries in South Australia because it's considered to be commercial in confidence because the industry pays for it. Does the Commonwealth Government have any can you see it? Have you got any oversight of any of that data?
So
on a real-time basis or in a shared regular basis?
So certainly with the flesh testing, so the testing of the bivalve molluscs, my team and the South Australian team, or whichever state it's in, are closely work closely together, because from our perspective, the harvest areas that the bivalves are collected from, if they're going to be for export, we have another layer of regulation over the top of them. So they're talking closely together.
What about the phytoplankton?
So I'd have to take that on notice. We're sort of, for us, the regulatory thing is the food.
And obviously, I'd be keen to know from a Department of Environment or the rest of Agriculture whether there's any eyesight over the counts and the data coming out of the regular phytoplankton data collection in South Australia, or any other state for that matter. You can take that on notice. Okay. Is that it? Great. Thank you. I think we're going to have lots of things to follow up with you as we get through the rest of our submissions and witnesses, but we appreciate your time today, including when it comes to the Coorong, Dr. Banks.
Sorry, I could just correct for the record. So in terms of the Regional Investment Corporation loan funding, so they've got a budgeted amount this 25-26 of $349.7 million. I will have to come back to you on how much of that has been spent to date.
Thank you very much.
Spent or committed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey. Now, my plan is for us to go to... I just think we've got to push that. Yeah.
Sarah, we've just got one each.
Great. Yes, we better ask about the radar. This is true. Okay. We're just going to call up our next lot of witnesses and appreciate you being patient because we are running over time. So thank you so much for sticking around and being here. I now welcome representatives from the CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology, the Australian Climate Service and the Integrated Marine Observing System. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. You all know the rules in relation to, I'm speaking to my fellow senators about what questions we're allowed to ask and pushing for questions. I expect that as Commonwealth officers, you all are aware of your public interest immunity claim process if you refuse to answer a question. If not, we've got the rules here for you. I hope we don't get to that. For the Hansard record, could I please get you all to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I might start down this end of the table and work up.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Anstey, the head of Aquawatch at CSIRO.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Baird. I'm a research director at CSIRO.
Great.
Daniel Iridiakonu, the Integrated Marine Observing System. I'm the lead scientist for the proposed Coastal Research Infrastructure Initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Vicky Manson, Head of the Australian Climate Service, and I'm joined by my colleague online, Dr Judith Landsberg. I'll just get her to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Dr Judith Landsberg. I'm the General Manager at the Australian Climate Service with responsibility for the National Climate Risk Assessment.
Thank you. And first up, I'd just like to thank you, Ms Manson, for fronting up to us twice in the space of a week, so thank you. We'll go first. Do you have opening statements? Yes, okay. Dr Baird.
Thank you. CSIRO welcomes the opportunity to participate in this inquiry and shares the committee's interest about the recent harmful algal blooms in South Australia's coastal environments. This event has posed significant risk to biodiversity, fisheries, tourism and the well-being of regional and Indigenous communities. CSIRO has a long-standing commitment to marine and freshwater research. Our scientists work across disciplines to understand the drivers of algal blooms, including nutrient dynamics, climate variability, land use change and hydrological processes. We also develop tools in monitoring, forecasting and mitigating human impacts in the coastal environment and supporting decision makers with evidence-based insights. One of our flagship initiatives is Aquawatch Australia, which Janet represents. It's a national water quality monitoring system led by CSIRO in partnership with government, industry and research organisations, and is going to be part of the response to this algal bloom. Aquawatch combines Earth observation satellites, sensor networks and data analytics to deliver near real-time information on water quality across Australia's inland and coastal waters. The capacity is particularly relevant for detecting and forecasting algal blooms and supporting timely management responses. In South Australia, CSIRO has contributed to collaborative research efforts with state agencies, and particularly SARDI, universities and local communities. We're actively involved in modelling bloom formation, assessing ecosystem impacts and exploring restoration strategies. We also recognise the importance of integrating Indigenous knowledge and community perspectives into our science. We look forward to supporting the committee's work and contributing to a coordinated national response that strengthens resilience, improves forecasting and protects the ecological and cultural values of South Australia's coastal systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opening statements? Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Chair. IMOS operates the Integrated Marine Observing System, a national-scale observing program that provides long-term data on ocean currents, temperature, nutrients, plankton and species movement that underpin public health, fisheries management and emergency response. As mentioned prior, all IMOS data is freely available via the Australian Ocean Data Network, supporting rapid scientific update and impact during crises such as these. These attributes make IMOS essential for infrastructure, delivering critical context for bloom events. IMOS data has been central to scientific analyses of the 2025 bloom. However, most of IMOS infrastructure are located offshore, limiting our ability to fully track bloom initiation, transport and inshore impacts or support rapid local responses. The current HAB event highlights how urgently Australia requires additional, sustained, fine-scale coastal observations to protect ecosystems and economies. IMOS welcomes the inquiry and wishes to highlight how the proposed Coastal Research Infrastructure Program, a collaboration across 13 NCRIS capabilities, can provide the coordinated infrastructure required to help address these challenges moving forward. COSRI will extend IMOS and its partners into that near shore, expanding Australia's coastal observing and modelling capability, including water quality sensor networks, to deliver high-resolution observations needed for early warnings, ecosystem recovery and climate adaptation planning. We believe the investment in COSRI is essential to help predict and manage future HAB events and other coastal challenges that we're facing. We have a whole lot of challenges out there. Many of you would have seen the National Climate Risk Assessment report that was put out by the Australian Climate Service. These blooms are likely to occur into the future more frequently and severely and widespread under a future warming scenario. And that's just one of the impacts that we're facing along our coasts. It also mentions that 1.5 million people are likely to be under risk of sea level rise and coastal erosion by 2050, including flooding impacts. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms Mason, do you have anything to add?
No, I haven't got an opening statement, but I just note we've missed introducing one of the other, someone from the Bureau. So, Andrew, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, Dr Jones.
Thank you very much. Andrew Jones, I'm the Acting Chief Group Executive of Business Solutions at the Bureau of Meteorology.
Thank you. We're going to go to questions. We're going to start with Senator Grogan.
Thank you. For any of you who've been tuning in, one of the things that I'm particularly concerned about is the integration of the various different sources of information, the various different ways it all comes together to enable us to have a more coordinated response. I'm keen to understand from your perspective, are we there yet? Are there gaps? What do we need to consider?
Well, I can start. So one of the best ways that we can monitor the blooms is through remote sensing. And so CSIRO has been developing for the last 4 years the AquaWatch program, which enables us to have higher resolution remote sensing of algal blooms, both in the inland and marine waters. So I think this is part of having that timely response that you want, and it can also be delivered in a very coordinated way. So there's maybe you could tell us something about the platform that will deliver this information that's in development.
Certainly. So within AquaWatch, we're working with our stakeholders and our partners and bringing together the aggregation of these data sets. So working with, say, some of the IMOS and Coastal RI sites, as well as with SARDI data and our own data that we've deployed in the water, aggregating that together with the Earth observation data and delivering it on a platform. So all of the analytics occur on a web service, a cloud-based system, and then we have visualisations solutions that are delivered to our end users. It can be open access, it can be freely available to people to view the information, and I think that that could be of interest to some of the South Australian communities. What we are doing is having this platform available to people to view. With our partners, we can provide access for them to collaborate on the analytics component of it.
Professor.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to step in there as well. Yeah, look, I think it's a work in progress. Speaking on behalf of the Integrated Marine Observing System, very good relationships with our Commonwealth and state government agencies and partners. We've been in active discussions via SARDI since the 11th of April with bi-weekly meetings about the HAB specifically. There's a lot of infrastructure that we currently have that has been established and has been sustaining our observations for a long time in South Australia. As mentioned, a lot of that's offshore. The Kangaroo Island National Reference Station has been in place since 2009, and that's a direct collaboration between SARDI and the Integrated Marine Observing System. With remote sensing, but also the near-time wave buoy network that we've established with temperature sensors as part of the pilot funding for COSTAR RI. That's really provided the first time near real-time temperature data extensively across the region that really captured that heat wave event between September 24 and June 25. Mark mentioned the capabilities of remote sensing. That's a big part of the IMOS portfolio, and we work very closely with partners such as those at Aquawatch and others that are using a lot of this in situ data measurement to inform the models that we've been using. But there is a bit of a gap as we move closer to the coast, and that's where coastal research infrastructure comes into it.
Why do we have that gap? Do you know? Like, is there a historic reason or...?
It's a good question. Many of us have been discussing that. I think we're pretty coordinated.
Noting that hindsight is obviously quite spectacular.
It is, and I think
unhelpful.
if we think about the Integrated Marine Observing System, it historically has been quite blue water, and it still is. You know, there's really important information that we need to collect to understand the climatology and what's happening that drives events such as this. But over the past few decades, we're seeing increasing pressures in our inshore zone, that interface between the land and water. And whilst we've had capabilities that have focused on land or focused in the water, there hasn't been a structure to enable them to come together. And that's where we think COSTAR RI has a really good opportunity, where we're bringing 13 NCRIS capabilities from terrestrial all the way to the IMOS that are getting wet together to help really address some of these problems.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Australian Climate Service was set up to bring data together and to support climate-related decision-making. It's really challenging and growing, so decision makers need quite different information. In our experience in the work we've done today, that sort of pipeline of data to make it meaningful for decision making is really important to consider in sort of connecting data. So there might be lots of data out there, but there's sort of a need to sort of think through what other decision makers need, what's the time frame that they need to make the decision. And what we've observed is there's often lots of data out there, but you can't meaningfully understand it in the time frame you need. So sort of what standards do you need? How do you need to connect it? What sort of governance approaches might you need, both people, processes, agreements, as well as ICT safe ways to connect the data, and then sort of packaged in a way that might be useful for decision making. We've been doing that in a range of different areas, and I suppose the National Climate Risk Assessment shows that those number decision making areas are going to grow significantly, and so we need to think about, well, what do people need in an operational sense, an emergency? What do you need for risk reduction and longer term climate adaptation, and then how can we make the data most useful for those? I think there's a bit of work to do right across that chain. So it's not just what data and putting it together, it's how do you get all of those steps in place to make it useful.
Thank you. Mr Jones, do you have anything to add?
I'll just say with our sort of physical ocean monitoring and analysis, we see ourselves as a important but small piece of this puzzle. And so we've just made sure that our data, like from our 7-day and long-range ocean forecast, is feeding through to SARDI. That's been our primary way of contributing to this. We're just making sure our data is feeding through to SARDI, and that's been working quite well, built on historic partnerships, and during this event, we feel it's been going quite well. Thanks.
Senator Grogan, are you...
I'm done. My colleagues have one quick question each.
One quick question each, yep.
My question mainly goes to the BOM and the CSIRO. I'm interested to know where we're kind of at in terms of progress in developing the marine heatwave forecast tool. Wanting to know sort of just where we're at and how we think it can help predicting harmful algal blooms ahead of our next upcoming summer.
Yeah, so the marine heatwave forecasts are based off the BOM's seasonal forecasts, and maybe Andrew can talk a bit about that. But but there's a product at the moment that's becoming available, which is run by the Bureau, that is then available to everyone. It gives up to a 6-month forecast, and along with that, BOM and Bureau, and CSIRO provide a workshop to users, which gets really quite well attended, and that includes users such as, fisheries and government departments and aquaculture and a whole range of marine users. So I would say that the product's, being used now, and it's being disseminated widely, and it'll improve with time as well.
The only thing I'll add to that, and completely agree with what's been said there, up till now it's been through a research partnership that we've been producing what we call trial products. But as of this summer coming up, this will move to an operational capability, and we'll be producing these marine heatwave products at a national scale, and they'll be produced a few times a week.
Thank you.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you. My question is to you, Professor. May I ask, in terms of where you see the data that IMOS will be coordinating feeding into, and particularly in terms of policy making or policy outcomes, who do you see as the main, for want of a better word, customers for this information, and does IMOS have any role in making policy recommendations as well?
That's a good question. I believe I can take some of that on notice, but IMOS works with a number of different partners around the country and collaboratively with state as well as federal government organisations that are sitting at the table today. So we're really about identifying the observation needs for the future, and that's where the IMOS portfolio has built up with its national reference stations, its ocean glider networks, and a range of other different applications and facilities that it manages. And really, that's stakeholder driven. It's driven by our stakeholders and also our rights holders in terms of needs. So I think we have a place to play in terms of the data and supporting the data and the modelling aspirations of the community, and we're doing quite a bit in that space as well, particularly when we're thinking about coastal and supporting initiatives to coordinate modelling efforts around the coastline.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Professor, when did you first become aware of this harmful bloom in South Australia?
It was around April, perhaps slightly earlier. I actually manage a national reference station to the east of the site, off the coast of Victoria, but connected to the same Bonnie upwelling system where we had some samples detected with Carina species. And I should just mention that phytoplankton sampling has been happening at a baseline around the country for quite some time, and we've seen low abundance of HAB species before, including Carina. That's the current problem.
So you're saying the water sampling, so kind of below Robe area, kind of like on the border there? Yeah,
there was a time step between the collection of samples and the processing, and we're obviously in discussions with SARDI. I think it was circa around the 11th of April, regarding the needs, and obviously providing a lot of information support and data support through the facilities in IMOS.
And in terms of, and so those samples, they were tested by IMOS, or they were collected by IMOS staff or partners? Who found those samples?
So the samples are at the national reference stations are collected by the regional partners.
Yeah.
And there's a whole suite of biogeochemical sampling that occurs with those samples, and I believe for the phytoplankton it's sent to CSIRO and analysed in a laboratory.
So you sent these samples to the CSIRO when, like around the 11th of April?
I believe it was around then, and we would have had to report within a couple of months, and CSIRO would have done the analyses in that time period. Yeah.
And Dr. Bed, do you know when you got the samples to test?
No, I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Could you please? That would be very helpful. At what and so you took these samples. They were handed to the CSIRO. It was found to be there was some type of Carina algae there. And then what happened? Who was told after that?
So I'd just clear up that the samples that come from the regular stations, and there's 8 of them around the country, they then come back to CSIRO and they're assessed for things like pigments, which wouldn't be the first thing you'd do to identify a harmful algal species, but of course is relevant for the monitoring that IMOS has been doing over a long period of time. So I'm not sure at what point they would have been further investigated, those samples.
No, again, these are long-term monitoring programs that are sampling on a regular basis and providing a basis for different species, and potentially including things like this, but
I understand this. What I'm interested in is, was any of these results then fed up the chain to the Federal Environment Department or Agriculture to say, this is obviously bigger than just what we're hearing out of South Australia?
Look, we obviously work very closely with SARDI. We actually co-manage the Bonnie National Reference Station, so there was definitely conversations going between us and SARDI. Definitely conversations happening at the IMOS level, at the management level, with fortnightly updates in regards to the HAB.
I guess the reason I'm asking all this is because we've heard from both the Environment Department, the Federal Environment Department and the Federal Agriculture Department that they weren't aware of this until May, late May. So I mean, I'm stunned. The federal agencies were aware, but no one told the federal government. Or was the federal government not listening? I don't know. Was it just that the communication went to the state government, was left with them, and they didn't bother to call the feds until it was on the front page of the Advertiser? But is there a process?
Well, so I think the process for identifying HABs is not eventually going to be through the IMOS regular sampling around Australia, because it's not doing that analysis. It's doing a different type of analysis, the purpose of which it was
But it did detect it all the same.
It's not uncommon to detect abundance of HAB species in these types of samples. In low abundance, that's not unusual. I think the issue that we have here, and I'm by no means a HAB expert, is that we've had this bloom event. And I, from seeing it play out from the time that I was aware of it as a scientist, this is unprecedented in Australia, right? We haven't seen anything like this before. There was a lot of other things happening at that time with heat waves, the warmest temperatures on record. We had the season prior, the biggest upwelling that we've ever seen in the Bonnie upwelling on record, and we had big floods from the Murray.
I understand that. My concern going forward is that there's clearly been all of these information. It seems as though there was various points of detection, and yet there is not a clear feeding in of this information or national coordination of it. So I'm trying to work out where that should fit and who should be feeding into that.
So a good example of the coordination was the SARDI got together a forum. I'm not sure what the date.
3rd of June.
The 3rd of June.
Yeah.
And so a number of CSIRO experts, particularly in remote sensing and in phycology, were there for that meeting. And I think SARDI recognised the importance of remote sensing. Our remote sensing expert was one of the keynotes talking there. So that was, I guess that was when...
So CSIRO was engaged in discussions or consultation with the South Australian Government in June. Yep. Early June, 3rd of June, did you say? Okay. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. And sorry, and I'll take that one. And I just have one sort of very brief, I guess, observation and something that I hope that the Bureau of Meteorology can take away. So we were in beautiful Port Lincoln, which is where I guess it's the hub of our fishing industry in South Australia. And I was with the member for Grey, Tom Venning, there, and we had local council. And they spoke about the need to have radar, so that which they don't have, so Doppler radar. I just want to put that on, I guess, your radar, where that would be, without no pun intended, but that was something that did come up from the community in terms of, you know, being able to mitigate the risks of blooms like this in the future, particularly because of the area that Port Lincoln sits in and the importance of the fishing and aquaculture industry there. So I'll leave it at that.
Just, Professor, first time I came across your agency was in this brief and everything like this is mentioned in a ministerial brief, and there's a different division. It mentions, I was pronouncing it wrong. I was saying SAMOS because I had SAI. I almost said that. Are you broken into different divisions for funding? Because that mentions $9.6 million for that. Is that across IMOS or everything, or do you know how that is?
Look, no, the Integrated Marine Observing System is a single entity that's partnered with regional partners, and SAMOS is one of the regional nodes of IMOS.
Right.
There's also Vic IMOS for Victoria. There's another one in New South Wales and one in Western Australia.
So is $9.6 million funding for all of it, some of it, part of it?
I would have to say that would be part of it.
Right, okay.
I'd have to get back to you with the numbers for IMOS, but yeah.
That would be great if you could do that. And the next part of that is there's a proposal in front of us where with South Australia talking about $40 million over 10 years for a southern reef monitoring program. Would that fit into you? Would that be in competition to you? Would that be extra information that you could absorb? How would that work?
I would imagine that would integrate with the Integrated Marine Observing System, considering that SARDI are a key partner and actually run the SAMOS facility. So they're one of the big leaders in that, and they run a number of different capabilities, including a new estuarine water quality capability that's been put up as part of the pilots for the Coastal Research Infrastructure Initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have to suspend now. Ms Mason, thank you for coming along today. And we will have some questions on notice. I did ask some questions of you in relation to the algae bloom at last week's inquiry, and I will put some more questions on notice to you in relation to this, given your report does say to expect more incidents like this.
Happy to take those on notice.
Thank you.
I did bring maybe to table. I brought our fact sheet on ocean warming.
Great.
From the risk
if we could table that would be great. Thank you. Thank you everybody for being here, and we appreciate your time. We are now going to suspend until 2:35. Great. I now welcome representatives of health organisations, including the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners and the MHMRC Healthy Environments and Lives HEAL Network, South Australia Regional Hub. Could I please get you both to state your full names and the capacities in which you're appearing, and then it looks as though you might have some opening statements, so we'll take that and then we'll go to questions.
Sure.
Please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sian Goodson. I'm a GP and I'm Chair of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, SA faculty, and also our National Board.
Thank you.
Professor Craig Williams at the University of South Australia. I'm a Professor of Public and Environmental Health, representing researchers in the NHMRC HEAL National Network.
Thank you. Opening statements, Dr. Goodson.
Thank you. So the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners represents most GPs in South Australia, and GPs are the first point of contact for most Australians seeking healthcare. We have unique relationships across our communities and with our patients. The SA algal bloom has affected many of our patients in South Australia. GPs are primarily concerned about the mental health impacts in patients who are feeling distressed from not feeling safe to walk on the beach, in those whose businesses are affected, concern about ongoing prosperity in coastal areas, and sadness when witnessing the effects on our marine life. We must ensure there is ongoing, clear and consistent health advice, including that the South Australian beaches can still be enjoyed, but that it's best to stay away from foamy or discoloured water, which may cause irritation. GPs have a key role in supporting government health strategies in relation to climate change and responding to natural disasters such as this algal bloom. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Williams.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to emphasise the public health impacts of the harmful algal bloom, those that are happening now and may happen into the future. And that extends beyond the ecological and commercial impacts. And so making the point that responses to the harmful algal bloom should extend beyond environment and agriculture and extend into health. Those impacts can be direct, that we're seeing now. So there's the physical contact impacts on people, on users of coastal amenities, but probably even more importantly, the mental health impacts on people. We're seeing an emergence of eco-anxiety and solastalgia in people, and that is these are not trivial mental health concerns. A reduced use of coastal environments and facilities is occurring, and with that, reduced exercise, opportunities for social networks, sports, and all of these things contribute to health and wellbeing, and decline and reduction in those changes people's relationship with the coast. Longer-term indirect impacts of the bloom on health take longer to manifest, more difficult to measure perhaps, but in general terms, one would expect a decline in prosperity and productivity to track with reduced income and poorer health outcomes in general terms. And so that's reduced health-seeking behaviour, reduced food security and so forth. So speaking very generally. So in wrapping up this opening statement, I wanted to make the point that responses to these things, such as harmful algal blooms and other environmental disturbances, require joined-up approaches across portfolios. Picking up that clear health communication strategies are really important, and to underscore the value of citizen scientists, not only to collect information to help us monitor environmental change, but because participating in these kinds of activities is good for people's health and wellbeing. It gives them agency and a sense of purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to go first to Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I'd be keen to understand what you've heard from GPs in South Australia, and particularly those in regional areas where I know there's been a lot of discussion about whether this kind of issue would have had more attention if it had been on the East Coast, and I think there's a media role there in terms of who reports what. But obviously people out in the regional areas, there's much less media coverage for people to just accidentally trip over some information about what's happening on the coastline in the newspaper or whatever. So maybe if you could just give us a sense.
Sure. So initially, I think there was a bit of confusion. There wasn't very clear news. People living in the communities weren't sure what was happening, and GPs weren't really upskilled to know how to best advise, but that has really improved now. So now we do have good public health messaging. There's been specific resources for GPs to use to enable them to speak with knowledge to patients about the effects of the sort of irritant effects of these algal bloom toxins. Or irritants. In terms of patients, what we're hearing from GPs is there's lots of distress. Patients are talking to their GPs really mostly about the mental health impacts. There are some patients who are complaining of respiratory issues, so asthmatics who are having their asthma triggered by being in coastal areas. And so the GPs are seeing some patients with those sorts of issues. They're not telling me or telling the college they're inundated with people coming to consult with them about health issues around this, but they are within their communities hearing lots of chatter, lots of sadness, lots of worry about the economic impacts of this. And there is mixed messaging, perhaps through media, and that sometimes creates a bit of confusion as well. So now that we've got very good public health messaging coming through to GPs, that has improved a bit.
Okay. So do you think that the South Australian Health Department and the various other agencies involved are understanding the level of information that your members need?
They are now, yes, and we've been certainly talking to Professor Nicola Spurrier, who's providing expert information for us. There was a webinar for GPs specifically with Professor Spurrier and Professor Mike Steer and the Health Minister last week, which was a good step to help communicate directly with us and answer questions that GPs need answering specifically around the health impacts of this.
And obviously there's been a lot of conversation around what to do for asthmatics, and then various changes in information about how people, if they are asthmatics, should respond to this, and that seems to have changed a bit over time, which has again caused some level of confusion. Do you maybe want to step us through that?
Yeah, so there was really probably a lack of knowledge of awareness of how this might affect asthmatics at the beginning of this episode. There's clearer advice now. Of note, though, the guidelines for managing asthma have just been updated. So there's new guidelines out literally in the last week. So it's actually a really opportune moment for people with asthma to go and see their GP and get their medication, their treatment plans reviewed, and have that discussion about how they should manage should they be exposed to the irritants from the algal bloom.
But the change wasn't a result, because in some of the coverage in South Australia, you could be forgiven to thinking that management change for asthmatics was linked.
The change in asthma guidelines was not linked to the algal bloom. The advice regarding people with asthma being on the beaches has evolved. That's certainly true. And I think we have seen people complaining of triggering of their asthma when they're exposed to irritants within the air from the algal bloom. So that's being recognised now. And the advice really is, because everybody with asthma is a little bit different, they do need to have an asthma plan and have that conversation with their doctor about how best to manage it. And they are best, if you've got severe asthma or lung disease, you are best to avoid being on the beaches if there's foamy water and an onshore breeze. But most people with asthma, of course, will be fine to go onto the beach and just need to have their usual asthma management plan ready to go. So I think the worry is we tell people, well, if we scare everybody who's got asthma, we're actually not helping them, because they need to perhaps be on coastal areas, they need to be enjoying beaches and exercising just like everybody else. So it's really having that individualised plan for how to manage asthma should it be triggered.
Because asthmatics are triggered by different things, aren't they?
Right.
So some might be triggered by pollen, some might be triggered by dust. Is it just a trial and error for someone with asthma to work out what are the things that tick them off?
Often people will know with asthma will have a good awareness of what their triggers are. Of course, this is something new and different, so you'd want to be careful and have your preventer inhaler with you if you're going to be on the beach. And I think everybody will be avoiding in contact with foamy water and onshore breezes anyway, because it makes the eyes itchy and it has other irritant effects. But I think it's not something we should be scaring people around, because I think most of these things are very easily treatable by removing yourself from the irritant, washing your face if it's causing itchy eyes, and using your reliever medication.
Great, thank you. And just very quickly, Professor Williams, do you think that the health messaging is where it should be?
I think it is now. I think people are often very critical at the early stages of response. Nothing's happening. I mean, and in fairness to the state government, I think they are delivering quite strongly. I think there's really very clear, cogent, evidence-based, and so I think it's very good, and it's probably a testimony to the sort of stable leadership in public health that we've had in the state for a while.
Yes, and, you know, Professor Spurrier being a national treasure and all that. She is amazing, just going to say. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Senator Cadell?
You mentioned about the mental health associations with not going and doing... We heard about people's happy places on the beach. Both the avoidance issue, but also seeing it in a state of disrepair, seeing a state of disaster. Those are the ongoing things. And I know we have a mental health program. You can go see your GP and you can get certain things like that, but as we go forward. But also for those involved, recreational fishers who aren't catching, can't do those things anymore. I mean, didn't give evidence, but when I went first down to Ardrossan and Stansbury, a guy who swam 6 hours in shark-infested waters after his boat sank got to the shore said this is the worst thing he's been involved with. That's the sort of thing. So what can we do for those people outside of the normal programs, what we should be looking at? Because some of those fisher people are, honest, I'll be blokey, they're male, they're tough, we don't talk to people, you know, we internalise, and I'm also worried about domestic violence and other things that way they take stuff out.
Happy for me to take it first. So, I mean, I think you pick up on a really relevant point around, like, someone doesn't have to be suffering from eco-anxiety or solastalgia to be impacted by this. And so the kinds of folks you're talking about, let's say, to pick that group, the fishers, okay? So that social connection, that routine, the things they do, they may be the very things that keep these people really functional and happy in society. It's not even just about being happy, but it's part of their day-to-day lives. Loneliness, we know, is very dangerous for people. It shortens their lifespan. It increases their health costs upon, well, it's the state. So these things, you don't have to have the diagnosis to be really imperilled from a mental health standpoint. And I do worry about those people for whom part of their lives are linked to the coast. And I think you raise a really good point.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there needs to be some support for mental health, some resources for people, I think, within South Australia affected by this. There's obviously the pathways within general practice, so people can have a mental health plan and be referred to see a psychologist. But actually, some of these people don't need a mental health plan and a psychologist. They need an interim, a peer support worker, or different ways that they can have support from their mental health. So I think initiatives in that space would be really, really helpful.
Sorry, yes, and I didn't really answer the question fully, which is about, you know, what can we do, and like what you were saying. And I think the health communication messaging speaks to that too. So if people know that, there will be points of time where it will be safe again, most likely. So when people develop that really clear understanding of when it's okay to go back, I think that's really important too. So,
We had some American specialists talking about the Florida experience this morning. And a little bit that struck out to me was the greatest suffering for eating seafood, but I'm extending it bigger than that, is non-English speaking backgrounds. People that can't read the warning signs, people that
aren't consuming the same type of media.
Yeah, all those sorts of things. To me, this is an area we, you know, not just from a tourist perspective, but residents who... do we have any programs specifically to help those people that might be actually more at risk because they aren't able to get the information as we send it out?
I'll go first.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think the answer is no, but
I'm not aware of that. I know that you mentioned, like, for instance, people for whom English is not their primary language, and we do perhaps see a manifestation of those risks in drownings. So we know that those folks are overrepresented in drowning. What's being done specifically, that I believe, my understanding, it's a hard nut to crack. I don't have specific knowledge of programs, but communicating with these groups, it's got to be more than what's on a website. So that's not a great answer, but I don't have further information.
Yeah, I'm not aware of specific ways that there's extra communication for groups who don't speak English as a first language. I would make the point that even English-speaking people aren't all hearing these messages, and we find it quite remarkable sometimes as GPs when people come in with symptoms and haven't actually heard about what's going on with the algal bloom. And I've had some GPs telling me that that's still happening. So although there's lots of media, there's lots of public health messaging, not everybody is hearing it, regardless of what cultural background they have.
Okay.
Thank you. And I only have a few questions. Slightly different vein. So in terms of, so you're saying now that you feel like you're getting the information that you need. When did that change? So at what point did you become satisfied?
I can't remember the exact date, but we did raise this a while ago now with Professor Spurrier directly, and I have to say within a week or two of raising it, there were resources available for GPs. So once we had that communication, they did step up pretty quickly and give us extra resources. So there's fact sheets online, there's been the webinar, as I said, and there's been sort of other messaging through newsletters and other channels that we use. So it's once we raised it as an issue, it actually
Do you know
through.
when about? It's like a month ago, 2 months ago?
No, it would have been more than that.
Okay.
So probably end of July, I would think, because before we did our submission for this Senate.
Okay.
It'd be helpful for us perhaps to have a tabled copy of what those fact sheets say and look like. Yeah. Thank you.
And then I guess just going to the advice that you're getting, and this is I think where we've received a huge amount of evidence from lots of different experts, and I think it's fair to say that there is not necessarily two scientists that agree, which is wonderful in itself. But I guess from a medical practitioner's or public health professor's perspective, there's no sort of agreement in terms of exactly what algae is causing, like what we actually have out in our Gulf, which makes it really difficult to sort of, throw it into a lump and say, well, these are all the symptoms that you're going to get from a brevetoxin or whatever it might be. Are you feeling like you're getting that sort of, I guess, nuanced information so that you can be aware and looking out for, or letting your GPs know to look out for maybe things that don't meet the textbook criteria, knowing that we're still not quite sure what's there?
Tricky. I mean, we're getting information. More information is always helpful, of course.
Yeah.
But I think what we're giving is usual health information based on the information that we have been given around what's out there in terms of the algal bloom and what the symptoms are. And I hope and I trust they're updating the websites regularly, because that's where we go, and that's where we go looking when something's not clear. Will be the SA Health site that's up and running. You want to?
Yeah, no. So that's also my understanding that there is. This is not probably one algal species and one toxin. I've also seen reports unpublished, everything, because this has all happened quite
I was going to say, this is all in real time, so I'm not questioning. I'm just sort of
it's good.
Just making sure.
So these toxins. So there's this brevetoxin. It's really a family of molecules, as you probably know, and some of those molecules, and you would have heard other testimony that can be cytotoxic, killing cells, or neurotoxic, irritating nervous system, and so forth. So there's likely to be variation, and I suppose we don't know exactly what that is. That said, in terms of the public health advice, I think broadly we would understand the symptomology and the circumstance of exposure that you could very reasonably attribute it to an algal exposure.
And we've had some fishermen who have come and said they get boils up their arms from extended exposure. Is that something that you're seeing from your GPs in coast, like people that are working,
Not that I've been told.
Okay.
No, it's more the irritant, itchy eyes is the biggest one, and some coughing and breathing difficulties.
I can speak to it, not as a GP, of course, but I suspect, I know that there's a group of people in the population who it's probably not enough to take them to a GP that are experiencing things. So folks I know through my own involvement in water sports and in other activities, all of those things I've had people report about. Some quite extreme rash, some just very minor, some of it's itchy. I've been exposed. I just sort of washed it off straight away. It was okay. And other people saying, "Oh, can you get a respiratory infection from this? I got an infection from it." Well, you probably didn't, but it was probably that irritancy. You don't have to ask many people, and they'll very rapidly describe some pretty compelling symptoms. But again, it's sort of 2-3 days, and it doesn't necessarily take them to the GP.
Yeah, okay, and that's helpful to know. And I guess the other thing is there a link between the state government and your body in terms of, so that you can feed back if you're seeing anything, or clusters of strange symptoms, or is that line of communication happening, knowing that this is the first time we've experienced anything like this? So,
I mean, yes, informally, I would say, but yes. So
Okay.
I do speak to Professor Spurrier, and she also calls me if things are changing. So we have that sort of direct contact. And we've certainly been trying to get information from GPs and from our members through various means and then feed that back where we can. So it's happening, but it's an informal.
And I just want to pick up on something you said. We had testimony from SA Health that said it was really only asthmatics now, like that advice sort of changed as we were in the hearing. And we said, and I actually asked the question, what about people that are immune compromised, lung disease, anything like that? And it was no, only asthmatics. Now, you've mentioned lung disease. And I guess this is part of the confusion of people in the public, and a lot of our beaches, and I should say, a lot of our beaches are untouched by the bloom, and the bloom is moving, so we don't want people to be afraid, because you're absolutely right. The health benefits of being in coastal regions is so vital, and the mental health aspect of a disaster like this is something we should, that's as big an impact as the physical symptoms, in some ways probably more and longer lasting. I guess, what is the advice then if SA Health is only asthmatics? Should it be?
So I would follow SA Health advice. But having said that, if I have a patient with severe COPD or very brittle lung disease, I wouldn't want my patient necessarily getting triggered by this. So I'd probably, in individual cases with someone with very severe lung disease, suggest it's probably not a good idea to go to the beach at the moment.
And Indigenous Australians who are more vulnerable, would there be, do you think there should be, and this has come from evidence that we had when we were in the Yorke Peninsula with some Indigenous elders who gave advice saying, we haven't been contacted by anyone in terms of health advice. Are we different? This is because there are different, I guess, risk factors. Is that something that you think should be addressed from a public health perspective to make sure that we are looking after vulnerable groups?
I don't know enough to say that there is an increased risk for Indigenous peoples, but I think someone should consider the matter and communicate it, because if you've heard that testimony, then
they're just like every.
That's
and I
right.
know, and I'm not being critical, because this is everyone's trying to find information, and so it's just, this is part of the inquiry, is making sure we can see where the gaps are to be able to help. Fantastic, thank you. That was all from me.
I think most of my questions have been answered as well, so thank you so much. If we've got anything else, anything burning from your end? No? We'll put some questions on notice, but thanks for coming along today.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate that pun, though, Chair. Anything burning,
Sometimes I make these things without even realising. There you go. Anyone dying to ask a question? All right. I now welcome... Now, well, first of all, we've got to work out whether we've got our people online for our next panel.
We've got Professor
So we're going to welcome representatives from the Fisheries Research Development Corporation and the Regional Investment Corporation. We're just trying to work out whether our video conference people, the people who are joining us via video conference, are going to be here online. So just up we come. So we'll just suspend briefly while we... we were expecting 2 others, but we do have Dr Turnbull here from the Fisheries Research Development Corporation, so I think we'll press ahead. Firstly, obviously information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I need each of you to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear. And now we've got our next witnesses, so just let them catch their breath for a minute. Thank you. Wonderful. So what I need each of you to do is give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and then we'll go to some opening statements. We'll start with you, Mr Howard.
Sure. John Howard. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Investment Corporation, or the RIC.
Thank you. Mr Sloan.
Good afternoon, Chair. Sean Sloan, Managing Director of the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation.
Great, thank you. Mr Ashby.
Crispin Ashby, General Manager for Research and Development Investment at the Fisheries Research Development Corporation.
Thank you. And Dr Turnbull, can you hear us?
Yes, so Alison Turnbull, I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the University of Tasmania, and in this capacity I'm also the Program Lead of Safe Fish.
Great, thank you. So we'll ask each of you who has an opening statement to give us that. We'll start with you, Mr Howard.
Thank you, Chair. For those of you that mightn't be familiar with the RIC, we're a corporate Commonwealth entity, and our primary function is the administration of concessional farm business loans to support farm businesses and farm-related small businesses through a drought loan product, a farm investment loan product, agri-starter loan and an ag-biz drought loan. So we've been in operation since 2018, and since that period of time we've settled just circa 3,400 loans totalling about $3.62 billion. In August of this year, in response to the algae bloom event, the Prime Minister announced the creation of a significant ecological event program for which the RIC will have the responsibility to deliver. The new stream will provide concessional loans to help proponents respond to these events. As I stated, we'll be responsible for the delivering of this product or loan product once it has been designed and funding arrangements are in place. These are yet to be confirmed, albeit 2 weeks ago, as an extension of our operating mandate, the Prime Minister did announce an additional $1 billion in funding, of which this loan product was one of the ones that'd be covering, but the specifics around that is yet to come our way. So we've not made a submission to this inquiry, but more than welcome to take your questions.
Thank you. Mr Sloan.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by just letting the committee know that I started in this role 4 weeks ago, so I'm relatively new. So thank you. FRDC did make a submission, and our comments are there for the committee. I want to thank the committee for holding this inquiry and also giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you today and answer questions. We're acutely aware of the impact that this algal bloom is having on the South Australian community, and in particular the fishing sectors, recreational, Indigenous, commercial, across wild catch and aquaculture. And we acknowledge that they're doing it tough at the moment. FRDC is a statutory corporation. We're co-funded between the Australian Government and the Australian seafood industry. And we deliver research, development and extension services to the whole seafood industry across Australia. FRDC has invested in addressing algal blooms for almost 3 decades now. We aim to build national capacity for predicting, monitoring and responding to harmful algal bloom events to safeguard the seafood industry and to create industry resilience. For over 20 years, FRDC has invested in programs like Safe Fish, which Dr Turnbull leads for us, to enhance marine biotoxin testing, monitoring and regulatory work, alongside initiatives to monitor marine heatwave conditions through improved frameworks, data collection and climate briefings. In 2001, Safe Fish was established as FRDC's flagship program for coordinating seafood safety, research and risk communication. HAB-related biotoxins have been consistently identified as a critical and emerging risk to the seafood community in Australia. This program of investment has contributed to building marine toxin analysis capability in Australia, including rapid test kits, revision of the Australian Shellfish Quality Assurance Program, the ASQAP, the manual and guidelines for that, and to update seafood standards and codes for biotoxins. FRDC was quick to engage with the SA government to understand where we could assist them, and we continue to engage in a dialogue with SA. As part of this support, FRDC funded a rapid project to assist in developing monitoring tools as well as determining the toxicity of algal species, and this work is led by Shauna Murray, who I think you've heard from already as well. FRDC is consulting with industry stakeholders to understand the extent of the impact and to identify opportunities to assist. FRD staff recently attended a harmful algal bloom industry R&D workshop in South Australia, led by the Department of Primary Industries and Regions, to understand what the high priority areas of common needs and where R&D investment was required to identify potential future partnerships. Later this week, FRDC is facilitating a national workshop, bringing together fisheries scientists and managers around Australia to explore the best ways that agencies can prepare for and respond to marine heat waves. FRDC established a new program called Sea Change to help the Australian seafood industry and all fishing sectors to adapt to and respond to climate change. Given the identification of harmful algal blooms in a number of states over time, such as Tasmania, Western Australia and now South Australia, FRDC recognises the need for national collaborative efforts to mitigate the impacts of harmful algal bloom events, such that FRDC will ensure planned R&D investments deliver benefits both nationally and at the jurisdictional levels, and that we don't duplicate our efforts and investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr Turnbull.
Thank you. I think my submissions have pretty much covered what I want to say. Sean has also covered the Safe Fish program. I might just add that, I've been working in harmful algal blooms in both the risk management and research space for about 30 years now.
Thank you. We'll go to some questions then, and I'll start with Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Mr Howard, I'm particularly interested in the significant ecological event program. Now, I appreciate the announcement was made quite recently, and you have to kind of, invent it from the ground up, as it were. Mm-hmm. But could you maybe just take us through how it's going to operate and what sort of supports you think it's going to provide to the degree that you've developed so far, and what that timeframe might look like?
Sure. Just for clarity, we don't have any responsibility in regard to the design of any loan product. How we operate as a delivery agency is the government comes up with the design program, assigns that through to us. We then go and deploy that on their behalf. So in order to answer your question, it's far too early from my stage. We're awaiting for the development of what that loan product could actually look like, and therefore the framework that we'd have in place to go and deliver it.
Right. Yeah. There have been some accusations that it'll take away from the programs you're currently, or the loans you're currently managing, but there was more money put in, is my understanding?
In the announcement that the Prime Minister made recently, so we've had a review of our Act, which was provided last year, and in response to a comment to that, the Prime Minister recently said we'd have $1 billion in extra funding. In that announcement, that extra $1 billion in funding, which will come into play from 1 July next year, because we've got existing, so for argument's sake, this financial year we've got $340 49.7 million available to deploy with the existing loan products, of which we've deployed about 41.3 up to the end of August. So that $1 billion in funding was for the existing programs that we've got, plus another 2 loan programs that the Prime Minister already also intimated, which was the loan product in regards to the algae bloom and another climate-specific productivity type product as well. So it's within the sphere of that. As far as specifics of how that's broken up or anything like that, that's still forthcoming.
Okay. And in terms of how, so you've been going since 2018.
Yep.
Over those sort of 7 years, where do you see the benefit of RIC to, you know, organisations and people that you're providing loans to when they're facing significant challenges like droughts and such like?
Yeah, sure. The predominant, when people are going through events like this, and drought has been the cornerstone of ours, so I'll use that as an example, their cash flows are being severely curtailed, both on the revenue side of things and also then on the cost. They're seeing increasing costs as they manage through that period of time. Cost of capital, i.e. their interest expense is one of those, and therefore the concessional nature of our loan product means there's a lower interest cost that they incur. Therefore, in managing through these periods of time, there's a lower cost base, and that's the benefit that's primarily come through. In addition to that, for our other loan products, it's not just lowering that cost of capital, but it's also enabling them to put in infrastructure or activities to help manage through those events like water points or things like that. So mainly a lower cost of capital, but also providing another form of capital to conduct activities to manage through whatever event they're experiencing.
Because I suppose drought, similar to this, is you don't know when it's going to break. You've got some ideas, but there's no guarantees. So I can see that from what you've just said, you know, obviously if you're a farmer and you're in drought, there may be some things that you could do that would assist to drought-proof or ease off the impact of a drought on your farm. In the same way with the algal bloom, as we start to see how it moves forward, potentially some of those operations, there may be some mitigating pieces. You would then potentially be able to provide concessional loans to those. Obviously, I'm very aware that you don't have your guidelines yet.
Yep, that's how I was going to respond.
Yeah. No, I could see it on your face. I'm like, okay.
But that's the nature. What you described there is the nature of how our current products operate.
Right. Okay, so we can hopefully look to that and think, okay, it'll run in a similar fashion. Thank you. If I go any further, I'm just going to ask you awkward questions that you can't answer. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. You say no design responsibility. Are you being consulted in regards to design?
We've been having discussions with the Department of Ag, Fisheries and Forestry, yes.
When did those discussions start?
Primarily from when the announcement by the Prime Minister, but we've had yesterday and today, for argument's sake, down here in person. So we've had discussions with DAF since the announcement, and specifically face-to-face, we've been down here the last 2 days.
So yesterday was the first day, was a face-to-face discussion about the product?
Correct.
Okay. We heard today that the department believes that legislative changes might need to be made to your structure. Is that your understanding?
That's not for me to respond to, because I don't understand the nature of change that the government may be considering.
Right, okay. And you mentioned the $1 billion is for ongoing funding and these 2 new programs. You've been given no indication of what that breakup is at this stage?
Not at this stage.
How long is that $1 billion extra funding meant to be spread out over, given you've got $349 million this financial year?
I haven't seen a quantification of that, Senator.
So we don't know whether it's over just the forward estimates or...
Correct, Senator. Yeah, I haven't seen specifics. There was a comment in the media that was saying 3 years, but as far as a specific announcement, I haven't seen anything.
In your discussions over the last 2 days, have you been given a timeline which you're expected to be able to introduce this product?
ASAP. But as far as what that actually means to go through the legislative frameworks and everything that's required to provide a loan product, I can't give guidance on specifically.
ASAP end of the year, ASAP end of the financial year?
I don't understand the magnitude of legislative change that's required, besides getting a clear sense of the urgencies that are required in order to deliver on that.
So you haven't been given any specifics as to when to be ready to roll?
Not at this stage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Cadell.
So if you don't know when the money is coming, we don't know the legislative requirements, we don't know how it's going to be structured, how are you preparing within your organisation for staffing and administration and IT and assessment? How is that going?
Yeah, a significant change in our operations was made 2 years ago where we insourced all the capability where it used to be outside. So therefore, a key imperative in that was designing something that had scalability and ability to respond to events where there's a requirement from the government. So we're confident that we've got the mechanics and frameworks in place that we'd be able to roll something out in a very quick period of time.
When you say scalability, is that extra ability within your current headcount or your current employee, or is there going to be extra hires required because of this?
Again, until we've got specifics around what the loan product actually looks like and the nuance that's associated with that, there'd be an element that we could do within existing, but undoubtedly we would expect that there'd be additional resourcing required from a headcount perspective.
I am increasingly concerned that what was seen as a solution by Fisher people in the area as $1 billion loan to get them through still has no design, still has no funding profile going forward. You have no idea about how you administer it or how you're going to assess it. I imagine you can't work out how you're going to do something that doesn't exist. You said that you were discussed after the announcement with the department and then 2 days of hearings. Did the minister or the minister's office have any conversations with you or your organisation before that or before the announcement?
We were given a heads up on the announcement from the minister's office, yes.
On the day?
Yes.
So the person that's going to administer $1 billion in funding to assist with one of the greatest natural disasters in the history of seafood was given advice on the day that this would be coming, but we're not telling you more than that.
They're not the policy agency, are they? They're the delivery agency.
Yeah, so the person that's got to actually deliver it was notified on the day.
Correct.
Okay. To seafood. I just find that absolutely amazing. When you're talking about non-duplication of funds, when we're talking about going forward, your advice with harmful programs, reputationally is one of the things. The product that can't be sold, shellfish, that's nice and clear that can't be sold. Reputationally, we heard from a lot of fishers that it's affecting them. Someone who, under a precautionary lockout of mussels, stopped being sold to Hong Kong. They now can sell back in Hong Kong, but not all the customers have picked them up. What does your organisation do when you talk advice of leverage of these sorts? What do you do to help in those sort of regards?
Thanks, Senator. So FRDC is a research and development organisation. Yep. So a lot of the discussions that have been had in the process of this harmful algal bloom coming forward are around how we can monitor better and predict better when an algal bloom will occur. So our role really comes in to help do research, to do things in a more innovative and effective way. And then it's up to the organisations that do the monitoring, whether it be at a national level or at a jurisdictional level, to then use that tool, if you like, to do the monitoring. So in the case that you just, the example you just gave then with shellfish monitoring, shellfish quality assurance monitoring, oysters and mussels, the work that FRDC has done for probably about 2 decades now through the Safe Fish program to help develop standards, which is the work that Dr Turnbull has led for FRDC. That's the type of contribution that we have made on that issue. But we, of course, can make other contributions to the ways that predictive tools are developed and develop new ways of doing things.
So when the ad hoc and not scientific research is telling us catches went up immediately before the bloom, fish were trying to outrun the bloom, are you gathering that evidence for your research to look at ways, species that may be more resistant to this potential variety, what survived? We're talking about A lot of cuttlefish have washed up on the shores. The calamari have just disappeared. They don't know if they've sunk to the bottom or dead. What are you guys doing to look at the resilience going forward in a research mode of what we may be able to do if we have to restock around habitats? What are we doing?
Yeah, it's a good question, Senator. I think that's one of the fundamentals here is obviously the wild catch sector, whether it be commercial for supplying the seafood consuming public or recreational fishers or Indigenous fishers rely on healthy stocks. For over a decade now, FRDC has supported the status of Australian fish stocks reporting process. So we do we coordinate the assessment of fish stocks right around the country.
Yep.
And obviously, with this situation that's just emerged, the first thing that fishers will want to know is, what's the available biomass, and therefore what's the sustainable harvest of that biomass. So SARDI and PIRSA in South Australia are doing rapid assessments, and we're supporting them through that process. And if there are any novel research requirements that come out of that, then we've been part of discussions. Only last week there was a workshop to look at research priorities for the industry in South Australia, and we're just now waiting to see what those highest priorities will be for PIRSA and SARDI, and we're ready to intervene and help where required.
So many of these federal bodies and organisations like yourself, it all comes back to SARDI's doing this, PIRSA's doing this, we're liaising with them. I have some concerns about how quickly they reacted to the scale of this and scope of this. Have you got any physical assets or people on the ground assisting you with the research on this external to SARDI PIRSA sources?
FRDC is an organisation of about 40 people.
Yep.
And we're dotted around the country. We've got people around the country, most of them here, and an office in South Australia as well. Essentially what we do is, and we've got an extension officer network that's relatively new, been in place for about 18 months, and those extension officers go and gather information from the sort of the coalface and from fishers and bring it back in and help us to develop priorities. We also have at every jurisdiction level, state and federal, we have a research advisory committee process that involves fishers, aquaculture operators, recreational, commercial, Indigenous, etc. And we have a Indigenous reference group that we use to bring information to us, and we use all of that network to help us establish priorities and fund the highest priority research activities. So that's how we do it, and obviously we pride ourselves in being nimble and responsive, and we work with and collaborate with a lot of different organisations around the country.
So many of the people we've seen who fish recreationally or commercially are saying that they would love these rapid assessments to be more rapid and be a part of that, to give them a purpose to get back on the water, not to feel victims again, but feel that they're doing something purposeful. And that again comes back to SARDI and PIRSA and all that. Would that be still done through SARDI and PIRSA, not through you? You will advise, but you can't facilitate or hurry that up any. You can't put any more pressure on.
I think there's probably a couple of pieces there. There's the monitoring of the algae itself. And
fish stock.
I'm just sort of thinking there's two things there, and the first one is obviously the algae itself, and if you're talking about bivalves that are filter feeding, like the pippies and the oysters and the mussels, the first order of business is making sure they're safe to eat. So the monitoring that SARDI and I think it's the Shellfish Quality Assurance Program in PIRSA is doing will inform when those sectors can be open for harvesting and obviously selling to the public again. And then separate to that, there's that piece that we were just discussing about the assessment of fish stocks. And I think there's a whole range of things that PIRSA have had in place for some time where the industry is quite directly engaged in collecting data through fishery independent surveys. And a few of the examples of that are in the blue crab fishery, in the prawn fishery, in the sardine fishery, in the pippy fishery. There's scientific research programs that collect data that have been running for, in some cases, decades. And so that information continues on. And if the data points that are collected now after the harmful algal bloom indicate declines in resource abundance, then that'll obviously inform the biomass estimates of those fish stocks, and then inform what PIRSA needs to do to not just protect the fish stocks going forward, but obviously protect the industries as well.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you, Dr Turnbull, some questions in relation to issues you've raised in your submission. You've obviously, you've got a long record working with the industry and government researching marine biotoxins, particularly in shellfish. But you do raise your concern of the lack of testing for toxins in non-bivalve seafood, despite, as you point out, their ability to accumulate toxins and perhaps the knock-on effect of health risk to that. Could I just clarify what type of testing outside of non-bivalve seafood is there done in Australia?
Thank you. I think my concerns were more around policy and guidelines that are available for non-bivalve shellfish, or non-bivalve seafood, I should say. And so there is this, internationally it's well known that bivalves accumulate toxins. Yeah. And there are guidelines for bivalve mollusk and shellfish in fairly much every country, as well as in Codex, which is the international standard setting authority. Toxins in non-bivalve seafoods are more of an emerging issue, and there's a very varied way that that's looked at around the world. Some toxin groups, like paralytic shellfish toxins, for example, those are the ones that we get down here in Tasmania, they are certainly further down the track in our understanding of which seafoods accumulate those toxins. And that's probably because those toxins, if they're unmanaged, can have severe health impacts. So at this point in Australia, we only have the Food Standards Code that covers bivalve shellfish scallops. That comes from around about the late 1990s, I think, when that Food Standards Code first came into being, and it pretty much follows the Codex regulations for bivalve mollusk and shellfish. But no, we don't have guidelines for other seafoods.
And I guess what I'm trying to understand is that causing confusion, or are you foreseeing that this is about a consumer confidence issue, so that if there was guidelines, then we could clearly point to and say this is safe? I'm trying to understand what the lack of guidelines is meaning. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So there's probably two things in there. Certainly, it probably feeds into the consumer confidence. There's a fair bit of information that comes out of Florida that these brevitoxins don't accumulate in fish flesh. I think that's supported by a body of evidence, and the body of evidence around other seafood groups internationally is missing in these things. And also missing, as this is an emerging toxin group, is what to do if those events happen in an area that is providing commercial shellfish or recreational shellfish.
Chair, if I may add, just
yes.
The work that we do through FRDC and through, in particular, the Safe Fish program will provide, the data, the evidence, the science to inform any policy work on guidelines like the ones that Dr Turnbull's referring to. So they've been in place for quite some time for shellfish, and if there's a need to do it on other seafood, then that's the sort of thing that we can do. We can help with providing the science and the evidence.
So we did hear from a representative from the Department of Agriculture earlier today that there is conversations about whether we need guidelines for other type of seafood in terms of making sure that it's safe. Are you involved in those conversations?
Yes.
Yes. In fact, I think the witness actually did name you, Dr Turnbull, as somebody who's involved in that. So I'm just, did that conversation start before or after or during this current algal bloom?
So that has actually been an ongoing conversation, particularly related to paralytic shellfish toxins that we see in New South Wales and Tasmania in recurrent events, and it was highlighted again during this bloom.
Yeah, okay. So what can we do to ensure that, right now, what can we do to ensure that consumers do have confidence that when the government says what's on the shelf, if it's in a shop, it's safe, what can we do to, because that message is seemingly not either being heard or not being believed, because we're seeing this massive drop-off in people consuming and buying seafood across the board, not just shellfish. Is there anything that the work that you're doing that can help give some confidence to consumers or help government to communicate that assurance to people?
I think, Chair, that's a really good question, and clearly the industry sectors are suffering because of that drop off in consumer confidence. What I would say is that not just in South Australia, but in fact around the country, because of the work that the Safe Fish program has been doing for over 2 decades now, these programs for monitoring water quality are really, I would say, world leading, and so it's really just a matter of some of these more novel species that we're finding in these harmful algal blooms getting research attention going forward. But consumers can absolutely feel safe to eat seafood that they purchase in seafood outlets that have been through this monitoring process.
Okay. Dr. Turnbull, have you got anything else to add to that? I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that, and I'm reading through your submission, is that you think there's a gap in the guidelines. There's no guidelines outside of the regular bivalve seafood testing. You'd like to see those guidelines so that it's broader. Is that enough, or what? Yeah, I feel like we're kind of
hierarchy. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
When an incident like this happens, there's a hierarchy of risk that you need to deal with. Clearly they needed to deal with foam on beaches and people getting sick that way. Bivalve molluscs is a well-known risk that also needs to be dealt with. I think the risk communication around fish is very easy because there's a large body of evidence from Florida around toxins in fish, and it doesn't accumulate to any significant levels in the flesh according to the Florida results. The questions are really around working through those other seafood species, and it's not as simple as saying a testing program is needed. You need to understand which species are being fished, in what area, what is the overlap with the harmful algal bloom. There's a whole pile of things that have to be considered in that statement, and it's not an easy message to communicate to people. But I think if we had guidelines that covered all of those fish, it would be easier to say we're following these accepted guidelines.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can I go back to the Regional Investment Corporation? Mr. Howard, I'm interested as to what, from the conversations and the consultation you've had so far with government about the new design of this product, as you describe it, are you aware as to whether the objective will be to cover not just the fishing industry, for example? I mean, we're hearing across the board that, particularly in kind of specific fishing communities, it's the whole main street, and then some. So how do we? I'm wondering, is that part of the conversation you're having with government, or because obviously up until now it's been very agriculture-based focus, whereas I'm talking about the local chemist and the local newsagent and the local caravan park?
It's still too early for me to be able to answer the specifics of where that loan product the guidelines, the depth and breadth of it. Still too early. I haven't got any visibility of that.
Okay.
Chair. Yep.
Okay. Could I ask, have you, in relation to where the RIC has previously been focused, do you have any? Do you provide any support or facilitate conversations with financial institutions? I'm quite struck by the fact that none of the big banks have come forward in South Australia to say, you know, if you've been affected by this, we'll pause your interest and we'll, you know, give you 6 months, 12 months, to catch up. Do you facilitate any of those conversations?
Not specifically on this matter. We obviously have a intimate relationship with them because in any of our loan products we can't be more than 50% of the debt that a customer would have on board. So therefore we come in behind a bank from a security perspective.
Yes.
So we're intimately involved in engaging with banks, but there's been no discussion or anything in regards to the Algal Bloom matter.
I think that's an obvious place that the government should be helping, government agencies, whoever it is. And I mean, for me, I feel like if the Prime Minister has said that this will be part of these types of disasters will be part of your new remit, then I think it'd be good to just know, for people to know who to go to help with some communication with their bank and negotiation with their bank. I mean, I think that it feels to me the missing part of the banks are getting off scot-free at the moment. It feels like they're still missing out. The other question I had was, and based on your previous experience with dealing with hardship programs and products like this, one of the pieces of evidence we had from a fisherman in Drossen when we were there was particularly heartbreaking, and it was in relation to the fact that, you know, he spent $250,000 buying the fishing licence, and he had and he'd always thought that would be his superannuation. When he was ready to retire, he'd sell his licence. Now it's going to be worth nothing. It's worth nothing today because he can't catch anything. We don't know how long it'll be worth nothing, but you know the assumption is it won't be worth $250,000. What role can RIC play, if any, in helping to either provide a stepping stone or provide advice to government about how to manage those types of situations? Because it's not just the immediate, it's for this fellow, this is the rest of his life and his family's life.
Oh, it's a key risk that's there when you're actually doing when you've got an asset like a fisherman that actually has. Therefore, the design of the product has to be very cognizant of the risks that are inherent in those types of industries when it's been put together.
So there's nothing in the past. RIC hasn't provided any facilitation role or policy advice around how to deal with that type of financial quagmire.
Yes and no to an extent, and I'll use the broader context. When you're doing a loan product, it's a loan product that's there to be repaid. Therefore, there is a credit assessment that needs to be done around a capacity to repay, and then where there isn't that capacity to repay and it falls into default, have you got a security backing that's there to be able to support that loan should that event come into play?
Well, I guess that's partly my concern, is that a bunch of these fishermen and women are going to find that what they have had as security, which has been their fishing licence, is no longer secure. So whether it's renegotiating with the bank or applying for a loan through RIC, what happens?
I think that'll be part of the consideration set in the design of the product, I'm assuming.
And Chair, if I can add to that as well, I know in South Australia there is a rural financial counselling service. It's probably a question for for the department, the government in South Australia, but I know that service exists and has been used in the past for circumstances where you've got rural industries that are going through some sort of hardship process. So that could be an option as well. And the other one that I'll mention is that's linked to the seafood industry is the Stay Afloat program, which is something that Seafood Industry Australia now coordinates nationally, which is a mental health support program for the seafood industry, and FRDC at the front end helped get that off the ground and up and running, and so that's another support that is there for the seafood industry.
Yeah, and it's fair to say with that rural financial counselling service mentioned here, that extends to wild catch, just not aquaculture industries as well.
Yes, I'm particularly concerned about the wild catch fishermen because it feels to me that they're really the ones that are in the biggest predicament. Senator Walker.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions for FRDC. Can you explain how you go about deciding your research agenda, and sort of further from that, with this algal bloom, how has that sort of influenced your resourcing? Has there been, resources put specifically towards that, and has there been like a scale up in resourcing, things like that? Interested to know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the first question, how we sort of decide, what research needs to be prioritised, we've got in every jurisdiction a research advisory committee that has an independent chair but involves the stakeholders from that jurisdiction. So that South Australia has a research advisory committee. Industry sectors also work with the FRDC in partnership agreements. So every major fishing or aquaculture sector has an industry partnership agreement, and so we have research advisory committees, these IPAs, and they help us to develop priorities. And as I mentioned in one of my earlier responses, we have an extension officer network, and so South Australia has a research extension officer, and that role involves them talking to fishers and aquaculture operators sort of out on the coalface to bring back priority work. In terms of responding to this situation, we've been working closely with SARDI and PIRSA. There was a workshop last week actually to look at industry priorities in response to the algal bloom. There's a number of things that are being talked about, and we're just waiting for that to settle so that the industry sectors know exactly what their key priorities are. One of them that's being discussed, we know, is for shellfish farmers, particularly oyster growers, whether or not there's any merit in looking at a trial of some sort of depuration, land-based depuration tank system type approach, so that product can be taken on land, filtered, depurated, and then sold. But there's a few sticking points on that around infrastructure costs and those sorts of things. But that process, that workshop process, and the other one that I mentioned, which is a national workshop around how agencies and industries can respond to marine heat waves, because they are becoming more prevalent now right around the country. There's been heat waves on the east coast, the west coast, and on the south coast. So there's a question for us about how do we invest the right way, not just sort of here and there, but at the national level, and that's really where our priority setting will take us to what is going to be the most impactful at the national level.
Can I just jump in there and just ask, we have heard from some people that there are some marine species that you can move, like the tuna guys say they can move their pens if they've got enough time and enough warning. Have you done any research about the sort of mobility of the various species? Because if you think about it, if we had an early warning system that would give you that bit of time that you could actually shift particularly for things like tuna, because they're growing them in pens, but also would relate to some of the oysters and such like.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I would say over many decades, there's been research on the individual biology, life history, movement patterns of all the individual fish species. So we do have a pretty good handle on all the major recreationally and commercially and aquaculture sector important species in terms of their tolerances to temperature, salinity, and all sorts of things. in South Australia, I know that the legislation there does allow the government to be able to, with emergency leases, move. So, for example, if a tuna lease was at risk of experiencing this harmful algal bloom, the government could allow an emergency lease to move those leases away. So that's an option that exists for them, and there's provisions there that they can enact quite rapidly. I know there's questions at the moment that are being looked at around species like sardines that are very mobile and have moved away, and the industry is now sort of, I think, very actively monitoring where those fish are so that they can, cost effectively harvest them. And so there's work going on, I think, across a range of species like that. The ones that are more sessile and site attached, so for example your abalone species, they're the ones that can't move that easily, and so they're the ones that we need to be looked at in a different way.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator
Sorry,
Walker.
just my last question. Something that, as in I'm just speaking for myself, but I've become really interested in the behaviour of fish. I know we've heard, genuinely, I know we've heard different things from some different experts on the panel and also people in industry. I'm interested to know if you've seen any change in behaviour from your research, any changes in patterns, or, where certain species are moving due to the algal bloom. I'm wondering if you've seen anything like that.
Thanks, Senator. I can't speak to anything specifically, and I might see if my colleague, Mr. Ashby, can answer that question. But a lot of the commercially important fish species, we have long time series of data for those in commercial catch records, so you can see changes. Not just sort of seasonally, but sort of daily, monthly, and I'm sure that SARDI's looking very closely at that and working closely with their industry sectors. There are seasonal migration patterns that we know for various species, and we know that they do certain things. For example, the snapper will have a pattern of forming breeding aggregations in the Gulfs around the sort of summer, sort of spring-summer period, and so those sort of movement patterns could be disrupted by an algal bloom. But
I think what Senator Walker, maybe, I don't know, but we've had quite a bit of evidence that fishermen were working out that the bloom was coming because the fish were moving 5 k's ahead of it every day, and so calamari was kind of like getting out of its way, and so if you were in that right area, you would take a mega catch. But then, as soon as the bloom came, obviously they disappeared. So it's that type of.
But it's also that thing where, with the squid, people are saying that they're not washing up on the beach. Yes. They're not seeing any deceased squid on the beach, but they all disappeared. They were the first to go, and no one's seen them since. Now, have they moved somewhere? Have they gone deeper? Did they indeed, are they deceased and actually just lying on the seabed? These are all the, what fish, some of them seem to be doing better than others.
And we haven't had something like this to this scale before, so I think we're just trying to understand.
Yeah, understand. Well, one of the good things.
Some fish are smarter than others, is what. Maybe.
Wouldn't want to make such a definitive statement.
One of the
we
good
love
things,
all fish.
One of the good things is that fish swim, so they will sort of move around, and no doubt there are species that have managed to sort of avoid conditions that wouldn't be suitable for them, and so that's undoubtedly happening. It's probably a better question for SARDI, because I'm sure they're looking very closely at that issue, species by species. For squid, they've got such a short lifespan that it'd be actually really hard to see what the response is for them this year, I'd imagine. But yeah, probably a better question to ask SARDI.
Okay. It's a bit like the cuttlefish, isn't it? People saying, "Oh, the cuttlefish are washing up on the beach." Cuttlefish wash up on the beach every year. They only live for 1 year, so they are going to wash up, and they're going to wash up in greater proportions in coming weeks, because that's what they do every year. But we're finding that people are sort of conflating that to, there's more with the algae bloom. It's like there isn't. This is what happens every year. If we started to see the spawn wash up on the beach, I think we'd all be a bit miffed because they're not ready to, they're not mature enough yet.
They're still meant to be kicking. Senator Cadell.
I have a thought. I just want a clarification before you go away, Mr. Howard. You said you've got scalability. You don't expect to require more staff or more resources to be able to manage this new product?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that one. Until we've got an idea of the depth and breadth. So, as Senator Hanson-Young question in regards to where will this loan product, who will it be available to, what are the specifics around it, until we've got some clarity on that.
Sorry, I thought you said you had scalability.
We've got a mode of operation that's scalable, that is easy for us to implement. Once we've got clarity on what that depth and breadth will be, we'll be able to give specifics around resource requirements. Undoubtedly there will be a resourcing requirement, but the key part is, and I think that was understood by the government, is our mode of operation now to be able to take on a new product and be able to do something quickly is absolutely in place.
Just on noticing, can you give FTE and headcount currently so we can see what that is? On notice, it doesn't need to be down.
Sorry?
Full-time equivalent and headcount, just give it.
Take that on notice, thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of clarifying questions for Dr. Turnbull. I'm wondering whether, in terms of these guidelines, do you believe that there needs to be kind of maximum toxin levels set? So is that what would guidelines deal with that issue for other seafood outside the oysters, the pippies, the mussels? Is that the type of thing that would be included in these broader guidelines?
I think for some seafood species we understand what those levels are, and we should be having national guidelines around them. For others, we still need to do the risk assessment around that, and that will involve a fair bit of research. You heard from Florida today that they don't typically test much outside of finfish and bivalve shellfish, and it's very hard to find anything in the literature around that. So it's a grey area, what we would do for brevitoxins, and I think that's part of the research question going forward around that. But more generally, at Codex, there's this risk assessment process is what we would be expecting to follow. It's impossible for every food standard code to include a level for every type of hazard. There are many hazards in food that aren't in the food standards code. Yep. It's more around what do we do for guidelines when we have, what sort of activities should we be undertaking when we have emerging risks, and what sort of species should we be considering as potentially accumulating toxins. I mean, you will have heard just in the conversation we've had around species that can run away, species that are stuck in the same spot, different life cycles, different seasons of those life cycles and how they interact with the blooms. So it's probably not possible to, well, I'd say it's definitely not possible to put a standard, an expected standard to be met. It's more about a process to follow to undertake that risk assessment.
Okay. And we've heard several times over the lack of, the kind of piecemeal approach to monitoring and testing, both state, federal, whether it's done by SARDI or the industry or citizen scientists. It seems to me it's this whole disaster has really exposed just the piecemeal process. Obviously, we heard in relation to the United States and the Florida example is that there is legislation around monitoring and testing and the sharing of things like the testing numbers of phytoplankton, for example. Is that the type? Do you think this requires some type of federal overarching, legislation?
I'm not sure if legislation is necessary, although federation is one of the issues, and of course harmful algal blooms won't respect state borders. And so if something goes across borders, that will be an even added complication. There are at the moment, the shellfish quality assurance programs, of which SASQAP is just one. are very restricted in the range that they monitor. They cover aquaculture zones. There are finfish programs that are fairly detailed in their monitoring of harmful algal blooms, but that's private information paid for by those industries. And then, as others mentioned, there are oceanographic monitoring programs that do things. So combining all of that is actually a really complex job, and I think that there's a federal role here. The states clearly haven't been able to do it on their own up until now, and so it would really help if there was some federal push in that direction. Now, whether it's actual legislation or whether it's policy. I know legislation is what America chose so that they had some long-term funding. I think that's the other problem here, is that really the only recent funding, when I say recent, I mean over the last decade or two, in harmful algal blooms has been through the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation, part funded by industry. And so, of course, it's very applied, but it has beneficiaries that are a lot broader than just the industry. To give you an example of the scale of the issue, about $1 million a year is spent monitoring biotoxins down in Tasmania by the seafood industry combined. That is not just benefiting the Tasmanian seafood industry, that benefits recreational fishers, consumers of seafood, people who are interested in environmental things associated around harmful algal blooms. So it's clearly a shared role. It's a role of interest across all states and territories and along the whole coastline. So, federal would be the way I would recommend going in terms of that.
Chair, if I can
yes, sure.
to that as well, please. That there are mechanisms already in place to bring people together from around the country, and one of those is the Australian Fisheries Management Forum, which is essentially the head of every fisheries agency, state and federal territory around the country. They meet 2 or 3 times a year, and their role is to coordinate issues that are overlapping jurisdictions and have national significance. And there's quite a few examples of where they've played that role, developing harvest strategy guidelines that are national, and the status of Australian fish stocks report, which is a national program. There's also a National Marine Science Committee, which brings together all of the heads of science agencies in the marine and or aquatic space around Australia, and then those structures have ways to interact with national fisheries ministers' meetings that occur not in a sort of a programmed way, but when required. So I think there are mechanisms to bring an issue like this to those forums and get the national coordination happening, and that I think would be knowing that they exist and seeing how they've been successful at coordinating national issues in the past. I think they'd be the logical place to go or to start.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? Thank you so much to each of you for appearing today, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just get our next lot of witnesses up to the table. We have representatives from the Biodiversity Council, the Australian Marine Conservation Society and the Nature Conservancy. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been given to you. For the Hansard record, I'll get each of you to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear. And I'll start with those that are in person here at the table. So I might start with you at this end of the table, Mr. Bossy.
Andrew Bossy, Marine Conservation Officer at the Nature Conservancy. I also have a background in research into shellfish reef restoration.
Great, thank you. Next.
Dr. Michaela Domiso, I'm the Oceans Director for the Nature Conservancy Australia.
And Professor O'Connor, are you on the line?
Yes, Patrick O'Connor, Professor of Environmental Economics at the University of Adelaide and Councillor for the Biodiversity Council.
Okay, thank you. Jana, are you there? Yep.
Jana, yes, my name's Jana Dielenberg. I'm the Science Communication Director for the Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. And the Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Yes, my name's Alexia Welbelov and I'm the Acting Co-Campaigns Director.
Great. Now, do each of you have an opening statement? Okay, let's try and keep it short so we can get to questions. We'll start with the Nature Conservatory Australia.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. This week has shown, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. This week has shown the scale of South Australia's algal bloom. We stand in solidarity. Today we'd like to focus on a solution. For thousands of years, South Australia's waters have thrived with large-scale oyster reefs covering thousands of hectares. These and other shellfish are nature's kidneys, filtering hundreds of litres of water each day and cleaning it. With more than 95% of reefs lost in southern Australia, in the past 150 years, our coastal waters are left vulnerable to harmful algal blooms. We know globally marine restoration has worked in this regard. An iconic example in New York is Shinnecock Bay, where 40 hectares of reefs and 3 million clams dramatically reduced the presence of harmful algal blooms within 5 years, with clear waters and seagrass returning. In Chesapeake Bay, over 700 hectares of reefs have now filtered billions of litres of water and have returned their fisheries to their pre-economic levels. In South Australia, we've proven the concept. Over the past decade, working with the South Australian Government and key partners, we've built 4 shellfish reefs of between 2 to 20 hectares in the Gulf of St Vincent and Kangaroo Island that house native shellfish populations. The benefits for these are now in the publicly peer-reviewed literature. We find that the oysters filter and eat algae, including Karenia, and they're in good health. Every hectare that has been produces around 6 extra tonnes of fish annually, and at Glenelg, the reefs are even helping seagrasses recover in the area. Our independent research confirms that within 1 to 3 years, restored reefs increase oyster numbers, fish biomass, and biodiversity. This is all part of the National Reef Builder program, which started as part of the federal government's COVID-19 economic stimulus. Under this program, 13 reefs were built over 7 years, on top of 7 earlier ones, in partnership with communities, traditional owners, fishers, and industry, and created over 400 jobs over that time period. Now, just to emphasise that the 4 reefs in South Australia that have been built are not enough. To manage blooms, we need things at scale, at what they were previously. So large reefs, 20 hectares and above, at carefully chosen sites to match the hundreds of hectares that once existed. And we need to see this as living infrastructure, like roads or ports, but with paybacks in clean water and jobs. So the cost, upwards of $500 million over 5 to 10 years is required and is considered, I think, modest in terms of other infrastructure projects. Roads, for example, in 2017, a review found that it's over $5 million per kilometre to build a road. So by infrastructure standard, reef restoration is affordable and its returns are enormous. What we need is leadership and investment at scale. We've been working with the South Australian Government and communities over the last decade. We have a shovel-ready plan backed by science and proven to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Biodiversity Council.
Thank you. So the Great Southern Reef contributes $11.5 billion to the Australian economy each year. And this harmful algal bloom has had a profound impact on the Great Southern Reef, the economy, Aboriginal peoples and the broader community in South Australia. Due to the paucity of investment in monitoring the Great Southern Reef, we may never know the exact combination of factors that initiated this catastrophe or its full impact and long-term consequences. However, we do know with certainty that climate breakdown, pollution and the loss and degradation of ecosystems will make harmful algal blooms and other natural disasters increasingly likely. People born this decade will experience 2 to 7 times more disasters than someone born in the 1960s. So governments must prepare. We can reduce the likelihood and severity of future marine catastrophes by rebuilding resilience in widely destroyed ecosystems, for example, through expanding shellfish reef restoration, as we've just heard about. Secondly, governments must prepare for future events with cross-jurisdictional playbooks that can anticipate scenarios and map responsibilities and resources in advance of these events, so we do not have such slow actions. And thirdly, we need well-designed long-term monitoring programs for the Great Southern Reef and other coastal environments to inform prevention and restoration activities. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Thank you, Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to present to the committee today. As you can imagine, as an ocean lover working for healthy oceans and coastal environments for the benefit of all marine life and the people who enjoy them, the past few months have been incredibly distressing. It is an ecological disaster of national significance, and the impacts of the bloom on marine wildlife, ecosystems and biodiversity are still unfolding and may be long-lasting. You've already heard from a vast array of local community and First Nation representatives, fishers and health experts. You've heard about the importance of the ocean, beach and coast, not only for people's physical and mental health, but also for their livelihoods. Climate change is turning extreme events into ongoing crises. Marine heat waves, intensified by climate change, have created the conditions for this disaster to take hold. So far in 2025, we've seen coral bleaching across our iconic reefs in the east and west. Now we're seeing marine collapse in the south. This pattern is undeniable. Our unique marine life is at risk, and we may not yet know the full toll. South Australian waters are home to many species found nowhere else on Earth. Their survival hangs in the balance. AMCS has particular concerns regarding impacts to already listed threatened species, including Australian sea lions, the great white shark, school shark, as well as species of declining conservation status such as weedy sea dragons, leafy sea dragons and giant cuttlefish. We are particularly concerned about two small endemic species of ray, the coastal stingaree and the pygmy thornback skate, both species of low abundance and both found within the area of the algal bloom. In July, we wrote to the Federal Environment Minister with our colleagues from Humane World Australia, urging an urgent assessment of the impacts of the bloom on these species and more. We're also now in a position where the seafood that we promote as green or a better choice in our sustainable seafood guide, Good Fish, are now potentially stocks in trouble. The committee has heard directly from the fishers impacted that the blue swimmer crab, pippies, calamari and King George whiting have in many cases just disappeared, and how this is impacting their livelihoods. Governments need to urgently fund comprehensive and ongoing monitoring and research to fully understand the impacts of climate change and to inform a response to the recent marine heatwave and algal bloom events on our marine ecosystems and key species. Other pressures on our oceans and reefs, such as development, must be reduced. Sustained federal investment is needed in marine science and conservation, including research and monitoring programs that can detect, understand and respond to crises like these in real time. Australia must face the reality. Climate change is already reshaping our oceans with devastating consequences. We need urgent, scaled-up action to cut climate pollution, strong national nature laws capable of safeguarding marine life from compounding threats and delivering ecosystem resilience across Australia's diverse seascapes are desperately needed. We hope that this is a wake-up call for climate and nature leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to questions. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Can I pick up on the shellfish reefs as a first point? So 20 hectares per reef, or we've been hearing a lot about the impact of reefs. What size? Does it matter where you put them? There's a lot of variability along the South Australian coast. Can you just unpack that a little bit more?
Absolutely, yeah. So all of that does matter. What we have done is we've created a restoration suitability model that's now being used all over Australia for a restoration of shellfish. And what we essentially do there is model the conditions that are, the best for shellfish, and then look at particular bays and estuaries, and then go down at a micro level and look at the hydrodynamics. It's as complicated as building roads. You have to make sure that you're in the right place, that you have the settlement correct, that the hydrodynamics are there, that you don't cause unintended consequences for beach erosion and the like. So all of that is done in advance. We do all of that planning already. We have the systems in place to do that. The size is really important.
And it's really because of the scale of this algal bloom impact and also the scale of what has been lost. So the Great Southern Reef is larger, although not in a continuous unit, than the Great Barrier Reef, but it gets nothing close to the amount of funding. Economically, it's a complete powerhouse. In South Australia in particular, those two gulfs are equivalent to what you would say the Amazon is to the world in terms of lungs. They're the kidneys of southern Australia, because this is where most of the native flat oyster Ostreoangazi occurred. So actually bringing them back at scale, now at scale means reefs, big reefs. The biggest one we have built so far is 20 hectares, Windara Reef. Bigger than that, and much more of it around those gulfs.
And so how many would you be looking at? Are you talking 500 million over 5 to 10 years? What does that look like? Yeah, so don't necessarily want to go in single reefs, because it's going to depend on how you can look at the hydrodynamic connectivity, but it would be, more like in the 10 to hundreds of reefs rather than, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 that we've currently done. We need a step change in scale. And that's really also to match with Australia has obviously, and everyone has recently ratified the BBNJ, and alongside that the CBD, which is our 30 by 30 goal. So that 30% is to protect 30% of the world's oceans and land by 2030. We would also base our setting of those reefs in relation to that CBD goal as well, so that we have a joint, an ecological as well as a policy imperative to reach its sizing. And so your development of the reef restoration program and that work has been about improving the health of the ocean, not about dealing with algae. Yet we know that
they eat algae.
They eat the algae.
They eat the algae. So
have you done much testing, monitoring? Do you have any? What is the sort of available sort of impact research that we might be able to point to?
Yeah, we've done a lot of that.
I can probably give you some insight into that. So, having carried out some of that work myself, there's a large body of work around the specific filtration capacities of very many species of shellfish, and then there's much more direct work on how you extrapolate the collection of data to what a reef might be able to achieve. So there's lots of work that's been done in that area. And there's one really nice example that Michaela talked about at Shinnecock Bay in New York, where they've actually shown what it looks like at scale when you achieve good shellfish population recovery, that can reduce harmful algal blooms. And the key figure that exists in that space is that after that recovery, they change the amount of time in those areas for filtration from about 3 months down to about 10 days in terms of filtering that whole body of water, and that's what does the work. So that was a really nice, that's kind of the proof in the pudding work that's been done, and it is a nice example now.
Yeah. Have you done any work in Florida?
So that's an interesting example actually, and maybe it might be worth this committee actually going to have a look at Chesapeake Bay, which is more temperate. So the reef building or the filtering of oysters are generally, you get tropical oysters, but they're more dense in the temperate areas. So it might be worth having a chat to experts in and around Chesapeake Bay and the Shinnecock Bay example as well, I think in the US, to bring in some of that expertise as well. Just with regards to Australia, yes, we have just produced a report. So there's the Reef Builder report. Andy has a couple of copies here today, and it actually outlines the ecosystem services. The Australian government did actually nominate the Reef Builder for a UN Restoration Award, which we hope to hear about at the end of the year. So it's a really significant bit of program, and in that, all of those ecosystem impacts have been quantified, as well as the economic and social outcomes, including number of jobs and amount of fish biomass produced, etc. And that has wholly been verified with evidence and monitoring. So we know it works. It's, I guess, it's proven climate resilience technology, if you were so to speak, but given to us free by nature.
Thank you, and good luck with the award.
Thank you.
My colleagues do have questions when you...
Okay, I might just go... Senator McLaughlin is on the line, and he's been very patient all day, so I might go to Senator McLaughlin. If we can get you unmuted.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Good. Senator Grogan's asked some of the questions that I was interested in the scale of the reefs that we've got to put down. I note in the Biodiversity Council submission, it also talks about restoring seagrass. I was just a little confused about whether that's the same technique as the reefs or that is a distinct initiative in our seas. So I put that to the hard from Adelaide to...
If I might address that. So the techniques are definitely different. And I should say that our knowledge of the ability to restore shellfish reefs with certainty and for them to succeed at scale in short timeframes is really there. With seagrass and kelp beds, it's still a little bit more uncertain, but they have incredibly important values. They're different to shellfish reef in terms of the habitat they provide, the nursery habitats. There's also been a lot of very promising research overseas that's shown things like the films and chemicals that are around the algae and the kelps actually have anti-algacidal properties, which also suppress algal blooms. So the fact that at this point we can't roll them out as with as much certainty as shellfish reefs does not mean that we should not go down the path to start doing more adaptive management trials where we're trialling them and refining techniques, because we absolutely need them as part of our oceans in the long term. And actually, the two speakers from the Nature Conservancy probably have got some experience, I believe, in at least the kelp beds and might want to add to that.
Yeah, just absolutely. Just to say that we've focused on shellfish restoration here because, they eat the algae, but kelp and seagrass are really important as well because, they can remove nitrogen from the water column as well, and so they're very important to have these co-benefits. What we find with shellfish reef is that you get a ripple effect. They change the hydrodynamics and they create an ecosystem, but like a housing estate, and then everything moves in. And this includes creating the right environment for seagrass, and that's why we've seen them return into Adelaide metropolitan waters where they weren't as abundant beforehand. So there's definitely that ripple-on effect that you do get when you put in the hard infrastructure. The Nature Conservancy has also delivered significant kelp restoration, so in Port Phillip Bay and in Tasmania, which Andy has been involved with. And that is now a well-established technique, a little bit more time-consuming. You do need aquaculture facilities for that. So proven, but less scalable. And seagrass, yeah.
That was my question. What is the scale that we should be envisaging?
For seagrass and kelp?
Yeah, for seagrass and kelp.
I'll just add that with kelp in particular, some work by Dom McAfee has shown that you really get great settlement of oyster spat if you do have kelp. So, having a mosaic of species is really important. And did you want to throw, you've done all the kelp work?
Yeah, I was just going to say the work that we're talking about is kind of two parts. Some of it's passive and some of it's active. So the active planting of kelp or seagrass into the environment, obviously much more time-consuming, a high labour cost. What we were talking about with the Adelaide reefs is passive restoration. So it's the reef themselves stabilising sediment that allows for seagrass to recover around them. So we would expect to see that happen alongside scaled-up shellfish reef restoration, if that makes sense.
So you combine both projects in a perfect world?
In a perfect world.
In a perfect world, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if you actually, if you go inland a bit as well with tidal restoration, which we've also completed one of the first projects in South Australia, then you get a really good ecosystem recovery because you need all the complex interactions to get both the active and the passive ecosystem services.
Just a slight segue. In the Biodiversity Council submission, you do mention the potential impacts of floodwaters through the Murray. We've had some evidence that's questioned that, not aggressively, that it may have dissipated the nutrients. And I note your footnote, and you may wish to take this on notice, but I'd be interested in whether the scientists involved with the council have formed a firmer view on the Murray flooding, because it's, from the evidence we've received, it's not necessarily certain, and many of the nutrients may have dissipated.
Yes, I can definitely address this now. So it isn't certain. It is possible that some of the nutrients from that flooding event have stayed in the system. Potentially they might have even created blooms at that, well, they would have created some algal blooms at that time, but if they weren't toxic, we probably paid no attention. Some of the nutrients can settle into the sediment, they can be taken up by the food chain. You can still have enriched nutrients in the system without it having created such a catastrophic algal bloom as we're seeing now. A very important point to make is we just don't have the science in place, or having been done, to actually quantify what the scale of nutrients was that was delivered from that or from the deep water ocean upwellings. No one would be able to tell you which contributed more and the sort of the scale. And so being able to say exactly which of those was more significant is hard. It's likely that they've, enriched the environment in a way that makes it more likely to have blooms, but we should also take into account that there's so many thousands of different algal species, and some of them don't require very high levels of nutrients, whereas others do. So I would say that it's not necessary. You don't necessarily need to feel like you get the definitive answer about that, but knowing that it certainly could have been a contributor.
Thank you. And one last one, Chair, if I may, to the Australian Marine Conservation Society. You mentioned in your opening and submission strong nature laws. Does your organisation have a firm view what that should be in those laws? And if so, could you provide it to the committee at another time? Or is that just an expression of intent?
So, I mean, this is something that...
I don't ask in a negative way, by the way. I'm just interested in your view on what should be in them, because I might be debating them at some point.
Thank you, Senator. I think, we've definitely spoken to numerous Senate committees about this issue over the years. I think, we've seen from the 2001 State of the Environment report, we know our environment is in decline. And so I guess what we're looking for is, and our marine environment is particularly under stress, as we can see from this algal bloom event. And so I guess what we want is laws that can ensure that nature gets what it needs. And that is, I'm trying to deliberately not talk in the technicalities for this committee, so that, that species can be recognised when they're under threat, and then their recovery can be enabled. I'm happy to provide further information on notice if that's helpful, either past submissions or any other information.
I'll pass it through the committee. I think that's best, and I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you. I know there's some more questions from the government side. Is there?
I just have one. Sure. So this is, I guess, we're obviously dealing with the immediate bloom that we have now, and we've heard a lot of evidence about shellfish reefs. Does that, do you think, help in your view with the recovery? Because we've obviously got a whole lot of fish that have washed up dead, their habitat has been annihilated. Could that actually be part of the recovery steps as well in your mind? So not just a filter, but something to help speed up recovery?
Not just the future.
Not just the future. No, but just in terms of setting us up.
Yeah, definitely. So, I think that creating the architecture first is the first key step, and that then creates the living layers, and then you get the ripple-on effects from that. So you just have to create that environment first for recovery. Now, it's going to take a little while. It's not going to be overnight like anything. It's like replanting a forest or taking something from land that has been degraded and fixing it up again. But yes, absolutely. You just start slowly. You start with the seeding, and then from those little things, big things grow. Absolutely.
I think that's a really good analogy that you've made, because it is a little bit like it's like a desert now in some parts. So I think we've really got to think about in some ways it's an opportunity in a blank slate, but if we're really thoughtful about how we choose to recover, then there could be a really good opportunity to make it better than what it currently was before the bloom, which is
absolutely
a good news story. The other thing, there's a unique, it's not unique, we've obviously built coastal areas up and we cart sand along the coastal beaches in Adelaide, metropolitan beaches. One part we've got a pipeline that seems to work well between Glenelg and Seacliff, but further up the beach at Henley there are 200 B-double semi-trailers on the beach every single day over the summer months. Would shellfish reefs and kelp and other seagrasses maybe mitigate some of the sand?
Yeah, the coastal erosion processes. So this is a really good question. The answer is you need to do the modelling, but yes, there is precedence for this happening beforehand. So you can, and they have in Western Australia. They've just built a reef called C.Y. O'Connor Reef because they had significant coastal erosion. Yeah. So this reef was specifically designed and put out the front of C.Y. O'Connor. You can see it from satellite imagery. Yeah. And it stopped 20% of the energy coming in through the bay, and as a result, erosion on the beach has been controlled. Wow, okay. So what you can do is you're creating both the architecture for your climate change mitigation and coastal erosion into the future, as well as putting a living layer on it, which creates the water quality benefits. So with careful planning and really thinking ahead, instead of spending, millions of dollars on just doing one thing, if you pile them on, you can do it,
it's
you can do
$14 million a year for sand carting just on that one very small stretch of beach, just to give you a number in the community.
An idea, and if you had the subtidal reefs, other structures as well that we just, take for granted. So we have a project in Port Phillip Bay where the rock armour around a dredge spoil ground from the port is also being turned into an oyster reef. And so how can we use existing architecture to get the most out of our ecosystem, and then design by purpose to get more?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair. We've seen the middle of an algal bloom that's had an enormous ecological consequence. My question is, what are the likely ecological consequences of this bloom? And then there's two sort of corollary questions. How do you evaluate that? And at what point in time is best to evaluate that, given that we're in the middle of it at the moment?
Maybe one of our colleagues can answer that.
I can offer something to that. So it's actually would be incredibly difficult to say with certainty what the impacts are, because Australia's Great Southern Reef and our coastal environments are not actually very well monitored. So a huge amount of monitoring occurs on the Great Barrier Reef to the tune of $40 million over 10 years. Despite the fact that the Great Southern Reef contributes twice as much to the Australian economy at $26 billion a year, it does not have a government-supported or coordinated monitoring program. And that is something that should be a real priority moving forward from here, because having such an ongoing monitoring program would enable us to answer very important questions just like that, and also enable us to sustainably manage that reef for not only its environmental values but its economic values, because it would enable us to do things like know if we need to adjust fisheries in certain places because maybe there's also a marine heat wave and we can see what's happening. There are many ways that it could provide really useful data for very effective management. And if you were to establish a monitoring program for the Great Southern Reef that's similar to the one on the Great Barrier Reef of a similar cost, despite the fact that the reef is twice as large, that would represent just 0.04% of the value of that economic gain from that reef per year. So I think that if you consider it as a very important economic asset, that reef, that's a very small investment to make sure you understand the health of that reef and also can manage it effectively into the future, so that the Australian population not only has economic benefit, but we keep getting to eat, healthy, sustainable seafood and things like that.
Does the rationale of that answer also apply to the assessment of threatened or vulnerable species or threats to biodiversity that have been caused by the algal bloom, namely that at this stage, in the absence of a baseline of monitoring, we're unlikely to be able to precisely determine the impact?
It's exactly...
I might...
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I might have a go at that. I think the answer is absolutely. I mean, I think in the marine environment, generally, it is data poor in comparison to the terrestrial environment. And this is an issue we have around the country, not just in South Australia and where the algal bloom is. For example, I mentioned in my introductory statement that we were particularly concerned about the coastal stingaree. We actually nominated that species and it was considered in 2021 by Minister Lee, and due to bushfire-affected species being prioritised, but also a lack of survey data on the species, that species did not get chosen to be further assessed, and it is quite rare, and we have been worried about it for many years, which is why we're now calling for it to be urgently assessed now under the EPBC Act. But the lack of data is that's just one species for which that's the case. For many species that we hold concerns around the country, the lack of data is an impediment to gaining the protection that they need.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions from me. We've heard a lot about citizen science. I'm interested to know any contributions that anyone has to make on what sort of opportunity you think there is for citizen science in terms of, early warning signs, but also long-term monitoring.
I can have a go. There's lots of opportunities. I think the reef programs that have been built in South Australia already have involved citizen science to a substantial extent. There was already a Reef Watch program, there's already great interest in that and involvement in monitoring the progress of the seashell reefs that have been re-established. So I think there's real possibilities in that. It does engage people. I think the other side of that is, are we taking the economic consequences of these things seriously? If we think that the research should be done as a voluntary activity, doesn't mean that volunteers wouldn't be involved, but where is the commitment to the investment? I mean, an observation from the short stay I've had in this committee is that the FRDC is funded to look at the flows of sea life in terms of economic production, and the NGOs are here talking about the stocks and the maintenance of the stocks that maintain the ecosystems that produce those flows. And there's an imbalance in the way we're thinking about the economics of what these systems produce. So I think there's lots of opportunities, real benefits, and a lot of joy in learning in that citizen science, but it has to be a supplement to well-designed, clear objectives that are actually at scale to the economic challenge.
My next question is sort of, as we're looking at how we're going to deal with this algal bloom going forward, as in sort of to each witness, what type of role do you see your organisation playing in, solutions or identifying response priorities?
So I'll just jump in for the Nature Conservancy. So I guess we see ourselves as just a platform, a convener of partners, working very closely, as we have over the last decade, with the community, with researchers, with the South Australian Government, and actually taking the knowledge from the Reef Builder program and the last decade in building reefs at scale. So that means, a big infrastructure, civil works projects.
Can I just a quick follow-up on the citizen science piece? Because we've heard a lot about eco-anxiety, about people wanting to help, wanting to have a role. Obviously, we're asking significant questions about what investments are needed, what gaps there are. But I feel, and I may have misunderstood you, Mr. O'Connor, but I feel like you were maybe not supportive of the citizen science piece, which is kind of a little counter to what we've heard from a lot of people in the communities that we've visited. It's not to say they should do all the work because the government doesn't want to pay for anything, but more that there is a balance here between what can be done by which organisation. And it's one of the challenges we've seriously faced is everyone thinks that their solution is the answer and in exclusion to everybody else's. And what we need to do is find something that is actually going to give us a comprehensive response. And I think there are those of us who feel that citizen science should play a part in that.
Yeah, so I hope you didn't think I was saying that citizen science wasn't important. It is very important. I wasn't trying to downgrade that at all. I think the issue is the same, though. Would we have citizen science monitoring traffic accidents, railway crossings, all of these things, or do we think that they're a normal part of the economic activity and that we structure those things around activities that are well done by willing volunteers who are skilled and coordinated, or if they're professional activities that maintain the infrastructure and economic base. So there's no question that citizen science has a really important place in this, but if you start at the point where you want volunteers because you don't think you can pay for it, you're
but
not
no one
looking
said
at
that,
the
Mr.
problem.
O'Connor.
No, I'm
one
not arguing with you. I'm just highlighting that citizen science is really valuable, but I think we're still not looking at the real economic value of having these functioning systems and what we have to spend to be able to understand them well and understand their economic benefits to bring the right types of resources, labour, coordinated knowledge to the task, which includes citizen science.
So perhaps it's a combination of both. So certainly there's set monitoring programs that we've developed over time with academic experts so that you can continuously measure things in the same way, and that way you have the record. But they certainly aren't at the frequency and scale that we need, particularly if we do move up a program, and we do have a huge proportion of the South Australian population, and I'd even say, Australia, because I cut myself in that, devastated by this algal bloom. And so being able to give something back is really important. And I think, if there was some sort of compensation for some groups, for example, this is just, going off the top of my head here, for example, commercial fishermen, perhaps they might want to be involved in some of the monitoring, while their stocks are recovering. That might be an option as well.
Well, we've certainly that's been rolled out in that's part of what's happening in South Australia at the moment.
Yeah. And we've heard directly from them that they're evidence that that's what they want to be involved in.
Yeah. But I'm involved in some groups, and certainly the one has got some great ideas about seeds and planting through the ocean, and they just want to be involved. They actually just want to be part of the solution. Because that's what they do, and that's what a lot of us do. We contribute our time to some of these programs because it's what we love to do. I just want to make sure that we recognise that and respect the role of those community groups.
I think it's absolutely important as we scale. Ozfish, for example, is doing so much with the community. And as part of that, we're working to put spat collectors out so we can understand what recovery looks like, but that's with the community.
And I think it's actually important to acknowledge that most of the testing, most of the monitoring, most of the kind of gathering of evidence in the beginning of this whole bloom was done by regular members of the community and not by paid people, and certainly not government officials or contractors. And I think those people now want to be part of a solution that is that helps them overcome the sense of helplessness as well.
Senator, if I may add to that, I think you're right. We, as Australians, we're an ocean-loving nation. Many of us live near or on the ocean, and I think we need to recognise that, as I said in my opening statement, that a lot of people have very close connections to the ocean, whether that's for their livelihood or just for their health. And I think it would be unwise to ignore the fact that, if people are noticing things in their daily walk on the beach or their daily surf or a dive or whatever it may be, that they can often be the one to ring the alarm bells. And that's what we've seen in this situation, because they're the ones at the front line, whether they're the fishers or whatever, they're the front line, they're seeing this. And so I think it's important that there is always a role for the general public, or however you want to characterise it, to bring that science there. And at the Australian Marine Conservation Society, as an advocacy organisation, our role is then to try and get that out as much as possible, and to let people know what is happening in our oceans and why, and work with governments and with Parliament to get the appropriate policies in place. But I think we need to realise that Australians want to be involved and they care about our oceans, and so citizen science is a way that they can show that care and that importance in their lives.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your evidence today. We really appreciate it, and for the work that you're continuing to do. So thank you. Now, we're just going to take a 5-minute suspension so that people can Wonderful, thank you. Okay. Well, we welcome our final panel for today. Representatives of marine and recreational users, various stripes, Seafood Industry Australia, Recfish SA, Surfers for Climate and Divers for Climate. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing? And we'll start with you, Ms. Frank.
Yeah. Thank you. So my name is Sarah Frankie. I'm a marine biologist, but I'm here today as the Industry Engagement Lead for Divers for Climate, an organisation that represents the concerns of divers and dive tourism operators on the front lines of climate change.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Yolanda Waters. I'm a marine social scientist and climate communication expert, and I'm here in my capacity as the CEO of Divers for Climate.
Thank you.
I'm Joshua Kirkman, the CEO of Surfers for Climate.
Great.
Veronica Papacosta, CEO of Seafood Industry Australia.
Thank you. And we've got a representative online from Recfish SA.
Yeah, and Asher Desri, CEO of Recfish SA, recreational fishing sector.
Great, thank you. Now, do each of you have a short opening statement, or each of the organisations, and then we can go to some questions? Yep. All right, we'll start with... we may as well go in the same order, so we'll start for Divers for Climate.
Yep. All right, thank you, Chair and Senators. Divers are on the front lines of climate change. We spend more time below the surface than anyone else and witness the ocean changing right before our eyes. We've been in contact and conversations with dive operators across South Australia with whom we co-wrote our submission. And since then, the impacts of the algal bloom on the dive community have been ongoing. Most dive shops now face closed or compromised dive sites and are experiencing cancelled bookings. 85% of dive shops are already in financial hardship, with all expecting a downturn this summer. And still not one has been able to access financial support. While the impacts are not uniform across the industry, what many report in common is a fear of uncertainty. Uncertainty whether customers will return this coming peak season, uncertainty over how many jobs may be cut, and uncertainty whether businesses will survive if the algal bloom persists. The dive industry in South Australia lost nearly 30% of its shops during the COVID pandemic, and operators are concerned that the industry will not survive if the algal bloom persists. One operator told us that morale is at an all-time low. The government's own climate risk assessment, paired with weak climate targets and new fossil fuel approvals, makes it clear that these uncertain futures are no longer hypothetical. This is our reality, and we need to be prepared. Dive operators have requested practical and immediate solutions that the government can support. This includes the opening of alternative training sites such as Highbury Quarry and repairing sites such as the old Rapid Bay Jetty. This is in addition to providing clear and consistent information about unfolding conditions, as well as adequate financial and mental health support. Without stronger climate targets and immediate adaptation support, we risk losing not just an industry, but Australia's ability to see, hear and act on what is happening beneath the waves. We risk losing our regional economies. For example, in Whyalla alone, the giant cuttlefish aggregation brings in over 17 million each year. We risk losing the potential of millions of ocean stewards who could build public support for protecting the places that we all love. For a nation surrounded by the ocean, these risks are too great to ignore. Thank you.
Thank you. Surfers?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Surfers for Climate is a non-partisan organisation of surfers, ocean lovers and coastal communities. Our mission is simple: to protect what we love and ensure a thriving ocean for generations to come. Our main success as an advocacy group was seeing first of its kind legislation in New South Wales to ban offshore sea mining. This legislation had true bipartisan support, backed in by Labor, the Liberals, the Nationals, the Greens and Independents. In our opinion, every politician can be a champion for a healthy climate and a thriving ocean. In July, I travelled to South Australia where I saw a coastline in crisis. Dead sea life on the shore, surf schools closed, families kept from the water, and First Nations people unable to engage in cultural practices. Climate change, these weren't abstract impacts, they cut to the heart of livelihoods, health and identity. In addition to a warming ocean, runoff from farms, wastewater and stormwater are known to fuel these algal blooms. Unless we cut this pollution, we're feeding the very events that harm coastal communities. Climate change worsens the problem, but pollution lights the fuse. Both must be addressed together. Along with stronger climate action, we need to plug the problem. The economic toll I witnessed was stark. Bait sales were down 80%, surf camps shut, the national surf titles relocated. For small coastal businesses, when the sea turns toxic, livelihoods become terminal overnight. I applaud this committee for engaging with this process and for demonstrating bipartisanship in working toward a future where our oceans and communities can thrive. This inquiry has heard from an extraordinary breadth and depth of scientific expertise, health professionals and advocates such as myself and others, all united by a simple truth. We need a thriving ocean for generations to come. Without a thriving ocean, survival is difficult for humans. From my perspective, this algal bloom is a canary in the coal mine moment. 10 or 20 years from now, historians will record it as a warning that our ocean was truly in distress and that climate change demanded the strongest possible response. They will either write that politicians committed themselves and took off on a powerful wave of climate action, or that they paddled past the opportunity and enabled business as usual to prevail, heads remaining in the sand. The ocean itself has no ideology. It simply lives and breathes, feeding us, sustaining us, and ensuring our survival. There is no free market with a dead ocean. There are no farmers stewarding the land with a dead ocean. There are no good-paying union jobs with a dead ocean. There is no justice with a dead ocean. I urge the committee to act decisively by providing stronger support for South Australian communities now, by investing in a national ocean monitoring program so we can truly understand the ocean, monitor it and take measures to mitigate future events. Importantly, we need to double down efforts to decarbonise our economy and set a clear deadline to end new fossil fuel approvals. We can't delude ourselves into thinking we can fight fire with fire. The choices made today will determine whether future generations inherit a living, thriving ocean or one gasping for breath. Thank you.
Thank you. Seafood industry.
Thank you. Thank you for the committee for holding this inquiry into the algal bloom and for providing SIA with the opportunity to appear before you today. SIA is the national voice for the Australian seafood industry. We represent wild catch, aquaculture and post-harvest sectors with members across Australia. We currently work across 8 jurisdictions, which is a topic that's come up through this inquiry and we'd enjoy expanding on. SIA notes the government's recent support for country of origin labelling in food service, a legislative change that took place on the 1st of July. We also note the government's support on the Futures of Seafood study, which is a novel work of the value and structure of the Australian seafood industry, along with an assessment and scenario modelling of the cumulative impacts of marine spatial squeeze and climate change on the future viability of the Australian seafood industry. Currently, 64% of seafood consumed in Australia is imported. That's a staggering amount of seafood, coming from origins that may not have the environmental and fisheries management credentials that compare to Australia's. The results of the Futures of Seafood study is set to land in November of this year, and early insights are telling us that increased commercial shipping activities, offshore renewable energy zones, marine park expansions and changes to the marine environment due to climate change will have a material impact on our ability to produce our own seafood. Effectively, that 64% could rise, and where it stops, nobody's yet sure. So, with the increased community focus through improved labelling and increased awareness of the cumulative impacts of activity and changes to the Australian marine environment, SIA asked the question, as has been asked by the committee, if we didn't see this algal bloom coming in South Australia, where else could this happen? SIA in our submission called for a coordinated response and planning for future aquatic disasters, and we thank you for your interrogation of the issue.
Thank you. And Recfish SA.
Sorry, I'll just do a quick sound check. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
No worries. Thanks for the opportunity to provide input on one of the most pressing environmental issues of South Australia. We really appreciate it. Harmful algal blooms have left a deep and lasting impact, and especially with the people and communities that rely on them. Recfish SA represent a $1 billion industry with 360,000 participants every year. There's 380 million in recreational fishing tourism as well. But behind these numbers lies something a lot deeper. There's a real shared relationship with nature, and that's obviously now under threat. As the HAB crisis unfolded, we saw a whole heap of public concern The waters that people had fished their whole lives were turning toxic, and the fish that they once caught began dying at a significant rate. Entire ecosystems, including nursery grounds such as the Coorong and Ramsar-listed wetlands, began showing signs of collapse also. Wreckfish SA raised the alarm early on this. We called for immediate action to protect vulnerable fish stocks, especially species under pressure. This included pipi and juvenile finfish for those really important areas such as the Coorong. We documented mass mortalities, sounded warnings about unsustainable pressure, and we urged authorities to act as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately, this response had been slow. Despite repeated assurances that stocks remain sustainable, subsequent assessments revealed what we'd feared. Some fish populations had suffered catastrophic biomass losses of up to 38%, and it became apparent that many processes had become exposed in South Australia on our ability to respond to fish emergencies and environmental issues such as this. Unfortunately, a lot of the communication wasn't there, and Wreckfish had to step in to lead a lot of processes to make sure that the community was advised. Before the HAB events, South Australian fisheries were already showing some signs of stress, and federal SAFS reports listed several key species, including snapper calamari, Coorong bream, Coorong greenback flounder, golden perch, school shark, striped trumpeter and others were depleting or depleted. And this is a real worry during this period, as we were concerned that these fish would completely collapse because they were already stressed prior to HAB. Wreckfish SA stepped in. We completed citizen science projects monitoring water quality, biodiversity and habitat damage. We did emergency field work, and we filled critical data gaps using divers, underwater cameras and public reporting. We began planning reef restoration projects, which were initiated in bloom pit impacted areas designed to support recovery and strengthening ecological resilience for the future. We began planning freshwater stocking planning, which we launched to reduce marine pressure and support food security. And we also focused on business support, ensuring impacted recreational fishing businesses had supports designed to create relief in times of hardship like this. These efforts obviously weren't reactive, they were proactive, but we never should have been forced to act alone, and we should never have been ignored when we requested action on some of those issues. Wreckfish SA remains committed to collaborating. We want science-based and future-focused fisheries management. We're ready to work with government, industry and environmental partners to ensure that what happened during this crisis isn't repeated. We welcome this inquiry, and we urge it to deliver the leadership, accountability and reform that South Australia really needs, and the people really appreciate the work you're doing today.
Thank you. Thank you all for your submissions. I'm going to go to some questions from our senators. Senator Grogan.
We're going to start with Senator Walker.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, and thank you all of you for being here today. I'm interested to hear your perspectives. I think something that we've been hearing a lot from is community groups and, you know, others that are involved they want to be involved in how we sort of tackle this going forward. I'm interested to know your perspectives on how you think we can bring community organisations along with us through this progress, and sort of what role they can play, not only in contributing to the solution, but also, you know, things like monitoring and citizen science.
I might jump in on this one if that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so citizen science played a critical role in actually identifying how bad this issue was. We obviously led several processes, including water quality, diving surveys, and a few others. And unfortunately, what we found was if we didn't do it, no one would. So the community really stepped up, and they were so passionate because they wanted to see what exactly was going on beneath the water, and what was washing up was just the tip of the iceberg, and we knew that. Moving forwards, you know, even whilst we were collecting samples and we were collecting fish during active fish kills on the bottom, we were collecting water quality samples. We were trying to find environmental groups and even algae experts at the time to help with this, and a lot of them actually declined and said that unless Wreckfish SA paid for that work, they wouldn't be helping. And this was obviously hugely disappointing to the community because they were stepping up and doing the work, but the follow-on from the scientific community just wasn't there in the same capacity that was expected. So that was a really hard pill to swallow. But what that did was created this huge appetite that the community really stepped up to. We saw a massive influx of photos coming to us of people ringing. Every time something dead washed up, they'd contact Recfish SA. And we saw a huge amount of data start to be collected on the iNaturalist network. And that's obviously the data that's going to be used to formulate the actual impact. Dive clubs were all waiting to be involved. When we got quotes for environment groups to assist, we quoted things like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a day for divers to do survey work. Without the citizen science network and without the passion of the community, the environmental recovery just can't happen. And we know that because nobody wants to pay for it. And there's this constant chicken and egg argument where they go, well, if you want good science, you need to pay for it. But in the same breath, there's so much science required that there's not enough money to fuel that. And we're at a real cusp of running out of budget before we get any actual work done. So without citizen science, there's going to be a fraction of what needs to actually be done.
I would like to add to that, if that's okay. Speaking of, for the dive community themselves, just want to echo some of the comments that were just made about citizen science having to pay for it. I suppose a lot of the dive operators that we've been speaking to have lost a lot of their forms of income in terms of some of the dive sites being closed, and have asked for us to try and diversify their operations and look for alternative sites. And one thing that has been suggested is to contract the operators to run citizen science and monitoring initiatives. There has been examples of this being successfully done before. In Queensland, the Great Barrier Reef, there's a tourism reef protection, can't remember what the acronym stands for. There's an initiative that is run by government where they did contract tourism operators over COVID to maintain staff, to maintain the industry, but also contribute to science. But then it is a matter of also funding, but it also does kill a few birds with one stone. So that's definitely one way our community is keen to be involved, and their ongoing science, and kind of makes them feel a little bit more empowered in being part of the solution. Another way is with the communication of the issue. The way this crisis has been communicated is very, very difficult for an industry such as tourism. We're very deeply connected to what's happening beneath the surface. It's distressing to watch. These divers know these sites more than anybody else. So they do want to talk about it, they do want to raise awareness, but the comms that comes out about what's happening has been very sensational, and it is difficult to say that to your visitors and the public when your income relies on that. And so a way that the community could contribute is those really personal stories, and bringing that frontline, figuring out what that frontline crisis communication really looks like going forward, knowing that we don't know when it's going to end or when it might happen again. So those are two options from the dive community.
Might jump in for surfers real quick and just say that it's every surfer's dream to get paid to surf at some point in their lives. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity to engage with local board riders clubs. They are down the beach quite often, and they will surf in anything. So surfers as citizen scientists is a tremendous opportunity. I think that if there's funding there that can actually engage them and teach them and give them the tools they need to deliver it, it could be a really great way to build a bit more of a diverse revenue stream into that community, and it'll help them deliver back to the youth that are suffering through this moment. Like it is a big toll on young people, particularly those who like to surf and get in the water for their mental health and otherwise.
I know it feels like a stretch to call industry community, but we are part of lots of regional and coastal communities. And one of the propositions we've put forward is the number of registered fishing vessels that are in the water every day and what that could contribute. So most fishermen I know so much about the ocean and where they work every day. It's incredibly important information. So accessing it, not just for the fish they catch, but for the information they have and the changes and movements that they see in the environment, I think it's really powerful. We just need to create the right conduits to be able to use this information effectively. Yep. Thanks.
While we're in the midst of an algal bloom at the moment, there'll obviously be a time when it's passed, and then there's a question about how you get people to re-engage, whether they're members of your organisations or people who utilise the services that your organisations provide. Do you have any ideas about what that looks like, or any planning that's going on at the moment for how to build that re-engagement once the acute stage has dissipated?
To go. I think that's quite a difficult question to answer, because a lot of the businesses that we're talking to at the moment are in a state of crisis. The dive industry in South Australia, except one operator, really relies on the summer season, so their peak season is still to come. Some of them are having lower bookings, but they're having already calls from customers kind of concerned about what's going to happen next. So they have no idea what life looks like after summer. And so to imagine, and having not been given that a lot of information about what's happening, a lot of them have told us that they're not really receiving updated communications about what is happening, the unfolding algal bloom. They're not feeling confident in the information they have received. They're finding it very difficult to make decisions on how to prepare and respond and adapt to what happens next. And so I think it's definitely a gap we could help the dive industry fill to help them make those decisions. And I understand there's some frameworks that policy decisions are currently being made on different scenarios, whether the algal bloom comes back, whether it dissipates or whether it just continues. And I think having that information, those frameworks for businesses, like small businesses in the dive industry, would be very helpful.
Speaking to my experience with local surfers in the region is that they're going surfing anyway and suffering the consequences, because that's the thing about surfing, you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't in some circumstances. But I think in terms of the industry itself, there was a major event that was scheduled to happen in the Fleurieu Peninsula, which was cancelled or relocated, and I think that's a really important thing.
Relocated interstate, so
interstate.
South Australia lost it in total.
Yeah, because it was too risky to continue down the path without the clarity of when the algal bloom would shift or not. And that's a tricky conversation to have. Like, how can you build that certainty for events to come back to the state? And I don't have an answer for that, but I think it's something well worth looking into when the algal bloom does pass, and how can those events come back, because people do want to travel to South Australia. It's a great place for waves. Don't tell anyone that, but it's a great place for waves. And yeah, you will get them back, but it will take a strategic approach, I believe.
From our perspective, I suppose it's consumer confidence in consuming South Australian seafood, and I know I've been following along, so there's been lots of conversation around that. We're at SIA, we're very committed to we're very confident in the Australian community's commitment to Australian seafood. There is definitely sensitivity and nervousness, especially in South Australia, but the demand for Australian seafood is solid. Our challenge is making sure we can produce enough to meet that demand and stave off imports.
I just have one comment. I treat my seafood like I treat my wine. South Australian or South Australian. And I would highly recommend that all South Australians do the same, and anyone else in the country who'd like to support our seafood industry, get on board. It's good, it's safe. Just eat it.
Senator McLaughlin, are you there?
I am.
Over to you.
But I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries.
Sorry, my apologies.
No, that's fine. All good. We've got some questions from Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Ms Frankie, not everyone is a marine biologist, as I think you said, and dives underwater. Have you been down in the water since the algal bloom? What are you seeing?
We went down about a month ago to continue engaging with dive centres that we had been talking to for a couple months prior. We spoke to one of the dive centres down there prior to going down and said, what can we do as an organisation, to help? And their main point was, come down, be on the ground, have a presence down here, speak to the community, come for a dive as well. So yeah, that's what we did. We went down and it was a very different experience, I think, having watched it from, Sydney, watching it in the media and being actually down there on the ground and especially diving. We went diving with an operator and it was very interesting. Having never dived that site before, I never saw it.
Can I ask where it was?
Port Noarlunga. Yeah. So I'd never seen it in its prime, I suppose, but was still very upset by it. It was a very distressing and confronting dive, and then seeing how his reaction was to it as well. Having done, I think it was this open water course there previously, was a really tough experience. Yeah.
Okay.
I can speak further on that if you like.
Yep.
So I live at Port Noarlunga in Moana. This reef is at the front of our house. I guess the impact of the algae in its initial stages was nothing short of heartbreaking for the whole community. People travel from all over the world to visit the Port Noarlunga reef. There is every possible fish you could think of because it's a fishing protected zone. Once the algae had come through, the water turned green, soupy, and we just started to see all of those reef fish washing up and dying, which was awful for the community to see. We had like site surveys going on with local dive clubs. I'd been in the water myself in active fish kills, and it is probably one of the most awful things I've witnessed is seeing fish actively dying in the water you're in and knowing that you're in an environment that's really not conducive to fish life. What that did to the fishing industry, to the diving industry, to the whole community was pretty well reiterated that everything's going to die and we're not sure when it will bounce back. And a lot of those species are relatively long-lived. They're territorial, they live there and they don't move. So how the environment is going to bounce back without assistance, we're not sure, but this is going to have a profound impact on fishing and particularly the diving community for a very, very long time.
I just wanted to, quickly add to that as well. We've been in contact with one of the dive centres down there within the last week, and they've wanted to start up social dives again because no one's been diving, so they're trying to get people in the water, give them a purpose, to take photos, submit to iNaturalist, give them social dive for change type thing. And their first dive was supposed to be on Sunday, and as I'm sure you guys are well aware, there was this immense amount of algal foam. So just in that time since I've dived, a month ago, they were completely unable to get into the water because of that foam.
We had onshore winds.
Yeah.
The metropolitan coast ended up covered.
Can I ask a quick supplementary there? Obviously, it's not the whole coast of South Australia impacted, and some places that are impacted then revive, and it's a kind of ebb and flow scenario. Is there any work being done with the dive community in terms of picking the right spot that might be a place to dive at a particular time?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the bloom, there was definitely more options, whereas now I think the only site that we've heard that's not as affected by the bloom is Rapid Bay. They've still got...
But you're just talking about are you just talking about the south?
So that was Port Noarlunga, that site.
So just
Bay,
down there?
Yeah. Rapid Bay is affected, but isn't affected to the same extent as some
I'm
of
just
those
the context of what you're saying is like, are you talking about the coast from Streaky all the way down, like in the both Gulfs? Like in terms of diving, where are your members? Are they just down in that sort of Noarlunga portion?
We've got one of our dive centres is actually in Rapid Bay, and then the rest, we've got one in Whyalla, and then a lot of them are based around the metropolitan area, the CBD, and then of course there's over in Port Lincoln we've got Rod and Fox shark expeditions as well. So there's, they go.
So they're not diving at Lincoln.
They range from that's not as affected.
No, that's my point.
Yeah.
It's like, because I'm hearing from you that there's no way you can dive in South Australia, and that's not my understanding.
No, and that's the misinformation that's been out there as well, and which before I went down there as well.
So that's what I just heard from you.
No, definitely, and that's, I think, what they're struggling with is, bookings, because everyone assumes that every site is affected. And one of the main sites now that's unaffected, apart from Port Lincoln, but it's not their shark season yet, is Rapid Bay. But the things that have come up now is that both the jetties, old Rapid Bay Jetty and new Rapid Bay Jetty, are both closed due to structural damage, and they've got about a 20-metre exclusion zone, and that's the area where they have their iconic and endangered leafy sea dragons, which people from all around the world fly in to see. They're amazing, and so you've got that one site that they can. Guarantee that there will be some beautiful living animals that they can't access now, which is what Yolanda mentioned before. That, it's one of the things that would really help the industry right now is being able to, reopen Rapid Bay Jetty.
Senator Cadell.
I want to get to surfing. When we were down early in June, we were hearing about surfers who didn't even get their hair wet, getting the effects of inhaling the toxins and stuff like that. Were you hearing much about that? Anecdotally, or is it still happening? Or
I've experienced it myself.
Yeah.
So we went down. Our kind of main role as Surfers for Climate was to go down and get the story out of South Oz because there were a lot of surfers around the country that didn't even know about what depends which news you watch, how much you'd learnt and how early you got it. So we wanted to pull that story out and kind of share it widely so that surfers around the country could kind of like rally behind it and just build a bit of empathy across the surfing community. I landed into South Oz, and the first interview I did was with the Ding King. He repairs boards along that Leighton. He's a really lovely guy, and had a chat with him at Moana Beach near the surf club there. And even in the 20 minutes, it was an onshore breeze, so all the foam was blowing up. In 20 minutes of chatting to him, I was starting to get the sore throat and the itchy eyes. It was really instant. It was crazy.
We noticed it on some of the hearings, actually.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's just the most remarkable experience. And I've kept in regular contact with a few of the surfing board riders clubs in the region. We're looking to help out a little bit on the mental health impact of kids not being able to surf and dealing with that carnage. And they've had to call off surfing events because they've seen that it's blown up. And the thing about surfers is the interesting thing, looking for a different spot to go. Like, surfers will travel to other spots, but local board riders clubs are local.
Yeah.
So, like, if it's hitting your beach, you're stuffed. Like, you're not going anywhere else. So it's a really big challenge for board riders clubs, I think, to hold their events and have that certainty. So it's a continuing issue. Yeah.
And my last question, Mr. Papacosta. A lot of people have mentioned the Stay Afloat program when we talk about mental health getting through here. Are you seeing increased demand on it or usage? If there was extra funding for like wreck fishermen and people, stuff like this, because we're hearing these people just, their livelihoods, their passions, their safe spaces, everything's going, we're hearing it now. How is your program going, and any stats you can give us or any information about that?
So the Stay Afloat program's been in it was launched 3 years ago. It started off as a pilot study, and what's interesting about Stay Afloat is that it's a peer-to-peer engagement program. So there's lots of investment that goes into programs like Beyond Blue and Lifeline, but actually getting people to go and use these services is the challenge. There's such a stigma related to talking about mental health. Sometimes people don't actually understand that they're having a mental health issue. They just think they're really angry today at somebody. And so this program has been huge. We've created what we call a trusted advocate network, which is people who support each other in network across 50 communities, and we've had government support for that. Unfortunately, the national program's funding is ending on the 30th of September, and we haven't yet been able to secure federal government funding.
That's next week.
That's next week. Having said that, the South Australian government has stepped in with a small amount of funding to help us support South Australian fishing communities with the program for the next 6 months.
What's the usual federal grant worth?
Last grant was 1.5 million over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we work on a relatively small budget because a lot of it is volunteer work, people helping each other across industry. We have had engagement from Minister McBride's office, but no confirmation as yet.
So 1.5 over how many years?
3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah.
And it runs out on September 30.
Yeah.
And can I ask, how much has the state government chucked in for 6 months?
$160,000.
Okay.
Yeah. That'll give us some people on the ground. We've been overwhelmed with contact, especially around Kangaroo Island. Look, it's really interesting because it's not just people who are being impacted at the moment. It's the concern and the fear that's raised and the challenges and the unknowing about when it will stop. A lot of the time it is helping people understand what grants might be available to them. It's wraparound services.
Yeah.
We don't provide mental health support essentially, but we make sure we organise community groups and ways for people to come together. That often, and Asha would probably be familiar with the program, but that often involves people in the community who are wreck fishing or other sectors. But it does depend on us having access to funding to continue.
Yes, yes. Can I ask Wreckfish SA, happy for you to follow up on any of that information about the Stay Afloat program, but I'm keen to know, you said at the beginning that that members of the wreck fishing community saw that this was coming or that this was happening, that the bloom was obviously there or something was going on, as one of the first kind of groups in the community to understand that something was amiss. When officially did you, or when did you first notice something wasn't right?
Yeah, well, pretty well straight after the Waipenga issue, we started to see fish kills, and once it moved into the Gulf, and you have to forgive me on the exact timelines, but it was around about Normanville we saw just thousands and thousands of dead cuttlefish, and that was well before the breeding season, so we knew it was completely unrelated. They're not spawning and then dying, wrong time of the year. So
this was in March?
And we saw that cephalopods were incredibly sensitive to it, obviously, and then we started to see squid catches die off, which is calamari, really, really quickly. Throughout the Moana section in the southern of the state, we saw octopus washing up dead flat out. So we saw the cephalopods initially, which suggests that they're obviously a little bit more sensitive to the Carina algae, and from there it just got increasingly worse. So once we saw that, we were saying, hey, like there's something bad happening here. We started to see squid behaving really strangely, pushing up into really shallow water, getting into the intertidal zone and sitting in rock pools in their hundreds. We knew something was really, really wrong, and we certainly made that clear that we wanted something investigated quite quickly.
Who did you make that clear to?
PIRSA we engaged the most. We also sent letters to Department of Environment, Minister Claire Scriven herself, as well as had discussions with other agencies, including SA Water. Obviously, there was a lot of discussion about salinity, about the desour plants. We asked for some pretty serious investigative work to be done, as well as some preliminary results to be released. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of that, and we saw essentially pushback on releasing any information because they were so worried about the marketing of the seafood or, any issue with desalination. And we're getting frustrated because we're going, well, either you release the information and you do the testing or we will. And unfortunately, it came to us having to send our own divers out, send our own boats out, collect our own water sampling. On Kangaroo Island, we had Wreckfish members, community members and board members going out and walking down the beach collecting dead fish. In Pinkston, we had members of the state driving up and down the beaches surveying for dead sea life. We saw a complete mobilisation of the fishing industry, but we hadn't yet seen any response from PIRSA or the Department of Environment, and that was really quite frustrating because we could see that there was a big issue happening.
Can I ask, so that is all very interesting. I guess it'd be good to understand the timeframes of that, of when you first reached out to PIRSA. Did you get a response, or did they give any response or no response? And then if you did your own monitoring, when that was versus when we first understand that PIRSA sent out their water testing vessel, which of course we know wasn't till July, late June, early July.
It was definitely before that. Again, we didn't see any real response until money started rolling out and there was funding available. That's what I guess was frustrating for us because we operate from the state government on $200,000 a year, and we represent a $1 billion industry, 360,000 people. So we are under a huge amount of strain to do the amount of work we do, and we just make it work because that's the demand, that's the expectation for 360,000 people. But we bore the cost of that because we wanted to make sure that the environment was represented and that there was an adequate response.
So do you, you've just told us that you think the response was slow and that there was resistance because the impact that it would have on the commercial fishing industry. Have I interpreted that wrongly? Or is that
in some cases, like particularly with, we'll use pippies, for example, on the Coorong. One of the initial large fish kills that gained media attention was the mass die-off of pippy in the recreational zone. if you're aware of the Coorong, how it works, there's the recreational side, there's the river mouth that goes to sea, and then there's the commercial side for harvest. We were advised there were no fish kills on the commercial side because of the Murray River mouth, which is less than 500 metres wide. So you've got an entire stretch of beach where there's just mounds of dead shellfish, and then we're being told that on the other side of the river there's none and there's nothing to see here, and they've spoken to commercial fishers and they've advised there's been no deaths witnessed. We then received friction from PIRSA saying they didn't have staff available, they didn't want to provide boats, they didn't have a boat available, and I said, well, we're happy to provide a boat within 20 minutes, can you get someone down there to investigate? We also sent off an email requesting an immediate and emergency out-of-session meeting with the management group. We're saying, look, there's going to be serious issues here. This could collapse entire fisheries and fish stocks. You know, we pushed as hard as we possibly could. We were advised there was no issue, but it turns out in that fishery specifically, there was a 38% mortality event during that period. That is a really, really dangerous way to operate fisheries management. And it showcased that in lieu of actual groundwork being done, you can't rely on the opinions of or the anecdotal evidence of a couple of people without actually putting your own government feet on the ground. That's really dangerous, and it was dangerous. And thankfully, the pippy industry was in a really good place before that event, and it didn't go below the trigger limit, which would require management because they were so healthy. But if they weren't as healthy, that stock would be collapsed now, and you'd be shutting that down with a prolonged recovery period.
I'd be interested in any of the documentation you've got back and forth from PIRSA or anybody else in state government about what you're describing, that the alarm was being raised and you felt like you were having to just push, which sounds like from March to June or July, that's quite a long time.
Yeah, and that was department specific. Like, I won't say that was all of state government, it wasn't. We certainly had a lot of appetite, particularly from the Premier as soon as he was back. But from a department perspective, we were most disappointed because at the end of the day, that's their tenure, that's their charter. They need to be doing their core business. And when things arise like that, it's important for them to react effectively. So I wouldn't say it was a full state government issue, but it was certainly a department issue.
Yeah. Okay. Has anybody got any other questions?
No, I just thank you for all that you do to contribute. The amount of work that you guys have done, like particularly, wreck fish, and the contribution that you all make to our community and to the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we really appreciate the efforts given. So much of it is either done voluntarily or on a shoestring. So thank you. That's it. Well, that concludes today's proceedings into our current inquiry into the algae blooms. I'd like to thank all the witnesses we've had today giving evidence and those who have taken further questions on notice. Thanks to Hansard for managing us again this today, and for our Secretariat staff. Thank you. And we will end the broadcast there.